I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't lead trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPS's. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. Hundred only, you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't lead trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPS's. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing.
going on. So, yep.
A little bit of technical difficulties
Just
there. We had the
semi-lights.
volume off of the stream. Sorry about that. It's a production error on my end.
It's all good. It's all good. We're in the combat cave now, though. It's all fine and done.
Yeah, we are.
Fine and dandy. But, to kind of briefly recap on what I was saying. So Tyson Fury versus Alexander Usyk, big heavyweight fight. Anticipated to happen this month of February, I believe, but it was called off because Tyson Fury was sparring today and got a pretty nasty cut on the eyebrow. So his team had to pull him out. A lot of people expect Tyson to kind of chicken out on this, not, so sure that this is some sort of conspiracy, but it is really poor timing. So I feel kind of bad about that. I mean, Daniel, are you following the boxing world right now a little bit?
Not a big boxing guy. I haven't followed too much boxing in my day, but I do know that Tyson Fury is not one to chicken out of a fight.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe in his later years he's afraid of showing a little bit of weakness.
For sure. I think especially since the Francis fight and everything that happened there, you have all these people vouching for Francis, and that was kind of like a robbery, and Francis should have won that.
How do you feel about that fight?
I think Francis looked great. But also, as someone who is a boxing fan, I think Tyson, the whole time was like using that reach to get a tactical win, same way that Izzy kind of did at a certain point in his championship run.
Yeah.
And
I mean Mayweather too, right?
Mayweather too, exactly.
It's a strategy.
Exactly. So I think from a boxing perspective, that was Tyson's win, but he didn't look great. He didn't look great at all. I don't think he respected Ngannou's power at all that whole time, his abilities as well, because he was really good. He was good. I think because Ngannou had not only Mike Tyson on his team, but Eric Nicksick from team, I believe, Randy Couture's gym.
Oh, okay.
Extreme Couture.
The Natural.
Yeah, and so Eric Nicksick, he's been basically training. He's been training Francis. He's been training Sean Strickland.
Photobomb by Jerry, the manager.
Jerry, guest host. But yeah, that guy's been doing a great job with coaching a lot of the guys at Extreme Couture. So I think Francis looked great because of that. And
Mike Tyson training him was almost like the butt end of a joke too.
Yeah.
Because I mean, although Tyson, albeit like probably one of the greatest heavyweights of all time.
Oh, for sure.
Right? Yeah. I mean, his run. I don't remember what it was. Would he win like 20 amateur fights in a year or something like that?
Yeah.
He's just
or like 18 or something like that.
Yeah. In the neighborhood of 20, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, and but at the same time, we remember Tyson at the end of his career just not being much.
Yeah, definitely.
He's gotten in a lot better shape as of late.
Oh, for sure. But at the end of that, definitely a bit of a can crusher. And even then, like the cans he was supposed to be crushing were crushing him sometimes. So it was a little weird. So it is kind of a.
Also, back to the Fury not respecting Ngannou's punching power.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what we've grown accustomed to seeing with all the Paul fights.
Oh, yeah.
All these UFC guys that are not boxers, they can't hang in a ring. They don't have hands like that. But Ngannou is one of one.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I remember the only Paul fight I've ever seen was the Diaz one, and it looked like Diaz was having a tough time with throwing punches. I'm sure he trains with gloves on quite a bit. I think that he's buddies with Andre. Who's that boxer from Oakland?
Oh, Ward.
Yeah. Ward. Yeah. So I know that I've heard that they've trained, the Diaz brothers have trained with him throughout their career.
Yeah,
so it's not like boxing something new to Nate Diaz, but you could it just looked like the gloves were heavy on him.
He's a jiu-jitsu guy first and foremost.
Exactly.
So
yeah. He wants to be on his back.
Absolutely. Exactly. So, yeah, I think because Francis, he has the power that he has, and he also wanted to be a boxer. He didn't want to be an MMA artist.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
He started out as boxing, went to a gym. Coaches told him to do MMA instead, and that's what happened. So now he's kind of made a little bit of a comeback and did what he wanted to do, actually. And, yeah, I mean, it paid off. And so, now, today, we're seeing Tyson Fury in this post-Fury versus Ngannou era where he is beatable 1,000%. And we have Alexander Usyk, who a lot of people have been saying, even prior to the Francis fight, that this was the guy who was going to take him out. You know, even though he's like 6'3", he moves crazy for a heavyweight. He was a former cruiserweight champion, undefeated. Moves up to heavyweight, is beating a lot of these really, really tough guys. Granted, kind of embarrasses AJ completely.
Now, did Usyk move up to heavyweight because of age, kind of like Randy Couture, like we were talking about earlier?
I believe so. Yeah,
Okay.
and so ever since then, it's been like Fury's been the one that Usyk's been wanting, and that was supposed to happen this month. But unfortunately, the whole cut on Fury's eyebrow,
It looked pretty bad.
it was pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if we could pull it up, but
I'm having a tough time pulling these up here.
it's all good. Either way, it was a pretty deep cut. I'm pretty sure it's still going to happen, but I wouldn't imagine we'll see this until, like, I mean, how long does an eyebrow cut like that really heal? Maybe, like, 2 months from now? Maybe?
I mean, it's a gash for
Yeah.
sure. I know. After a fight, yeah, it usually takes a couple 2-3 months for cuts to recover
Absolutely.
fully.
Yeah. So I think the fight's still going to happen, but it's probably going to be a while from now. Ironically enough, Ngannou's match with Anthony Joshua is coming in March. So that's kind of a bit of an unseen low blow to the whole situation, that Ngannou's going to have the spotlight before Fury, kind of, again.
Is Ngannou ever going to fight in the PFL? And
Here's the thing. I
this
think-
kind of confirms Dana White's decision not to let his guys box, because
Oh,
he's
yeah.
like,
he's just
"We're-
doing
they're,
what he wants.
they're never
Yeah.
going to come back, you know?
Yeah, but Don Davis, I don't know if you've seen interviews with him. Don Davis, the head of the PFL, he seems to be a very, like, I'm doing what the fans want, and I'm going to let the fighters do what they want too, though. So I definitely see him being just flexible with what Ngannou's doing right now. Because how can you not, like, let Ngannou do all this when he's, like, a ranked heavyweight in the boxing division right now? Or he's a ranked boxer in the heavyweight division right now. And also he's an ambassador for the PFL now, too. So it's not like he couldn't be, like, even though he's not fighting, I think he's still doing a lot for the Africa division right now. So I think we'll see Francis fight 1,000%. It's just probably not going to be anytime soon, unfortunately. We'll probably get the Logan Paul fight in the PFL beforehand. But yeah, but that
So Logan Paul, who's he said? What weight
Uh,
class is he going to fight at?
yeah. Or actually, it's Jake. Logan's in pro wrestling right now. He's with the WWE. Jake Paul, don't know what weight class he's doing, but we know for sure that he's going to have his PFL debut supposedly this year in a pay-per-view card. And it's going to be a part of the PFL's super fights, like, whole division. I guess that's kind of like what they're calling it. When it's not in their little, like, playoffs thing that they do, their whole season of PFL fights that they do, and when it's not like the Bellator stuff, they're going to have specific super fight pay-per-view cards that are going to happen, I believe, 2 or 3 times a year. That's the plan, and Paul's going to be a part of that whole vision, I believe. No one knows who he's fighting.
So hang on. So the super fights are kind of going to be like a UFC event where
Exactly.
it's out of league play. So they're kind of have this hybrid thing. I don't think anyone likes the league play of PFL.
You think so?
Well, though it makes some fights irrelevant
That's a good point.
close to the end of the season.
Yeah, close to the
Right?
end
Like
of the
just
season.
like in pro team sports.
Yeah.
You know, there are some teams that are out of playoff contention early. There's a guy that has lost a few fights. He can't get back into it.
For sure.
So you really are just fighting for pride
Yeah.
and a paycheck, I guess. But you're not going to be able to accomplish that ultimate paycheck,
Oh,
which is
yeah.
what they're all fighting for.
Absolutely. I think there are definitely some problems in the fact that no elbows are allowed, usually during the seasons, during the playoffs. And they didn't allow elbows for the finals. That was a big problem. And I think they're changing this rule where elbows are coming back for the finals, at least.
Now, is that a cut thing?
It's a cut thing.
That's a cut thing,
It's
yeah,
a cut
because they need to have a turnaround.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's another thing. The turnaround thing, I don't know if it's going to be exactly sustainable, because you never know what happens in a fight. So what if, not only in a fight but outside of it too, and it's happened multiple times where, like, fighters who were ahead in the playoffs have to get pulled out because they have some sort of freak injury.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And so
Yeah.
you're getting, like, kind of like the guy who, like, almost made it, who's fighting in the finals, and it might be an underwhelming like win and things like that. So that's kind of where the PFL, I think they really have to work on that. Kind
Yeah.
of.
Also nice to have that person get a shot too.
Oh yeah.
You know,
For
like,
sure.
you know, they could pull off a miracle.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
But it is interesting with fighting.
Mm-hmm.
There aren't many, at least UFC. If you're that good,
Oh yeah.
it's tough to have that phantom punch,
For sure.
like there might be in boxing or something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
I mean, people get dropped.
oh yeah.
You know, I just remember, well, Izzy was getting rocked. He had that he knocked Pereira.
Oh, yeah.
Also, I remember that Garbrandt fight where he knocked him out with 1 second left.
Yeah.
Like he was backed up against the cage.
Uh-huh.
You know, so there are phantom punches, but those guys are both really good.
For sure.
Yeah, that's the Pereira Adesanya fight.
yeah.
They're
It's great.
one of the best
Oh,
rivalries.
absolutely. And you're kind of dealing with people in the PFL who haven't reached that level of greatness yet.
Right.
And we don't know if they're there. And because with the way the rules are, it's a little awkward to see if we're seeing everything that they're offering. So I don't know. I think especially with the PFL versus Bellator card that's coming up, that's going to have more of the usual MMA rules that, elbows allowed and things like that. So I think we'll be able to see a lot of the PFL champions go at full capacity. And that's really interesting. And I'm excited for that card,
So
honestly.
Nagano's fighting in that?
Nagano's not fighting in that. It's Bellator champs. It's Bellator champs versus PFL champs.
Oh, okay, and he is not. He is not one of those.
Yeah, and that's going to be the first super fight card pay-per-view of the year.
Okay.
Essentially. And
That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Do they do that in pro wrestling crossover events?
They have.
Like
I believe.
AEW versus WWE or
That hasn't
NXT or
happened
something?
yet, but I believe, like Japan, it's more normal. In
Oh,
the
okay.
pro wrestling circuit.
Yeah.
And in terms of pro wrestling, more in like America, I'm not too sure about that. I think it definitely would have been a lot more normal back in the day when it was less of a corporate thing.
Yeah,
pro
well,
wrestling.
I saw this thing, which you probably know about it since you're pretty familiar, but WWF at the time, so wrestling used to be completely regional, right?
Completely.
And I mean, I was listening to The Rock talk about how when he got kind of just thrown into the fire first fight, it was a big fight. I don't remember what it was. It was one of the big pay-per-views, I think. Or it was I don't know. He fought with the WWF like initially, the national tour, and then Vince McMahon. We're not gonna get into Vince McMahon at the moment, but Vince McMahon was like, "Hey, I'm gonna put you in some offshoot. I think in Ohio, just some random wrestling regional organization that he bought up."
Yeah.
Because that's what they did. They just eliminated all the competition and pretty much made
They
a
wiped
monopoly.
that whole scene out, basically.
Yeah, and then it was just WCW that was left. Yeah, and
Yeah.
then did they eventually buy WCW?
I think they did. I think the only thing that's left, because AEW is relatively new, but TNA's still there.
Okay.
Yeah, and TNA, I think right now has it's not called Dolph Ziggler anymore, but the
Dolph
man
Ziggler.
formerly known as Dolph Ziggler is kind of like their main draw right now, and a few other people over there too.
Okay.
But actually, TNA.
I love these characters,
I
man.
know,
Dolph
right?
Ziggler. Dude was a diva.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Probably some of the best acrobatics though in the game though for sure. But I mean, yeah, going back to what PFL versus Bellator, I think that's really exciting, and it's a good avenue to kind of gain more traction with fans and stuff like that, with more of the known names and stuff like that. I do think it's a little strange that not all of the weight classes are going to be featured because PFL just doesn't have some of these weight classes. They don't have a bantamweight division.
Really?
Not yet, at least. And I think that's definitely...
Like a men's bantamweight?
They don't have a men's bantamweight.
Right.
They have a women's featherweight. Or women.
145?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
There's
women's
none.
featherweight,
That's
women's
gone in the UFC, right?
lightweight. It doesn't exist, basically.
Yeah.
And so it's a little weird. Speaking of, because we're talking about PFL, talking about UFC, this is a really weird situation. But Kayla Harrison, former Olympic judoka, who became a mixed martial artist for the PFL, starting out in the PFL, and was probably one of their biggest names there because she was just so good, and she was their women's featherweight or lightweight champion for a few years until Larissa Pacheco showed up 2 years ago and took the belt away from her. She had at least in her eyes, her last fight with the PFL, I believe last year, in their last championship as like a undercard type of fight with Aspinlad. And then she becomes a free agent, and Don Davis, PFL guy, says that Kayla Harrison was going to come back to fight in the season. She gets recruited with the UFC to fight Holly Holm at UFC 300.
I actually saw this on social media, and she is a featherweight. That's why you brought that up, and she's going to fight 135 now, right?
Yeah, she's never really cut below that before. I think.
How tall is she? Do you know how tall she is?
Let's check right now.
What's her name?
Kayla Harrison. I know in a interview with Ariel like 6 years ago, she said like it would be impossible for her to even make like bantamweight.
Damn. Okay, so
and this is a bantamweight bout.
Okay, let's see here. I mean, she's listed at, well, it says 5'8", 135,
Okay.
but Wikipedia says 5'8", 155.
Hmm.
Let's see if she's still up on the PFL.
And that's the thing too. Now, ever since this has happened, you know, whatever the confusion is, Don Davis is like, we're gonna let Kayla do what she wants. You know, it's no problem. But in my head, it's like they're saying this as if they're like she's gonna come back. But once you go to the UFC, I don't think you're gonna go back to the PFL. You know.
Yeah, PFL website lists her at 155,
Okay.
which they don't fight at 155.
No, not at all.
So she must walk around at 155 pounds. Cutting 20 pounds for UFC fighters is not out of the realm of possibility,
Definitely
out of
not.
what actually happens week in and week out.
I think the big thing is we don't know if she can do that.
Right. No, I mean,
Yeah.
it really messes you up.
For sure. Holly Holm even said she's not gonna fight Kayla if Kayla doesn't make weight at 300. So
Yeah.
that could be a potential mess, you know,
Yeah.
in the next few months. But here's the thing.
It does
though,
get
right?
dangerous at a certain point.
Oh, yeah,
They
absolutely.
do have a lot of science to back up what they're doing now.
Sure.
Not back up in the sense of health, but just to make it so they don't die
Oh, yeah,
or just
absolutely.
kidney failure, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, because who wants that, right? It's definitely because that's what happened to Hamzat. That's why he moved up to middleweight, basically, because he just
Right.
had all these health problems, essentially. But, yeah, but I want Kayla Harrison to succeed in the UFC because I think if she can make it to bantamweight, she could be like the next big star, like Nunes level, I think. She's
Oh, really?
super good. Yeah, she's very good.
33 years old.
Yeah. Great
Still got time.
personality, too. I think she's, like, fun on the mic and everything as well. She's been calling out Cyborg for, like, the past however many years it's been. But looks like that fight's not going to happen. So, yeah. It's very interesting. I think if this works out, though, give her a title shot next after 300. For sure. For sure. Obviously, the Juliana Pena versus Raquel Pennington fight should happen first. But I think after that, Kayla Harrison, if she makes it and if she beats Holly Holm, which I think she will, that should be the next thing for her, 1,000%.
Yeah, I mean, cutting all that weight stuff, but you know what? I heard that if you're just pure muscle,
Yeah.
it's a little easier to cut weight because
Oh, yeah.
it holds more water.
For sure.
And she looks pretty jacked.
Yeah. We'll see. I think it's just because she has those claims that she's made back then that she couldn't make bantamweight like 6 years ago. But then again, it was 6 years ago, right? So we don't know.
So what exactly happened when she couldn't make bantamweight? She was just
She-
going into the hospital because
Well,
she couldn't
she
do
just
it.
straight up said that like it might be nearly impossible for me to make bantamweight. I can't exactly remember what she was telling Ariel like about regarding that because it was like 6 years ago, but yeah, I mean she seemed confident when she was saying that, but I don't
She's
know.
like, forget about it.
Who knows what they paid her, right, to get that sort of bread though? But
I don't know.
I think that's a really interesting fight. I mean, all of 300 is really interesting, and I don't think we'll get into 300 just yet, until it comes up. But it is definitely something. Although, let's talk about this thing real quick that happened recently. Dustin Poirier at UFC 299, debatably the fight that everyone wanted to go see 299 for, him versus Benoit Saint Denis, that gets called off by him yesterday. right? And said fights off, but still working or something like that. And everyone all of a sudden is just freaking out and being like, "Oh, what happened? This was going to be like the fight of the year potentially." And then all of a sudden, you have these journalists reaching out to Dustin Poirier, and he clarifies that a contract was never signed, apparently. So they had just announced the fight without signing a contract, which is not unknown. That has happened before. It is a really weird tactic, I think, to like kind of push fighters on the edge to actually sign whatever contracts that Hunter and Dana are making them sign. And that's a whole other conversation, but it is a problem. But yeah, it's just really weird. But anyways, so that whole thing's going on. Dana White's kind of on DEFCON 9 with all these DMs talking about how like Benoit Saint Denis said yes to the fight and everything like that. And like Saint Denis' team is even saying that the fight is happening. So there's some confusion there. And then I want to say like less than 2 hours after that, all of a sudden, fight's back on.
Yeah.
Fight's back on. We don't really know what's going on there. But obviously, Hunter and Dana were probably trying to lowball him on the prices for the contract.
Yep.
And, I mean, yeah, I guess Dustin got the number that he wanted, right?
Yeah. What do you think that number is?
Probably like $3 million.
Yeah.
$2 to $3 million for
Yeah.
sure. Because, I mean, Poirier is probably one of the biggest draws that they have right now. We were even talking about this earlier, that, like, even though, Dustin Poirier, he's kind of coming in that age where can't see him fighting for the belt really anytime soon, realistically. He's still a big name, 1,000%. I mean, like, dude's beaten Conor like 2 times, although the last time, it's debatable as to whether he actually beat Conor or not. But, great fighter. And,
Yeah.
with even the fight versus Gaethje, that's what everyone was talking about, like last year when they were promoting that. So he deserves that sort of paycheck, I think, especially when he's getting in that age where I think, you could see him retiring this year. I think that's fair enough to say.
Yeah, no, he seems like a level-headed family guy. He probably doesn't want to get too beat up. Wants to
Yeah.
be around playing catch with his kids, all the
Yeah.
cliches that you think about when you have one.
Yeah, and he's got, like, businesses.
Yeah, he's got the hot sauce
The
business.
hot sauce
Yeah.
business. So,
So I want to try it. I should order that
I want to
online.
try that, too. We should do that on the show. Yeah,
We should.
That should be super
We should have
cool.
a Dustin Poirier hot sauce sampling platter.
Let's do it. That'd be sick.
All right. Yeah, I like it. Great idea.
oh,
We just
yeah.
have chips and
Chips,
Hot
dip it
sauce.
in, chips and hot sauce. Perfect.
I love it.
But yeah, I mean, he's kind of in that age
Also,
where-
this post, we don't have audio on it, but it's pretty funny.
yeah.
So he posted the scene from Ricky Bobby where the French driver, I forgot, Sacha Baron Cohen's character, has him pinned up against a pool table. And he's like, I want you to say you like crepes. He's like, not going to do it, Frenchie. He's like,
He's putting
he's
himself
like-
in Ricky Bobby's shoes right now.
hey,
Benoit's
hey, I got an idea for you. How about you go ahead and break my arm? Do you remember that scene?
I do. I love that movie. Man.
Anyway.
I think, yeah, who knows, that might happen in the fight. But, yeah. So I'm glad the fight's back on because that was going to be a big one, I think, for sure. And, I mean, that whole card, 299, is, like, debatably more stacked than 300. So, it would have been a huge loss if that one was gone, though. But although I don't know if the momentum would have changed so much. I mean, yeah, you're looking at it right now, like 299. It's got some crazy bangers on there.
Pull it on up here.
Yeah, O'Malley versus Cheeto. I mean, that one's kind of that's got people talking, and we'll definitely talk about that when it's coming up. But
Cheeto's the only guy to beat O'Malley, right?
yeah, technically, yeah.
Technically.
Yeah, because it, like, kicked him once, hit a nerve. O'Malley couldn't continue.
Right.
Yeah, and then
Still a win, though.
Oh yeah, still
Yeah.
a win. But then we got Holland versus Michael Venom Page. Michael Venom Page, former Bellator fighter.
No
making
body
huge
shot for
leap
Venom
ahead.
Page.
No body shot.
No love.
He actually got his photo shoot, I think, over the week for the first time. So I think those are still processing. We'll
Oh,
see.
no way.
So, but then we
Dude's
got,
a beast.
Oh yeah.
21-2.
Although people claim he's a can crusher, so we'll see.
Kevin Holland, he just doesn't have he likes to fight, but it seems like he doesn't have that grit to kind of want to win after a little bit. Once things start going sideways, he turns it into a joke.
1,000%.
Yeah.
It's just, it's a motivation thing that's weird for him right now. And it sucks because I want to see him, like, succeed. He's a pretty entertaining personality.
If he was taking it seriously, like, Izzy or somebody, like, he could be a superstar because of his personality.
For sure.
Or no, Sean O'Malley.
Sean O'Malley.
Yeah, Sean O'Malley's very colorful, but he takes his job very seriously. Not to say Kevin Holland's not training hard and getting ready for this fight, but it seems like he kind of has the skills to take it to the next level, but he just doesn't really do it.
Yeah, give him a BMF fight at least.
Yeah.
But then we have Gilbert Burns versus JDM.
Gilbert Burns still doing it.
Oh, yeah. And could have been fighting for the belt last year, but he tweaked up his arm against Bilal, and Bilal got that W, unfortunately. But then we got Peter Yan versus Song Yadong. That's a huge one. Curtis Blades.
Couple bombers.
Oh, yeah.
There's going to be fireworks in that one,
Two absolute assassins in that one. I don't imagine this going to a decision at all.
No. Song Yadong can take him and give him out, dude.
Oh, yeah. Same with Peter Yan.
Yeah.
Or Piotr Yan, I guess.
Piotr. Peter, if we talk to O'Malley.
True.
Yeah, he refuses to call him Piotr.
Absolutely. Let's see what else we got.
And
Blades versus
Curtis
Almeida.
Blades, all right.
Blades coming out of an injury, I believe, was going to fight Almeida at UFC Sao Paulo. That didn't end up happening, but now we'll actually see if Almeida's got what it takes against like an actual grappler.
Right.
If Blades has the IQ to actually grapple instead of like stand up with him, but we'll see. We'll talk about that in the future. But
Blades is more of a stand-up fighter, anyways. Though, right?
Yeah, he doesn't really want to wrestle anymore, but he's a wrestler.
Okay.
So but yeah.
There's a lot of guys like that are wrestlers that just don't want to get down. Yeah, Gaethje's one of them. Yeah, for sure.
So, yeah,
I feel like
great card. But let's talk about something real quick that I wanted to highlight. That's just interesting. I mean, we'll talk about the Royal Rumble briefly, but we'll talk about. We won't talk about Vince, but we'll talk about something connected to Vince.
All right.
That still involves MMA in a sense, because there's a former MMA heavyweight champion, Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar was recently removed from the WWE's creative plans because he was tied to Vince's allegations. And, I didn't look into all the details, but trafficking was involved, and allegedly Lesnar was involved in that trafficking too. So now, ever since then, WWE's I think cleaning house entirely, and I think especially with Lesnar's involvement, he's not going to be a part of any more storylines anymore, at least for the foreseeable future. But I doubt he's coming back. Honestly, I think all of his merchandise is on sale for 99% off.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so here we go. This is from Yahoo Entertainment. While Brock Lesnar was not named in the lawsuit, reports from the Wall Street Journal suggest he was the individual referred to as WWE superstar and, quote, former UFC heavyweight champion, end quote, involved in the allegations. Consequently, WWE allegedly replaced Lesnar with NXT star Braun Breaker in the Royal Rumble.
And originally Lesnar was going to have a storyline against Mysterio's kid, upcoming, and they were gonna fight and everything, but
Dominic Mysterio, okay.
So, yeah, I mean, what a terrible way to kind of go off, I mean, it's just disappointing to see that stuff. Really terrible. I mean, also not exactly surprising, but I think for me personally, it's I kind of was getting into UFC as a kid when Brock got the belt and everything, and he was kind of this big name where he's former pro wrestler who was at such an old age, who beats who did he beat? Couture, Randy Couture. And I mean, I didn't look up to him, but it's crazy to have that level of success and stuff like that. And then favorite heavyweight Cain Velasquez shows up and then completely wipes him out, but it's fine. But now you kind of see this. And he was doing so well, too, for the past few years with that whole, I don't know, cowboy, biker personality that he was doing in the WWE and stuff.
Oh, so he kind of tried to be a little bit like The Undertaker, kind of?
Exactly.
Okay.
A little bit.
Or, Steve Austin kind of had a biker personality too.
Mm-hmm,
Yeah.
For sure, yeah. He was kind of like, he was doing like that, still like that violent aggression era, whatever they called it, but also kind of bringing back
The Attitude
the
Era.
Attitude Era too with what he was doing right now. And I really liked that. And he had a great match with Cody Rhodes too. And so kind of just
Cody Rhodes is somebody that's bounced around a little bit, right?
He's bounced out. He started out, I think, with Vince, then was like a big key figure in bringing AEW like from the come up from where it was, then goes back here, and now that we're talking about him, Cody Rhodes won the Royal Rumble over Saturday, and he's going to fight Roman Reigns again. And not only is this huge that he won the Royal Rumble, but he won it like consecutively because he won it last year. And the last time someone did that, I think, was either Triple H or Steve Austin.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So big ups to him, and I really think this is going to be the guy to take out Roman.
Oh, you think so? Okay.
I think so. And I think a lot of people are kind of tired of Roman at this point. I mean, I love Roman Reigns, obviously, for what he's doing, and if you know his story, you can...
He had, like, what do you have, like leukemia or something? What? He had leukemia.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
And, but, yeah, I think people are kind of tired of this whole bloodline thing happening. And so now people are saying Cody Rhodes is going to be the one to kind of like get that Universal Championship. So I have a good feeling about it too. I think he'll do it, and he'll do what Dusty couldn't, So I think that'll be big, and I think he deserves that because ever since Cody Rhodes came back from AEW, he had just been nonstop doing all of these crazy matches, like that whole trilogy with Seth Rollins and having that torn pec and beating him with that. I don't know if you saw that, but like that was a few years ago. That was crazy. So he's a hard worker. He's been a hard worker for the past like few years, ever since he came back from AEW. So, it goes against Roman Reigns. It was close, but wasn't able to do it. But now again, Cody's just been, goes against Brock. After that, goes against Lesnar. And so I really think that this year, he's been working hard enough where I think he can be the new face of the WWE. I mean, he's on the 2K24 cover.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. So
cool.
I think that's big.
Well, here, Nico, let's take a quick little break, and we'll be back in just a sec.
Let's do it.
All right.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I send the payment to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here to talk about, in this part of the show, tomorrow, we're going to have a UFC fight night. And it's going to be tomorrow, February 3rd on ESPN Plus, or alternatively. And it's going to be a middleweight bout. That's going to be the main card, or main event. Roman Dolidze versus Nasruddin Imavov. And I have some opinions on that being the main event, and we could talk about that over time. Daniel, I know you got some catching up to do, but I'd love to talk to you about it. You know
dude.
some of the names on here. So let's get right into it. So I think we'll definitely talk about the main card primarily. And I want to highlight this real quick. You have Roman versus Imavov as the main event, which, you know, I'm not crazy about these guys as middleweights. It's not like they're bad. They're pretty great fighters. It's just like, as prospects, not my favorite. Especially since, you know, if you look at both of their past fights, it's like, okay, it kind of leaves a bad taste in your mouth. You look at the co-main, Renato Moicano versus Drew Dober, two of probably the most exciting fighters in the lightweight roster in the lower top 15 right now. That should have been the main event, in my opinion. But either way, you know, I'm not a matchmaker, but I think that's a questionable thing to highlight as a main event. But we'll get into it right now. I mean, yeah, you're looking at Drew Dober, so let's talk about Drew Dober versus Renato Moicano.
So here are his past fights, as you brought up earlier.
Yeah. Drew Dober has crazy power for a lightweight, crazy looking chin too, very chiseled. But most of the guys that he's taken out, he's knocking out like really early in the rounds or even really late. The only really bad loss that he had was the Frivola fight, although a lot of people think that stoppage was questionable. I don't know if you've seen the fight, Daniel.
I did see the fight, actually.
Okay,
Yeah.
What do you think of that fight?
I thought that Frivola was getting knocked early, dude.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. It was just a bomb fest, really.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Drew Dober, like, the thing is, when he gets punched, it looks like it hurts him more than it actually does.
Yeah.
So I think the dude's getting his brain rattled pretty early.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. I think that's definitely what happened.
So, like, you know, okay, when Sean O'Malley beat up that one dude with the green hair.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, he didn't go down.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine that Dober wasn't at least a little dazed in his head.
I think he
but
was
he could just
rocked for
take
sure.
him hard. Yeah.
But I don't think he was out completely.
Right. No, he wasn't.
For sure. And
Yeah.
that's kind of what makes it questionable. I mean, Fivola's a great fighter, and he definitely deserves like that sort of recognition after that, even though he got completely smoked by Benoit Saint-Denis right after that. But I think Dober still has it in him to be like a really, really big prospect in the lightweight division. And he should fight bigger names right now, and that's what he's doing right now. I mean, if you watched his fight against Ricky Glenn, I mean, I had Dober winning that for sure, just because Glenn's kind of but he smoked Glenn early again, so he still has it in him. You know, he's no fluke. So, do I think Dober's going to win against Moicano though? That is the question. I think Moicano, he's getting up in age, even though Dober's, I think, older. But he hasn't fought in a year because of that injury, and we don't really know what that he looks like now. Great fighter. He can scrap. I mean, he comes in last minute against RDA, filling in for I can't remember who, but takes it to a decision. I don't know if he really won that fight. RDA was looking really good, but you know, he has a lot of heart, you know, and he knows how to submit people really well, knows how to stand up really well. He's with ATT, so, you know, he's got a lot of good guys on his team. I mean, if you look at his record, you know, he beat Riddell. He lost the Dos Anjos fight, and that was like in 2022. But if you look, he beat Alex Hernandez via submission. I remember that being a pretty bad one. And, like, the only other loss other than the RDA one that he had was against Fiziev. But Fiziev is Fiziev, so that makes sense. But I think the fact of the matter is that Dober clearly still has that power. And can Moicano stand that power? Does he still have that chin? I don't know. I really don't know. I'm a big fan of Moicano, though, and I watch his live streams on YouTube every now and then. I do think it can make it to the second round for sure. Third, I don't know. In my head and heart says Dober, personally.
Yeah.
But
now, what's Dober's takedown defense like?
It's solid, I think. I mean, he knows how to grapple. He doesn't utilize it so much because he's not an offensive person, really. But when you see him use it, it's pretty good, personally. So I think if Moicano really wants to take it to the ground, I don't think it's going to be that easy. But then again, Moicano is a black belt, and I believe Dober's a brown belt. So that's kind of like if it goes to the ground, Moicano has the advantage. But trying to take that to the ground with the wrestling, I think Dober could be fine.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, because I was just checking out the stats. It looked like Moicano's won quite a few fights.
Yeah.
By submissions. Past couple wins have been by submission, right? So that's kind of, it's, stand up versus a grappler.
For sure. And
usually grapplers do all right.
They do okay.
Because even if they get hurt, they can just take your butt down.
For sure. I mean, we've seen that with Charles, right? So
yeah.
Yeah.
What's up with Charles? What's his next fight looking like?
He's going to be at 300 fighting Arman.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so that'll be a big one.
Yeah. I love that guy.
Oh, he's great. He's great. And he's one of those guys who he's a grappler, but he's also he doesn't have a boxing base. He has a Muay Thai base, and that's really benefited him, I think, because he has crazy kicks, crazy power. He's super tough too. Even though he's been knocked down by a few guys, he's been able to take it. So
he's got that Muay Thai body.
Exactly.
Yeah, those long legs and just throwing those elbows.
So Moicano, though, he could game for sure, but he doesn't have that knockout power exactly. Dober does, 1,000%.
Yeah.
So if they keep this on the standing up, it's gonna be in Dober's favor for sure.
So we have a 13th ranked fighter versus a 15th ranked fighter. What do you think the result will be as far as seeding goes after this fight? Does this break them into the top 10?
I think depending on the win, Dober could for sure.
Okay, if it's impressive.
For sure, absolutely.
What about Moicano?
Moicano, him too. I think it just depends on the win for sure. Because Moicano, he's been out for a year. He's getting there in age. You don't really know what's going to happen. But if it's a really impressive win, I can see him getting a big name right now. The thing about lightweight's in such a weird position where Dana and Hunter have thrown so many grenades into it that it's just changed within the past few months.
How so? What do you mean by grenades?
We had Bobby Green versus Jalen Turner. Green was on the come up, and I think Green was originally going to fight someone else, and Jalen was taking it last minute.
Okay.
Jalen completely obliterates Bobby Green, right?
Yeah.
But also on the same night,
Bobby Green's kind of over the hill a little bit, though, right?
For sure.
No offense, Bobby. You can still beat me up.
But just to have that happen like that.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And then on the same night, you have Benny Dariush versus Arman Sarukian. Sarukian absolutely starches Benny right away.
Yeah.
And Arman's all of a sudden in the top 5. I think top 3. So.
Well, yeah. Dariush was knocking on the door.
Yeah, exactly.
I think he lost 2 fights.
I think so. 2 fights.
Yeah, 2 fights in a row, and that just killed it for him, dude.
I know, exactly. And then you have Charles versus Arman. You have Benoit Saint Denis versus Poirier. You have Gaethje fighting Holloway at lightweight.
Okay, yeah. So let's talk about that. So BMF, right? This is a good BMF matchup.
Mm-hmm.
But when I was on the show months ago, we were talking about Gaethje getting a title fight.
Yeah.
And we weren't talking about the BMF title.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I like the BMF matchup. That's great.
Yeah.
Is this going to be a real thing?
I think it's going to be like it's a real thing that whoever wins this is going to get some kind of shot. You can't deny that, I think, in my head.
Yeah.
Because Gaethje's already been so good. I mean, he's fighting for the BMF title for like the second time now. You know, because originally it was against Poirier, and he already deserves to fight Makhachev next, but he's not. So go against Holloway, who has never been knocked out in his entire career.
Yeah.
And if he goes and does something like that, like, give it to him. Now, I don't think it's going to be that easy because I'm a big Holloway fan, and I think Holloway has a better shot than people think.
Okay.
He's a small for a lightweight, but he is still fast. And if you remember that fight against Poirier, he was still looking pretty good. So we'll see what happens.
Well, he won.
There.
He won the fight against Poirier.
No, Poirier won that.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying. You're talking about Holloway?
Yeah.
My bad. I was zoned. I was trying to pull up another page.
my bad.
No, that was my fault. Okay. No, yeah. And so what is Holloway's record at lightweight?
Holloway's record at lightweight is, I mean, it's not great because, I mean, he moved up to, I believe, fight Khabib, but he had to fight Poirier first for the IC belt. That's what happened. But that's not to say that, like, Holloway's a bad lightweight. We just don't know because I think he wasn't, like, bulking up properly, you know?
Well, and we do know he is a great featherweight.
Great featherweight, great gatekeeper. He's pretty much gone through everyone that they feed at him. He just can't fight Volk because he's already fought him 3 times.
Yeah.
But in my head, like, and I'm being serious, if he wins this fight against Gaethje, he could fight Volk for a 4th time, in my head. If he really wanted that.
No, I mean that's.
Yeah,
it depends on how dominant Volkanovski is in this. They got to give him 2 title defenses away from Holloway, right?
Yeah, I think
Holloway.
So because if Holloway doesn't want to just stay at lightweight and go back at featherweight, you might as well give him the Volk fight and no other fight because he's gone through TKZ, he's gone through Arnold Allen. Let me see here. Who else?
So this is also the question. So Volkanovski is a bulkier guy.
Yeah.
Holloway, much taller, much more lanky. So I'm curious to see how those body types play into fighting up a division.
For sure.
Because Volkanovski seems like after those fights against Makhachev, seems like he could hang in the lightweight division.
Yeah.
Basically, beat or contend against anyone else.
Absolutely.
Right? Holloway, I mean, these skinny guys, if they fill out a little more, it could be to their advantage, but their reach is also not as much as an advantage if you're fighting down at 145.
Yeah, for sure. So it's definitely a weird one. I think it comes down to Holloway's speed versus Gaethje's power in this one.
Yeah, and that's the question. Will Holloway lose a bit of speed by bulking up?
Yeah.
But at the same time compensate with the power he's gaining?
And he still has that boxer's IQ though. You got to remember that.
Yeah. How much does he walk around at?
I don't know actually.
Let's see here. The UFC page seemed to have the actual stats. Here we go. So we got. Oh, it just says 145.
I wouldn't imagine he's like that big when he's just standing.
Yeah, I can't imagine that Sean O'Malley doesn't cut more than 25 pounds.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, because O'Malley, I think naturally is a welterweight.
Oh, my gosh. That's crazy.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
That is absolutely crazy.
Nuts. But, yeah, Holloway, I can see him being like a natural lightweight even, potentially. But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, dude, he basically beats everybody except for Volkanovski. He's only taking this break from the division to catch a little bit of attention, I feel. Like, not like he's an attention seeker, but he wants to prove I can't get in his head, but to me this a win in lightweight division would indicate he is still on that level of Volkanovski, which would indicate another title fight for the featherweight division.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or maybe they do a little catch weight.
Oh, yeah.
They could do a catch weight.
that.
No belt on the line, but still it would just be – it would make pay-per-view numbers whether or not there'd be a belt.
They're huge draws, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, recent news real quick that technically it was a movie, but it has to do with combat sports. It means a lot to me. Like this just in, Carl Weathers just passed away. Apollo Creed.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, and that's wow.
Wow.
That honestly hurts a little bit because Rocky's one of my favorite. I'm wearing a Mickey's Gym shirt right here. For anyone who knows, Rocky's one of my favorite films. Apollo Creed's also one of my favorite characters of all time, and like he was the perfect yin to Rocky's yang in that film. And I mean, Carl Weathers in general, just such a great actor. Was great in The Mandalorian, great in Arrested Development.
Yeah, he was. That was really funny.
Yeah, so rest in peace, man. Rest in peace to Carl Weathers. Rest in peace to, I mean, Apollo Creed also already died in the movies, but officially, so, man.
Yeah, legend, dude. That's crazy.
Absolutely. The
Also, Happy Gilmore.
Happy Gilmore.
He was absolutely awesome in that movie. He was just in a commercial recently too.
Oh yeah.
It was who was it? It was Gronk. So Gronkowski is walking through like the desert, and he's got a big beard on, and he's gonna try to kick a field goal for the Super Bowl.
No, okay.
And Carl Weathers picks him up in a car and is like, "You're gonna make it this time," and they pull away. So
there is no tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Man.
Rest in peace, Apollo Creed.
Also, wait, was he in?
He was Predator.
That's what I was. Yeah, he was in Predator too. Another great movie.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I know he's an actor, but big, I guess big proponent in popularizing the sports of boxing, at least in my mind, because that movie is what got me into combat sports. So
Oh, is it now?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
1000%. So that's definitely something I think I should highlight as the host of this program. But yeah, rest in peace.
Yeah, for sure. So he was 76. Family announced he died.
Wow.
Oh, he died. He passed away Tuesday at the age of 76.
Oh,
So they made the announcement a little late,
Okay.
I guess. Yeah, so it's updated February 2nd.
Okay.
Yeah. Carl Weathers,
What a career.
What a
career.
legend.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I mean, not to let's not end this on a bleak note because we got to wrap up soon for sure.
It says he was also in The Mandalorian.
Yeah.
What-
He was a character.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he was like the friend of Mando and stuff like that. So
What
yeah,
a beast.
we'll see what happens there. Yeah, big lucrative career for sure. So
Yeah.
that's cool.
I mean, back when movies were huge too. Predator.
Oh yeah, for sure. Man.
Well, looks like we're almost at that time here,
Almost
Nico.
at that time, yeah. So before we close it off, I'll just say real quick, I think Delice is going to win in the main event, but that's fine, whatever. So, yeah, that's the Combat Cave. Daniel, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
I look forward to doing more of these within the coming weeks. It's going to be a lot of fun, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Heck yeah. So to everyone who was watching, thank you for joining in. And, yeah, enjoy the rest of the other programs, everyone. Have a good Friday.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I send the payment to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves, not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPS's. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when they send the payments. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't have, do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves, not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPS's. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I send the payments. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Auburn's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing.
Maybe we could turn the favor.
We did it. We're live. We made it. Going for 2 here on 22S Radio, 88.1 FM, HD3, KKJZ, Long Beach, Los Angeles. My name is Jerry Reynoso, and I'm joined here by the one and only Matty Ice.
Yeah,
what up, brother? We got plenty of NFL to talk about today, don't
Man, it's a little depressing, you know.
we? Why is that?
Yeah, what you mean? You had the 49ers and the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. This is the worst Super Bowl I've ever dealt with as a Raider fan. And they're playing at Allegiant Stadium. So it's triple loss, bro.
We got plenty to talk about for sure. This might be very unethical, but I'm going to say it right now. If an earthquake somehow happened in Las Vegas which stopped the game, meaning they canceled it, I think that's a W.
Low key.
Or some, yeah.
On the lowest of keys.
Yeah, the lowest of keys, yeah. Anyways, plenty to talk about. Welcome again to Going for 2. This is the show, if you're just joining us, where we talk all things NFL here on 22S Radio. There's a lot of shows going on today here, so if you're a big sports fan, especially join us here on 22S Radio, stick around. We got many other sports to talk about. But today, for this hour, NFL time. And we'll start off with a conversation of coaches. One that I know that you want to talk about, one that I really don't want to talk about, and that is the departure of
Dan Quinn to the Commanders?
Dan Quinn to the Commanders.
First of all, that came out of nowhere. Like, Dan Quinn was like, it felt like the second option for the Commanders, and like a team that, like, I don't even know that they interviewed him. I'm not even 100% that they interviewed him. So like, yeah, the Commanders picking Dan Quinn when they interviewed Bill Belichick was a surprise.
No, most definitely, yeah. And which is even more surprised, Bill Belichick doesn't have a job. Neither does Pete Carroll. So
yeah.
Every team is now filled out. I don't even know who the Seattle Seahawks picked up, but it wasn't any of them. I can't remember his name.
I
but
think it
somebody
was,
doesn't have a high-end resume for sure.
Yeah, I think
Mike
it was like
Vrabel is
a
available. Pete Carroll available.
Right.
Bill Belichick's available.
Right.
Those, I think, are the top 3 candidates right now that don't have a job at all and won't have a job in the NFL for this year.
Right.
So,
unless they're willing.
OC.
Yeah, unless they want to be a coordinator, they could do that. But like, if they got to be a head coach, they got to wait another year.
Which there are spots. I mean, Mike Vrabel, he was, defensive player, so
Yeah.
he could become a defensive coordinator at the Cowboys, replace Dan Quinn. But, dude, Dan Quinn, that just fills up a big hole that I'm not excited about as a Cowboys fan. So, I don't know, man. I'm not happy about this. But that's one of the biggest news for coaching hirings this week. And I think what I want to transition to, especially since you're a Raiders fan, I think this is a bigger deal than people are making out of. Cliff Kingsbury.
Bro,
back in the NFL.
Bro, back in the NFL and ready to put the Raiders back on the map, bro. Like that was like a top 3 pick when it comes to the Raiders and offensive coordinator. It was Cliff Kingsbury, the Kubiak from OC from the 49ers, and then like Zach Robinson from the Rams, So like Cliff Kingsbury coming back, like that this hire makes me look at Cliff Kingsbury like he's looking for another head coaching spot.
No, most definitely. He definitely wants to rebound after what happened with him in Arizona, which to me personally, I don't think was fair. But I think regardless with him or not, Arizona might be fine. Right. But he's definitely a NFL coach that needs to be a head coach somewhere. And you look at teams where, those teams where the coaches are in their final year of their contract or they have one more year on this hot seat. I'm looking at you, Mike McCarthy. If Kingsbury has a great year with the Raiders at OC and he wants to head straight to a head coaching job, Dallas might be an option. That's just thinking way too far ahead into the board, but I do think him teaming up with Antonio Pierce, who is very, very, very defensive heavy. I
Right.
mean, we saw that as soon as he took over the helm in Las Vegas. Fantastic pickup, dude. There's nothing else to do it, and I hate to say it, things are looking bright for the Raiders.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. Like, their coaching staff has been amazing. Like, they also hired Marvin Lewis, 15-year head coach from the Cincinnati Bengals, to be their assistant coach, and he has a lot of ties with Antonio Pierce on that Arizona State defensive staff. He was co-defensive coordinator for them over there. And yeah, like the things that Mark Davis and Tom Telesco and Antonio Pierce is doing to the staff is like very strategic, and they're taking their time. Like, that's one thing I really like. Pass regimes for the Raiders that, like, it's just like, oh, let's just make that big splash and then have that big splash just control the team. But, like, this feels more different. This feels like a collaborative effort, which I really like. And yeah, if Cliff Kingsbury wants a head coaching job, which I think he does by the move that he's doing by going back to the NFL, you know, if the Raiders are able to be a top 10 offense for, I would say it would probably take like 2 years for him to like really get considerations, really. So if those 3 years with the Raiders, you find a way to be a top 10 offense, like, you could see Cliff Kingsbury being on one of those, like, just one of the options of like being a head coach again. Yeah, so like it's looking good for the Raiders. You know, just got to make that splash in the draft, really, when it comes to the quarterback situation. So, like, if that happens, like, it'd be a good offense season.
No, most definitely. And the scary part is that he doesn't even have a quarterback to play with yet, and it's still an amazing pickup.
Right.
So once that quarterback situation is figured out for the Las Vegas Raiders, Michael Penix Jr. maybe.
Bro,
I mean, we don't know what exactly that's going to look like. We don't know if they're going to go through the draft. We're going to trade away that pick number 13 to go somewhere within the league. But the foundation is set for the personnel for the Raiders, and I think that's something to be excited for sure if you're a Las Vegas fan. With that being said, couldn't agree more. Let's look at other coaches that have been hired. One has been caught by surprise, but the NFC East, which I like to say has been very poor these past couple years, is stacking up with their personnel as well. I mean, again, we talk about the Washington Commanders. They're going through a whole change from back to front. They had to change their whole name. They had to change everything, their entire ownership, everything. And changes are continuously being made. Dan Quinn is hired. I'm sure OCs and DCs, that staff he's going to set up just fine. But it's not the only team in the NFC East that is getting things in order. Nothing for the Giants so far. But for the Eagles, they did pick up defensive coordinator Vic Fangio from Miami. That's a fun pickup. But what I learned as well is that they've also picked up Kellen Moore as the offensive coordinator. So he has now left the Los Angeles Chargers as the OC there. Going back to the NFC East, was always with the Cowboys. Just going to the most hated franchise that the Cowboys hate. He's a offensive coordinator there. I don't know how to feel about that. I'm not too happy. Could have gone everywhere else. There's so many spots, dude. I mean, and you decided to go with the Eagles. I do agree with the pickup from the Eagles, though. That is a fantastic idea. They were missing that. They were missing an offensive leader, an offensive play caller. And Nick Sirianni himself, he's on a hot seat as well. So he definitely needs a lot of slack to make in order to keep his seat as the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. But what are your thoughts of Kellen Moore heading to Philadelphia?
Kellen Moore, I mean, this is an offensive coordinator that's been in talks of getting a head coaching job for years now. Like, and I think so many teams are just willing to keep him at the offensive coordinator. He's a great offensive coordinator, and like, despite maybe the issues he had with Dallas or the things that might not have went well in Dallas, like, he's still a great mind. He was with the Chargers last year, and you know, that whole situation fell through. But Kellen Moore, that's a good pickup for Philly because they struggled offensively in terms of being explosive. And I think Kellen Moore is just a great mind of just writing up plays. And hopefully, I think this move is just them being able to be more explosive in the passing game and just being able to move the ball and having energy on that side. Like, it's a very aggressive move, very good move by them. Not so much for the Cowboys or everybody else in that division, but I think it was a good move for them, for sure.
Most definitely. I mean, like I said, coming from an unbiased opinion, this team looks fun already on paper. They just needed leaders from a coaching perspective, and I think they pretty much got them. I'm very questionable on Vic Fangio, to be honest. I mean, I know he had that stint, I believe it was in Chicago or Denver, where it was just completely messy, but it also goes on forward with the rest of the coaching personnel. I mean, Chicago and Denver, whatever he was at those places or not, those two teams have just been not up to par. So, but we see what he done at Miami.
Yeah.
You know, he did it really well with Andrew Van Ginkel and company, Christian Wilkins and whatnot. So that team was really well versed defensively. So I wouldn't be surprised if they could figure things out for him over in Philadelphia as well. Just looking more down the ranks, New England, they have acquired teammates for Jared Mayo. OC Alex Van Pelt, DC DeMarcus Covington, and special teams coordinator Jeremy Springer. Some of these are former players here, and some of them are just players or coaches who were in the college ranks. So they have pretty much, they're formed up on that. And I think to wrap things up on that, there's another head coaching hire that we all don't know about. That I think needs to be pretty cool to talk about. Teddy Bridgewater, he's a head coach now. Not in the NFL, but he's also a head coach now. Been named the head coach at Miami Northwestern High School, which is alma mater. Now, we've seen players and coaches become coaches of high school. I think the most notable coach in high school that used to be a former player recently was Jason Witten. He's coaching a team out in Texas. And Teddy Bridgewater becomes one of those players as well. Yeah. I'd like to think of Sean Payton, who during that year he served some kind of suspension. He went to go coach a local high school in New Orleans as well. I thought that was pretty cool. So what is your overall thoughts of former players and current coaches or former coaches going back to the roots and coaching in high school?
I think I think that's the move now. I think like former players going back to coach is the move, because like it's like these former players are younger.
Yeah.
And the coaches are relating more to the players now. Mm-hmm. And like that's the big movement. We said that last week of like it's so important for these coaches to be able to relate to the players, and like that's the move now. So like it's so important, like especially if you do want to be a head coach in the NFL, like always start in the high school rank and always work your way up in that way. Yeah, but like NFL players giving back to the youth is always nice to see. It's always dope to see, because like like if you got a dream to be in an NFL, like this, like be coached by an NFL player, like that's a good person to be able to pick that brain of, and like to be able to grow in that regard. But like yeah, former players going back to coach is so important, because like they got so much to give, they got so much knowledge, like it also gives them something to do, because you see a lot of former players just wash out after they play. Like they don't have a backup plan after they retire, or they don't have a plan when they do retire. So like to be able to still be in the NFL, maybe not to hit somebody, but like to just be able to teach in that regard is very important, just to give back.
Most definitely. And I mean, you and I were not new when it comes to former NFL players coming to coach. We both went to Long Beach Poly. Dude, your coach,
Jack Rabbit, you know what I'm saying?
Antonio Pierce, coached at our alma mater, Long Beach Polytechnic High School, and rose the ranks there. Now he's head coaching your favorite NFL team, so that must be awesome. On top of that, it's a beautiful story which continues to get talked about, but for us, it hits home. Jack Jones, his own secondary player, right? Coached them in high school. Now they're coaching in the pros. I think that's beautiful. I think that's pretty much what we got for hires. There's so many more, but I think those were the most notable hirings in the NFL. this week and so much more. I mean, like I said, there's still minor positions to be worked on, some defensive coordinator spots. I mean, the Cowboys, they now need a defensive coordinator.
How about Ron Rivera?
Ron Rivera would not be a bad idea, to be honest with you. We didn't have an OC. We didn't have an offensive coordinator, which is annoying. Which the reason why is because Mike McCarthy called all the plays. You saw how that ended up. I wouldn't be surprised if that remains a thing for 2024. Ron Rivera would be a nice pickup, but I don't know, man. Like I said, Mike Vrabel's still available. Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll is a defensive-heavy guy as well. I think that'll be pretty fun, but I think that's just a potential clash of egos with the high-end, most things on the resume coaches.
I think I think this whole situation is definitely about ego. Like, it's more so like all the guys that you did mention is gonna be like, do they want to wait a year or two to get another head coaching job, or they're willing to swallow their ego and be like, I'm willing to be a coordinator and build myself back up in that regard.
Yeah.
To get another head coaching job.
Exactly that. And I want to go young, to be honest, dude. I mean, like, I get it. There's all these options. I think for me personally, if I want somebody to be a defensive coordinator, and I'm looking at the coaches that were looking for a head coaching position, I go Mike Vrabel. He's the youngest out of the biggest options left. Because if you think about it, you pick up somebody like Ron Rivera, which I totally forgot that he was an option. Ron Rivera becomes a DC. Things don't work out for Mike McCarthy. He gets fired. What are the odds that they're gonna elevate Ron Rivera into the head coaching job? I don't want Ron Rivera to be my head coach. You know what I mean? And I think that's the only thing that Ron Rivera is willing to stay for. If he does go to Dallas, is to become the head coach eventually. But I really don't want that to happen. I'd rather go young. I'd rather go give someone a new opportunity. Like I said, Cliff Kingsbury. That looks fun to me for the evident future. But that's only if Mike McCarthy can figure things out. Which as of right now, can't really say anything about that. We're in the off season, and so we'll just have to wait and see how the Cowboys cook.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that'll do it for our chat when it comes to coaching hires. Again, big blow for my Dallas Cowboys as, yeah.
Yeah.
Quinn is gone. He's over to watch the Commanders. We're going to have to play him twice a week or twice a season now.
Yeah, I think that was a lateral move, really. You went from Ron Rivera to Dan Quinn. It was like, that's not the splash you were looking for.
I think from his perspective, it's cool, and the reason is because it's a start fresh company, right? Mm-hmm. Like I said, they're going super fresh. They don't have a winning record at all. They're changing their name, which they already done. New ownership, everything is new. That brand of a football team, they're trying to change everything. Yeah. They're looking to elevate in some way, and I think Dan Quinn wants to be that guy who can, bring the team from the dumps to a rise.
I mean, he was able to do it with Atlanta. Like,
yeah.
I mean, even though like it didn't end well.
Yeah.
But like he's a good coach. Like, he never was a bad coach. It was just it didn't end well in that situation in Atlanta, and he's obviously a great defensive coach, as we've seen with Dallas over the past couple years. It's just like, hopefully, like this time, you are able to bring the Commanders to relevancy, and if you do, just don't choke, really.
Yeah, man. I mean, like I said, I think they're a nice quarterback away from figuring things out. It was bound to happen. I'm not going to be delusional like, oh, my gosh, I'm surprised. Why did he leave? Dude, it was bound to happen. He was such a good coach. Same thing with Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore, I'm surprised he's not a whole head coach yet. Yeah. I would have thought last year would have been his last time being an OC, and things would have went well with the Chargers. But unfortunately, you had a guy on top of you like Brandon Staley who didn't do well, so that made you look poor.
Right. Speaking about OCs not getting elevated to be head coach, you had somebody in the building that you could have looked at too. Eric Bieniemy. Like, he's also been looking for a head coaching spot, and that could have been an option where you could have elevated him and started anew. So You know, a lot of situations, you know.
That is what it is. I don't
Yeah.
know exactly what goes through the GMs' heads when they
Nah.
make these kind of decisions, but we're pretty much at the point where everything is set up for next season. It already looks, fun. I like to say this year was very weird yet very entertaining, and I think that's why it was entertaining because it was different, right? We had teams that we thought were going to be completely terrible that were decent or very good. We had teams that we're used to seeing that were really good be terrible and then end up being good again, like the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, they had a terrible year. Come on, right?
Absolutely.
And somehow, some way, they're in the Super Bowl. I don't know how you write that kind of script, but the script was written.
Script
watched
was
it.
scripting.
Yeah,
You
for
know,
sure.
yeah.
But let's go and transition to talk about the big game. How did we get here? We had Baltimore play the Kansas City Chiefs. What the hell happened with Lamar Jackson?
The things I guess they continuously say about Lamar Jackson. It wasn't working from jump. Like, they didn't move the ball. Lamar Jackson decision making wasn't very good. Kansas City defense, to give them credit, played amazing. They had a game plan for him. I feel like they played a lot of zone, which hurt Lamar, I guess, in that regard. He didn't really. I don't think he used his legs enough. Like, I don't think he.
Which is crazy to say, right?
Yeah, like
he did not run enough the ball.
He didn't make enough plays on his own. Like, there was times where, like, he could have made that play with his legs, but he decided to throw. Maybe the outside noise got in his head. That's what it felt like. Like, it felt like he was trying too hard to do something, and he wasn't just allowing his play like he's been doing all year to, show. And that's just like, yeah. And that the thing is, like, you see Kansas City and the Chiefs, and you're like, throughout the year they didn't do well and this and that, but like when they gets to the playoffs, they're a problem.
Yeah.
And they show why they have been champions before and show why they're a threat multiple times. It's like they've been there and they done that and they know what to do. So, all credit.
Yeah, I mean, surprisingly, we're still surprised that they made it somehow, but we shouldn't be, right? And I agree. It just upsets me because we look back at the division round, and I said it before. I think I said it on the show. If the winner of the Chiefs-Bills game would have gone to Super Bowl, right? They would have knocked down Baltimore if they would have made it as well, which evidently they did. What's frustrating to me is that they didn't lose because of Josh Allen, the Buffalo Bills. They could have beaten the Chiefs, but because Tyler Bass missed the field goal.
There was also, I would say, like 3 moments in that game specifically that Buffalo lost. They went for it on 4th down. It didn't cost them that much because
they cleaned
Kansas
up with
City.
the touchback.
Yeah. But
I agree. You're right. That's true.
Yeah,
but
and then there was.
I still think Josh Allen did his job.
No, he did his job for sure.
This could have been the Super Bowl that could have been theirs. I mean, there's no other way to put it. It's sad. It's unfortunate, and it's the beauty and misery of football, dude. I mean, I keep saying it over and over again. This should have been Josh Allen's year. In all honesty,
it could have been.
But could have been. Didn't happen. Not much to break down for that game, Chiefs and Baltimore. I think the biggest thing is looking at Detroit and San Francisco. I mean, what a heartbreak that is, and there's a lot of things to talk about with that. First and foremost, we're talking about coaches. Dan Campbell, who just got really greedy in this game and just didn't utilize his kicker like you're supposed to in, I guess you could say, unwritten rule manner.
Yeah, it was tail of 2 halves for sure. You know what I'm saying? It was all Lions first half, 24. They didn't score in the second half. And then it was all, San Francisco for the second half. I don't have an issue with the aggressive play, right? The aggressive play literally got them in that position. Like, that's literally his whole
broke,
thing.
Don't fix it.
Right. But, I mean, back-to-back, like, you went for it on 4th down back-to-back, and you didn't get it. And we talk about moments in sports, and if you win those moments, you could prevail. And the first time they did it, I didn't have an issue with. They passed it Jared Goff passed it to Reynolds, and he just dropped it. Like, if he caught it, first down, the drive keeps going. But that second time, San Francisco had the lead. They went down, they kicked the field goal, and they were up 3, 27-24. The issue I have is you went for it on fourth down on your, I think it was their last offensive possession.
Yeah.
And
didn't convert.
Yeah, you didn't convert it, but this was a crunch time situation. This was like a moment of, like, you must have extreme confidence in your defense, because all San Francisco did was run out the clock.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you would have kicked a field goal, you should have played the score. Like, exactly. That was the most important part about it. Of, like, you didn't play the score. Like, you're playing like it was 11 minutes in the second quarter.
Yeah.
Like, nah, this is fourth quarter, and this is like the last 5-6 minutes left in the game, and you didn't play like that. Like, that's the issue about that moment of, like, you should have played the field goal game in that regard of, like, okay, you kicked the field goal there, you kicked the ball away, let the San Francisco 49ers run the ball.
The clock, the ball back, which they did, right? They won the ball back, and then they got that touchdown with a minute left.
Right.
There's a couple things that I'm upset about on that last drive, but if they got that touchdown, it would have been a tight ball game.
Right.
You know what I mean? San Francisco would have had a minute left or less, because if you're at the third and goal, right? Mm-hmm. You punch that goal in, run that clock a little bit. Yeah. Take your time. Force them to use their timeouts while you had the ball in the end zone.
Right.
That's what I'm thinking. That's just game time situation awareness there. And I think that was just very poor, just disregarding exactly what the score was, acting like the score didn't matter, which honestly it does. You're in the championship playoffs. You have to identify that that's the case where you need to make better decisions. I think this decision-making was poor, especially not only when they didn't take that field goal, when they made that when they attempted that second fourth down conversion, which they failed. But when they failed, and it resulted in a Niners touchdown.
Right, and then it's a 2-score game. You got to rush down and score as they did. And
not only that, with 5 minutes left, it took them 4 minutes to get a touchdown. There's a minute left.
Right.
On third and goal, I believe, which they got.
And they ran it.
They ran it. Instead of going for a pass, if there's no options, throw out of bounds. Hey, fourth down, oh well. But you run it, you fail to convert, you get stuffed, and then you call a timeout. You need those timeouts in case you do get the ball back. And that
should have passed it 4 times.
Should have passed it 4 times, no matter what. No matter what, you have to pass it 4 times.
Yeah, like with the 49ers, you got to play perfect. They're too good of a team for you to be making mistakes.
Yeah.
Like, they got too much of a defense. They will hold you. And the offense, they will score regardless. Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuels, and all credit, like, I might not think Brock Purdy is, like, the best quarterback, or might not think of him as, like, a top 15, or I think he's top 15, but maybe not top 10 quarterback, but, like, he did his job.
He did his job. It's at the end of the day. And unfortunately, I think same thing as Lamar Jackson, dude. Been doing their job all season long, but when it comes to the conference championship, they didn't do their job. And I think that's the tale of both conference games. It became one person from each side didn't do their job correctly, despite them doing their job correctly all season long. Yeah. With that being said, we're going to take our first break here on 22S Radio. Again, you're tuning in to 88.1 FM, HD3, KKJZ, Long Beach, Los Angeles. My name is Jerry Reynoso. I'm joined by the Matty Ice. We'll be back for more, going for 2, and talk about the Super Bowl, the big game going down in Las Vegas on February 11th. Next weekend should be fun. Be right back after this break.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't lead trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when they send the payment to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't have, do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't lead trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make.
Welcome back to Going for Two, the 22 West radio show where two hated rivals talk about NFL. I am Jerry Reynoso, joined by the one and only Matty Ice. Super Bowl time. The Kansas City Chiefs will unfortunately take on the San Francisco 49ers in a 2020 Super Bowl rematch.
Nasty work.
What do you want to talk about?
3 L's, bro. Chiefs, Allegiant Stadium, 49ers. You know, that's 3 L's right there as a Raider fan you take. And, yeah. So, like, I mean, arguably these two are the best team. I mean, they proved it. Like, they got into the playoffs regardless of what their seeding is. And they proved why they're the best teams. Like, these two teams, like, you have to play absolutely perfect. Like, so in this game, I expect a clean game, really. Like, not a lot of mistakes from these two teams. And, like, I think we're going to see some good football regardless of how I feel about each team in this. Yeah, like,
no, most
I think it's going to be a very good game.
Now, let me ask you this. We have a different quarterback matchup compared to 2020. You know, 2020 was Patrick Mahomes and Jimmy Garoppolo, right?
Yeah.
If I remember correctly. Don't
I
know
mean-
how, I have no idea how Jimmy Garoppolo made it to Super Bowl. I mean, but
The
that's
same way. I mean, the same way.
Brock Purdy did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically.
All right.
Yeah.
But
Great defense. Good offensive guys.
will we agree that this is a better quarterback matchup?
Yeah. It's definitely better. I think Brock Purdy, overall is better quarterback for sure, and younger. So, but he's second year in the league. I mean, there's been multiple players to win Super Bowls in their second year.
Yeah.
Brady, I think Mahomes too.
Mahomes too, second year starter. Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly that.
So like, there's that theme of like, is inexperience versus experience, like, is that going to be an issue? But regardless, majority of that San Francisco team was a part of that Super Bowl run
Yeah.
from a couple years ago. So it's going to be a very good game, and I think San Francisco going to do exactly what they've been doing. I don't see them changing their game plan, like defense heavy,
Yeah.
run the ball heavy.
Yeah. That rush defense is definitely gonna be gonna have to step up for Kansas City. I agree. I think this is a much better matchup that fares compared to 2020. Still very similar. I mean, I think it's safe to say that Brock Purdy is not a squad like leader, I guess you could say. He's not a team-changing quarterback. You can't just put Brock Purdy on any team.
Yeah,
and perform
he's
well,
not
right?
a game changer in that regard.
No,
Like,
yeah, exactly that.
you
Which is
definitely
okay, dude. It's okay.
That's okay.
It's a fine. We
Yeah,
don't have
like,
to make that a big deal.
Cause like
Not every Super Bowl, not every MVP has to win the Super Bowl.
Right.
And that has been the thing.
and not every quarterback is Patrick Mahomes. You know what I'm
That
saying?
too.
Seriously.
Yeah.
And like that was also like that was also one of the things that were like talked about when San Francisco won against the Lions, because Cam Newton on his podcast, he came out and said that he mentioned Brock Purdy as a game manager.
Yeah.
And I mean, the way he has said that, he doesn't see game managers as somebody that's like bad.
Of course.
Cause
I agree.
like right, and like that issue of game managers is like a negative connotation.
It shouldn't be.
Like, it's always like, oh, you called him a game manager, so he means like, oh, he's talking about him as a bad way. But like, no, Brock Purdy does his job at a high level.
Yeah.
In every way. Like, the things he does, like, if he doesn't turn over the ball, they're winning. Like, regardless. And like, so yeah, like, he's a better quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo, and like, you're gonna see better quarterback play, and but we're gonna see just high level of football.
Yeah.
You know?
No, most definitely. I think this should be a very fun matchup, despite who's playing. On paper, I wouldn't say it's an even like matchup.
Yeah.
I think San Francisco might be
Talent wise, San Francisco
San
has
Francisco is up there,
it.
but
They have it.
dude, we know.
But
how
I'll
Kansas
argue
City
that-
is, bro.
I mean, they had Tyreek and Hill, and then I would probably argue that they had the talent back then too. But yeah, talent's better for San Francisco, but you know,
They didn't have McCaffrey then.
didn't have McCaffrey.
They didn't have
then.
McCaffrey. McCaffrey, I'd like to say, is one of these sole foundations of this offense. I
Right.
mean, if the Chiefs could somehow, some way, which nobody has really been able to figure out, how to solve the problem that Christian McCaffrey is, if they could somehow stop him, I think the Chiefs can win
Right,
this
he's
game.
always scoring a touchdown.
I don't know how they're gonna do it. I'm not gonna be surprised if they figure it out. That's the thing.
Right.
You can't predict these kind of matchups. It's
Right.
not doable
Right.
because we've seen this before. You
No,
know?
literally, it's literally like, oh yeah, the Ravens have a better, or talent wise have a better team than
Then the Chiefs.
Chiefs.
Yeah, the Chiefs were 100% supposed to lose that
Yeah.
game, and somehow, some way, they ended up on top. So yeah, you cannot predict this matchup. I think it's more like seeing how we think it'll fare, and how we're hoping to see it. This is beyond the sports analysis spectrum. This is all. Let's be biased here now at this moment. Let's finally take a moment to just stop being analytical and just say how we feel. I think that's the biggest thing for sure. And just say it straight up with our hearts. Would you rather see the San Francisco 49ers win their 6th Super Bowl, which sounds annoying to me. My perspective,
It's
I
gonna
know
be
for
so
you as
annoying
well.
because the
I can't stand
people
San
in my
Francisco
family.
as a fan base in general, and I'm talking about the entire city in every sport. The Warriors I might be okay with, but everyone else, San Francisco Giants, Niners, dude, I lived there for a handful of years in that area, and as a LA fan, it's not fun at all. It's literally so pathetic. So yeah, I would not want them to have that kind of happiness, unfortunately. It's a
Yeah.
fact. But would you rather see San Francisco win, the city of San Francisco win, or would you rather see tens of thousands and maybe a million, which I wouldn't be surprised if up to that number, millions of posts of Taylor Swift
basically.
with Travis Kelce?
100%.
It's a die or die situation. How do you want to die this time?
100. This time, definitely want the 49ers to win.
You want the Niners to win?
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, I do. I look, cause there's two different Raider fans. There's the Raider fans that are from North Cal, and they have that real hate for the 49ers.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's their rivalry. And I became a Raider fan back in 2009. So all I know is Kansas City whooping up on the Raiders. So I got that real hate for Kansas City.
That's
I
it.
cannot stand Kansas City. They had Matt Castle, Alex Smith, Patrick Mahomes, like all of them. Ever since I've been a Raider fan, it's been Kansas City whooping our behinds. Every once in a year we get them one time and be like, oh yay. But like I got that real hate for Kansas City. So as much as I hate to say it, because the people in my family will rejoice and wave that red flag, San Francisco is my pick. Really, San Francisco is my pick. I think, as much as I hate to say, I think they got the best defense in the league, and that's something that I've stayed ahead of ever since this show started. I think San Francisco has been the best team overall, until they played the Ravens and they lost to the Ravens. But yeah, San Francisco is the team that I'm picking. I can't stand Kansas City, but I cannot see Kansas City win another ring, bro.
Dude,
I cannot.
It's like we can never come in agreement of things. You know,
No.
You're a Raider fan. I'm a Cowboy fan. Now we gotta
bro.
decide who's winning. The Super Bowl,
I
dude.
get it from your perspective, though. You're a Cowboys fan. That's hate too, bro.
Yeah.
But
Can we? What will make me feel better is we both agree that these two teams suck.
they both suck,
Okay.
bro.
I feel better.
I hate each and every
Can't
one of these
stand them
teams,
both.
bro.
Dude, it's same thing. I mean, it all comes down to just day one.
So you picking Kansas City to win? You want to see Taylor Swift hugging and kissing Kelsey and them celebrating 30 for 30s?
Dude. Give me Taylor Swift, bro. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't.
They're just
I
crazy,
can't. I gotta be
man.
on Team Taylor Swift this one time. It's gonna be one of my biggest regrets. The sad part is that I'm gonna be going for Kansas City, and if San Francisco wins, that's gonna be even worse. So, like I said at the beginning of the show, unethically, if somehow, some way the game is stopped and they have to cancel it, and nobody wins, it's an asterisk year. Both teams get a participation award.
Participation,
Bro.
award? Look, I'll
That's
happily
the
accept.
dream scenario, bro.
What you mean?
But that's not happening, I don't think. Dude, I'm about to go with Team Taylor Swift, and karma might kick my butt, dude. I don't know what else to say, bro. I just can't deal with San Francisco 49ers fans. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. Producer Tori's like,
Who
yeah,
you-
she's a song like that.
Who you think would?
Because here's the thing that you were saying. You have there's two different San Francisco fan bases,
Right.
right? There's the one from the Bay and there's the one from here.
Yeah.
I love my San Francisco Niner family that's from here. Those
Right.
are the ones that know what's up, and majority that I know are the Polynesian family. You know what I mean? All my Samoans.
Nah,
all my
right.
Polynesian- Those are the true San Francisco 49er fans that I love and respect. The rest piss me off, bro. I
Right.
can't stand the rest,
Right.
dude. The Niner gang.
Yeah,
The
bang,
bang,
bang, whatever, all that.
Shut
like,
up!
shut
I
up,
can't
bro.
stand you, dude. I
But-
cannot do it. You know.
But I
those are
can't.
the
I
ones-
can't hear another Chiefs Kingdom, bro. No,
Yeah, no,
no.
I
Like,
agree
get
with
out of here
you.
with that, bro.
The only
Like,
thing that's not bugging me is that I don't know any Chiefs fans, but I do know Taylor Swift fans. Those are the ones that I cannot get.
Cause they don't watch football. That's the issue. Like they don't watch football. They just watch football because Taylor Swift is dating.
Here's the thing, dude. I'm gonna look on ESPN the next day, the day of, dude.
It's gonna show.
Taylor
They're
Swift
gonna,
is gonna be on that parade bus,
bro. She gonna be on there.
She's gonna perform on the bus, bro.
Bro, she might. No, forget that. She might perform halftime.
With Usher.
Like right. They might call her down. They might
I
be like,
can't do it.
Usher, can we move y'all to next year? And we got Taylor Swift up there, like, bro, like.
Hey, dude, don't even get Usher's gonna be dope.
No,
Usher,
Usher.
I love
that's
Usher,
gonna be,
bro. Usher's
he's a
dope.
performer.
Now,
bro.
on top of that, if something like that happens, dude, I don't think I'm gonna watch the game at all, bro. I'm just
Bro.
gonna
I was thinking about skipping it for real. Like honest.
simulate it.
Like right, like just
Simulate the Super Bowl real
catch the
quick.
highlights, I guess.
Yeah.
You know.
I don't know, man. I can't do it. I can't do it either way. If I had to pick, I'm going Kansas City, unfortunately. I mean, look, now transitioning, if I wanted to from a tactical perspective, there's no quarterback like Mahomes. There's nobody that can out-joust him.
Right.
I just hope for a great game. Just San Francisco don't win. I mean, I hope it's close. I hope it's closer than the 2020 matchup. I think San Francisco were a little bit more behind on that one.
It was close.
It was close to a
and
certain extent.
then-
I think it was.
Yeah, like Jimmy Garoppolo like missed the open pass to
Yeah.
Emmanuel Sanders that would have like gave him the lead.
Mm.
But like, yeah, I guess like yeah, like I just hope for a good game always. For every, are you picking Patrick Mahomes for MVP?
No, I think no matter what, that's going to
Like
Lamar
Super-
Jackson. Oh, for Super Bowl,
Super Bowl MVP. My bad.
dude. If the Chiefs are gonna win, this is how I want them to win. I want to win because of defense. You know what I mean? I hope that.
Cause I mean, like we've always seen like we've seen like unlikely Super Bowl MVPs. Like we seen Malcolm Smith for Seattle win.
Butler.
Well, I don't think Malcolm Butler.
You didn't get the MVP?
I think Brady got it that year.
Really?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous, bro.
Yeah.
They would have. All right. Anyway, I think now the next conversation is the problem is who's selecting these MVPs. man.
Right. But I mean, I
Um,
think it's gonna be a lot more clear if San Francisco wins. I mean, a lot more like open.
Yeah.
Because like, cause like you always could give it to the quarterback when the quarterback is that great.
Yeah,
But,
unbiased. In that case, unbiased. I'm hoping Christian McCaffrey. If the Niners win, it's because of Christian McCaffrey. I don't hope it's because of Brock Purdy. I just think McCaffrey, with all that he's been through, I think what he went through is what someone like Saquon Barkley is going through, and he's looking at Christian McCaffrey as like, I hope I'm at your place one day. You know,
Yeah.
he was with drafted by a poor team,
Yeah.
stuck on, dealt with several years where it's
Was
like,
he
it
on that
terrible.
Super Bowl team?
Super Bowl 15?
Carolina team in
I
2015.
don't think so. I think he got drafted after that.
After
and he
that?
played maybe a year or two with Cam Newton. I have to look into that. But I don't think he went to the Super Bowl. But his rookie contract, basically, he dealt with that. Say hi to kids over here. We're live on 22 West Radio. What's up, kids? On field trip duty, talking about NFL things, Super Bowls this weekend. Hope y'all watching. But we have to wait and see what's going to go on this weekend. Yeah, I don't think McCaffrey was a part of that Super Bowl team. Played with Carolina through his rookie contract,
Right.
extended, I think,
Uh-huh.
and then got traded, right? He got traded
Yeah,
to San
yeah.
Francisco, and this is his second year with San Francisco,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So if anyone's going to win, San Francisco wins, I hope he becomes the MVP.
Yeah.
If
That's
I'm
probably be the only person I'd be happy for if they
Yeah.
win a Super Bowl is
I'll
Christian
be like,
McCaffrey.
yeah,
I'd be like, okay, Caffrey. Cause
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
like
Did your
Caffrey's
thing,
likable,
McCaffrey.
bro. Like,
Yeah, he's a great guy. He's a baller.
you
He's a
know what I
baller for
mean?
sure.
Yeah.
Dark horse pick if Kansas City Chiefs win. No offense. I'm just going to say it out here because why not? Algerius Sneed, dude.
Bro, that's what I was thinking.
Algerius Sneed.
Bro,
Why
I was
not? Dude,
thinking
that guy
that.
has
I
like
was
10 tackles
thinking
and
that.
assists per game. He's going to get 15 to
I
this
was
one. He's going to get multiple
really
stops.
thinking that. Like,
Why not?
him or Chris Jones, really.
Yeah.
Like,
And Chris Jones might be like, he is going to have like 7 sacks in order to get the MVP, bro. Not happening, dude. But why not? If I'm going to throw a dumb pick, Algerius Sneed, Chris Jones is a good one defensively. But Mahomes is going to be the game changer that we all know and that we're all aware of. So he's for sure most likely going to get the MVP. It's really, you can't really decide these things, you know what I mean? It just happens on the game. But yeah. Score prediction? Want to do it?
score position. Ooh, yeah. I think it's going to be a closer game in terms of the score. I don't think it's going to be high scoring.
You know what? We should probably save it for next week.
Okay.
Next week is the
Okay.
Super Bowl episode. Pro Bowl this weekend. You watching? Yes or no?
I'll catch the highlights, bro.
I'll catch the
It's flag football, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
nah.
I'll catch the
I'm
highlights.
good. I'll
It's
catch the
fun.
highlights.
I like what they're doing now. No more shoulders and pads. which
No, like I
appreciate.
get why they do it because like football is contact sport. You don't want a serious injury
Yeah.
in a
I agree.
exposition game, but like
Here's what I was listening to ESPN LA 710 for the Laker game last night. And it was John Island and Michael Thompson, father of Trace Thompson and Klay Thompson.
right.
And they were talking about the All-Star game for the NBA. And they're talking about the reserves and whatnot all released. And, you know, this weekend they have the Sabrina Ionescu and Stephen Curry.
Right. First ever. I like that.
Yeah, I like that too. I like how the All-Star game was continuously evolving for the NBA. But Michael Thompson was or John Allen asked Michael Thompson, hey, Michael, how can we get the players more interested for this to be more of an actual competitive matchup rather than a skillful matchup? You know, because you see it, the score is 140 to 145
Right.
every year. People are not playing defense. They're
Right.
doing dunks. Like
Right.
it's a slam dunk contest.
They only play defense the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly that. How do we make this more competitive for the players who want to play? You look at the NBA in-season tournament, again, kind of off topic, but you look at the NBA in-season tournament, they played for money. The winner of that tournament got a $500 bonus. Dude, throw in a winner takes all. If your team wins, those players get $1 million. I think that's a dope idea, especially in the NFL.
Right.
Play for the money. That makes it more interesting. More people want to play, more competitive, and more of the spirit of the game. Do you think that a cash prize would be pretty cool to add to Super Bowl?
It would definitely be cool, but I also think
Even if it's flag football.
I feel like maybe you should have an incentive for the conferences, like maybe like
That's what MLB does for the All-Star game.
Yeah,
the winner
like-
of the All-Star game gets to host the Game 7 of the World Series.
like in that regard, because like in football you have like a 50-50 field, I guess. Like no team really plays in their home arena, but like maybe have like I was gonna say like a playoff like type of incentive.
Okay. We'll definitely talk about that next week, for sure.
Yeah.
But I think that'll wrap us up here for Going for Two. It was fun. Plenty of things to talk about going forward, as much as it can be, right? Going for Two here on 22S Radio. Thank you for tuning in. My name is Jerry Reynoso and Matty Ice. We're going to tell you guys right now, stick and pay attention to social media, especially if you're a Long Beach student. We're going to be on Teed Up today for Day
Teed
4
Up,
Niner.
man.
Should be fun. We'll be joining them
Come
for
on,
that.
freak,
We'll send out the episode link for all that stuff. But nonetheless, that'll do it for us here on 22S Radio. Up next, we have Footy Fridays. You like soccer? Stick around with Zach Durham and Desi Lopez here on 22S Radio.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPS's. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when they send the payment to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPS's. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPS's. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My timers prices don't like to misuse it. And only you can't have do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPS's. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to episode 14 of Footy Fridays. We're your co-host, Zach Durham, Desi Lopez, with our favorite guest, Maher.
I thought I'd come in and crash the show today, guys. So, it's good
always
to be
appreciate
back.
it, man. Always appreciate it.
You're always welcome. Quite literally crashed the show. I mean, we were preparing, and we saw him, and he's
just dropped
he's
in.
here.
He
And
just
I'm
dropped
here,
in.
And I'm here, guys.
But I think that's a good way. I think it's a good, perfect way to kick off the episode, because yesterday we had quite a dandy of a game up in Wolverhampton.
Oh, my goodness. Mate.
Yeah.
Manu Mania.
Manu Mania. I could see that in the headlines.
First goal, right? First goal.
Let's go. Listen.
wow.
Listen. That guy, Kobe Manu, mate, he's just unbelievably poised for his age. That's what surprises me. At his age,
18 years old.
18 years old, starting midfield for Man United to be that poised and that composed. I mean, it's ridiculous, honestly.
He just
Yeah.
got subbed in the game too, right?
You know what I mean?
No, he started.
He
He started the whole
He
game.
started the whole game.
You know who did
Wow.
sub in was Scotty Tuhati, and his first touch was a corner kick goal.
Scotty Tuhati, mate, coming right back in
Yeah.
form. You know what I mean? You
No,
gotta-
for those of you listening, if you didn't catch the game between Man United and Wolves,
Yeah.
it was 2-0 Man United at halftime,
Yeah.
and then it was 2-1,
Yep.
and then 3-1,
Yep.
and then 3-3 all of a sudden, and then right when everyone thought it was going to be a draw, both teams share the points.
Yeah.
Manu Mania, 18-year-old, not just scoring a winning goal, it was a beautiful winning
It was
goal.
a beautiful goal. Grabbed the ball, went past two players, went in there and just kicked it. Nice little bottom corner.
I mean, it was like a
Yeah,
right-footed Mo Salah
it
goal.
was, mate.
It was a right-footed Mo
too.
Salah.
Right. Stoppage time.
Mo Salah, exactly right.
Yeah.
Mo Salah, exactly.
crazy.
Yeah, what a player he is.
Yeah.
Man.
So is he going to start getting more permanent minutes?
I think so. I mean, I hope so, honestly, because look, he's proven himself.
Yeah.
right? I mean, I don't care what anyone tells me. Any Man United fans watch Manchester United play the last month or so can tell me that Kobe Mainoo has been the what's the word I'm looking for here? Like the diamond in the rough. The when something's going really bad, there's like one good thing there.
Yeah. There's silver lining.
There
Silver
you go.
lining,
That's
yeah,
what Kobe
yeah.
Mainoo is. He's literally our only hope right now in terms of our our team. So I don't know, mate. My only issue is that we have no control over games.
Yeah.
There's no reason for you to be up 2-0 and to win. I mean, it's a win,
Yeah.
mind you, but
Hey,
still.
You guys beat Wolves. That's something Tottenham couldn't do. They were up 1-0, and then
true,
two
man.
two
That's
extra
Wolves-
time
that's
goals
true.
from
Wolves
Wolves.
have been our bogey team for quite a couple of years, man. Every Wolves game I've watched has been just boring.
Yeah.
And just,
No, I was looking at that
absolutely
too.
Terrible to watch.
I was looking at
Yeah.
that. The last 5 years, all of their fixtures have been like 1-1 or 1-0,
Terrible. Man.
like low scoring games.
Has
What is it
literally
about
been the
Wolves?
I don't
What
know.
is it about
They're
them,
a
man?
bogey team, mate. Apparently, they're a kryptonite now. Apparently, but all I got to say is that my only issue with our team is that we can't control games. Eric Ten Hag has this issue where he goes for it. Don't get me wrong. You're down 2-0, I get it. But if you're up 2-0, be a little smart, right?
Yeah.
Don't send the entire team up forward and then get killed in a counter attack. That's what happened. That's what happened to us. Up
That's true.
3-1.
Yeah.
Why is the entire team above the halfway line?
Yeah.
Well,
That makes no sense to me.
I was
You know
gonna
what I
say,
mean?
yeah, that's
I thought it was interesting that there's center back duo in Lissandro Martinez
Yeah,
and
Rafael
Varane.
Yeah.
We're playing great, and
Yeah,
then I think
yeah.
Varane stayed on, but they subbed off Martinez for Harry Maguire.
Yeah, yeah.
And right in that moment, I was like, ooh,
And they put Johnny Evans in as
ooh,
well.
and then they put Johnny Evans in. So it's like, where are all these center backs
I
coming
don't
from?
get it,
Like,
mate. I don't get it. I mean, honestly, it seems like sometimes it's just this team. We need to know how to control football matches. Because Copenhagen, right, up 2-0, we lost that one. Galatasaray, up 2-0, lost that one.
I mean,
It's a theme with this team where we just cannot, for the life of us, hold on to a lead.
yeah.
And we capitulate after any little thing goes against our way. We just fall and collapse.
I was
Well-
gonna say you can't
I
even
don't
hold on
get
to
it.
your players too. With Marcus Rashford is
I mean, Marcus has won. He scored, so I let him off. I
He
let him off the
scored.
hook.
He's got a goal on the sheet,
scored,
man.
Should we talk about his night in Belfast?
I
He
mean,
scored. He,
Well, I just
Yeah,
think
they-
that's
that's
Yeah,
all he
that's
cares
fine,
about,
he
man.
did
That's
his
all he
job,
cares
you
about.
know?
It's a goal. It's a
Exactly.
goal.
it's just so
Exactly.
crazy to me. I mean, they always say you can like for Harry Kane, for example,
yeah.
you can take
The
the
lad
man out of
out,
Spurs, but you
yeah.
can't take the Spurs out of the man.
You take Manchester out, man. Marcus, we can't take
Yeah,
Marcus out.
It's just wild. They're always in the headlines for the wrong reasons. It's always Eric Ten Hag doesn't get along with this person,
Right,
or
yeah.
somebody's out partying.
Yeah.
They're just always in the headlines for
And then
off-field
Anthony's got that
issues.
situation going on in Brazil. Yeah, mate. It's tragic, honestly, right now at the football club in terms of its. I don't know. It's got to be a discipline issue.
There's something in the
'Cause
water.
Sancho's done it. Now Rashford's done it. So it's got to be something in there.
I mean, who do you blame though? Like, who's the authority that's like controlling all that? You know, like who?
It's
How
got,
do
I
you-
mean, listen, the thing, that's a good question. Who do you blame on that? Because we've had a lot of managers come into the football club, and these problems have still remained. Like, they haven't left.
Ten Hag, I think, needs to step up and kind of be that disciplinary role.
I think he's tried to.
I mean,
But
I was
half
gonna
the
say, if
players
he's
I don't
tried-
think are
if
vibing
he's
with
tried
him.
that, like,
He's
what else
tried,
can you
mate.
do?
That's
You
what I
know,
mean,
like
like,
if they're
you
just
got-
not listening to you, like
got rid of Ronaldo, got rid of Sancho. And then, we'll see, mate. But obviously, the season's still, 22 games in? 22 games in?
22.
22,
Yeah,
yeah.
We've got about how many left till the end of this, like, 38-game season, right?
Yeah.
16.
There you go, man. Hopefully, 16 more wins, right? 10.
that would be the dream. That would be the
That'll
dream,
be
right?
the dream, mate. Honestly, going to 16-game winning streak, but that'll never
Yeah.
happen.
Well, their next
Oh,
two
yeah.
games are very important ones. They're
Yeah,
currently
Aston
in
Villa.
they
Yeah.
got West Ham first. They got
Yeah.
West Ham on Sunday and
Yeah.
then Aston Villa after that. So
Yeah,
they're
that's
sitting
the
in
park,
7th.
isn't it?
They're sitting in 7th, and then they play the 6th and 5th place team. So you got to win both of those,
We need to.
or at least get 4 points.
Just got to get something. Just don't lose. Just
don't
whatever you
lose.
do, just don't lose.
Cannot drop points,
Because
man.
if we lose, we're out.
Yeah.
That's it. There's
Yeah.
no chance.
Yeah, and I mean Newcastle and Brighton are creeping up on your heels,
Yeah, they are. Yeah,
right behind you.
They
So
are. They are.
Just keep winning, man. Just keep
keep
winning.
winning.
We
Find a
need
way.
to.
Find a way.
Good
man.
teams find a way.
Even when your guys are scoring goals on and off the pitch. I mean, you know what?
Hey, if it works, it works, right?
It works, yeah.
If it's scoring off the pitch, mate, score on the pitch. We won't complain. There you go, man. There you go.
Well, I want to transition into some popcorn material. We had
Okay.
some Twitter beef. I guess it was more Instagram beef
Yeah.
between Neil Maupay and James Madison. You saw what happened,
I
right?
did see
What are your
happened,
thoughts?
I think Noah Maupay is a troll. He's been doing this since day one of his career. I mean, at Brighton, it was the same thing. You know, taking celebrations, being a nuisance on the football pitch, and all that. I mean, honestly, you can't listen. I want to hold myself back here. I want to show. I can't say exactly what I think of him, but let's just say, right, Neil Maupay, I think you know what you are, a relegation striker.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
You are a striker that saves teams from relegations, but, you know, apparently you don't do too good at relegation. Everton got rid of him.
He's like the Sean Deitch of strikers.
For the relegation team. The
He'll keep your teams. Big Sam, that's what I'm thinking of.
The
Big
Sam,
Sam, that's what I was thinking. Not Sean Deitch. I mean, Sean Deitch is
Sam,
his
yeah.
own.
Exactly, yeah.
But
Sean Dyche is a modern day Big Sam, I would say, right
yeah.
now. You know?
Well, a lot of people are gonna try to. The people are putting it on Madison,
Yeah.
saying like, "Oh, you posted the first tweet."
Yeah.
So here's Maupay. He said, "Gutted we couldn't get the win. More goals and less relegations in my career than James Madison." That came after James Madison in a post-game conference said he hasn't scored enough goals on his own, so he had to go and steal my celebration.
That's just a crazy name drop too in an Instagram post.
Yeah.
They just like drop his name like that. Like
he doesn't care, mate.
He just
I
doesn't-
told you, he's
At
a
least-
troll.
At least tag him.
yeah, at least
He's
yeah,
a
exactly.
troll, that guy, Neil Maupay.
But we pulled up the receipts.
Uh-oh.
Somebody not named Neil Maupay has
Uh-oh.
more Premier League goals than him. Premier League goals, James Madison's got him beat. It was like 45-30 or something like that.
Wow. Relegation striker, man. I told you.
Yeah.
You know what
Well,
I mean?
it's just wild to me that you're going to say that while your team is sitting in 15th place.
Exactly.
4 points out of the relegation
There you
zone.
go.
And
Exactly.
this season, you've only scored one more goal than a midfielder that you're beefing with. Like, you're a
Who's been
striker.
Who's been injured? Who's been
Who's been
injured?
injured?
too?
Like, you're a
Yeah,
striker.
yeah.
You're supposed to score more
Exactly.
goals.
What is he
Exactly.
doing, bro? What is
Clown.
he doing?
Grade A clown.
He is a clown.
I told you,
He
mate,
is
he's
a
a
clown.
troll. He is a troll, mate. Don't take Maupay serious. See, Maupay,
Yeah.
walk the other way.
I think he's. I think he
Yeah.
just lives to ruffle the feathers of like other Premier League teams. Because I saw all over like Arsenal fans were like, man, I think we can agree with Tottenham that this guy's a clown.
Because he actually 2020 during the pandemic-ish COVID league in the Premier League, he actually almost broke Leno's leg.
Yeah, that's why
Hence
they took
why
him out.
they hate him, because no, this guy's been on it for the longest of time. He's not a new guy on block. No,
He's
been doing
like
this,
like
mate.
the Ron Artest of the Premier League. I mean that in all seriousness.
Yeah, he
Like
could
that's
be,
like the
honestly.
perfect like and he's
Yeah.
just ruffling the feathers of his opponents.
Yeah, exactly, mate. You're a nuisance. That's what you are.
I wish he was like a different player to be calling James Madison out like that.
You
You
know?
know, I wish he was like
Exactly.
a bigger force.
Yeah.
An actual
You know?
player. Who actually,
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's
It would make it a little bit
substantial.
more understandable.
Exactly.
Like
it
if
would
you
be
were
a
like
little more-
Julian Alvarez.
Yeah.
It's like, okay,
Yeah.
yeah, like you can back it up.
Exactly. Not Maupay.
No,
I don't think so, man.
not
I don't
quite.
think
Not
so.
Maupay for real, mate.
Yeah, that's crazy, but they got the win. Or Tottenham got the win.
Yeah, the
not
3
not
points in the
Brentford.
bag.
It was
But
a sketchy 3-2 win, but
It
a win
was.
nonetheless.
It was.
It wasn't
Oh,
as
yeah,
sketchy as
yeah.
Man United's win, but
Listen, Manu Mania. When you
Yeah.
got Manu Mania, as sketchy as it, doesn't matter how sketchy it gets, we will come out on top with Manu.
well, I think it's a perfect transition to this weekend's matchups. Well, we got some bigger matchups, but we're going to start with Tottenham and
Yeah.
Everton,
and 18th place Everton.
who we jinxed. We talked about it
We did
earlier.
jinx, yeah. Ever since we started talking about them doing well, trying to stay out of the relegation battle,
just been doing
they've
bad.
been
It's been rough.
kind of struggling
Rough
a
sledding.
lot actually. I'm pretty sure they've lost.
You might jinx them into a win
3
this
of their
time,
last
lads. You gotta
5.
watch yourselves. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? You might jinx Everton into a win against you lot. So
Yeah.
let's not start that right now.
Yeah,
They've had a lot of 0-0 draws.
They've had, and now they've got this deduction as well coming their way.
Oh,
as
yeah.
well. So bad times for Everton, mate.
I haven't heard any updates
another
on
point
that.
reduction coming. Do you think?
I think so.
Yeah, because they broke. It wasn't FFP. It was like sustained. Some other
It was
rule.
them in Nottingham Forest,
They're in
right?
the mud.
They got
Yeah.
for that.
They're in
And
the mud.
somebody, was it you that told me about how? No, I think it was Jerry actually. He was like, the reason why Nottingham Forest got the
Yeah.
point deduction or got
Accused of
rel-
things,
accused, and all these
accusations. and stuff,
accusations are
yeah.
against them.
Yeah.
It's because of the Brendan Johnson sale to Tottenham.
No way.
Basically, I'm trying to think of. I could be wrong here. I'd have to
Okay.
double check with him.
Right,
But
yeah.
basically, they wanted to get the sale done by a certain time,
Right.
but they waited until the summer so they could get more money out of him. So for that window, like they had to wait to bring in that money from
Yeah,
Tottenham
Yeah.
until the window ended.
Right.
So for that window, they still reported losses because the money that they earned was
From
at the
Brendan
end of
Johnson's
it.
sale,
Yeah.
right,
Damn.
yeah.
So basically they still had to report like over 150 million in losses when they made up for like 60 of it.
So money laundering is what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing. It's
In a
all
nutshell,
money
in a
nutshell,
laundering,
yeah.
But yeah, for Everton, it's just they can't catch a break. But you know, look out for.
Their owners, mate. Their owners really messed them up. But
Yeah.
Hopefully they don't catch a break this weekend.
I was gonna say, look out for Richarlison
Yeah.
to score against
Yeah,
his former
against his
club.
former
He's in
club.
form, man.
He
7
is.
goals in his last 7 games.
Hang on.
James Madison's back.
Shout out Richie, man. Do
I'll make sure they're on the camera. I'll make sure they're on
he
the
doesn't
camera.
do that anymore.
He
Like
doesn't. He's
I
scoring
wish
now,
he
man,
did.
that's it,
He
you
doesn't
know?
like. He kind of does it. He like does a little like a half one. It's weird. I wish he did it like completely.
He used to
Yeah.
walk goals,
I
man.
liked when he
used
used to do that, man.
Yeah, exactly, man. Shout out
But
Richarlison.
Timo Werner's heating up, starting to look like he's gonna fit perfectly into this team.
I want to ask you two, actually, this question. When you first saw that transfer be like done, what was your initial reaction?
I loved it.
We were kind of like, I don't know. I felt like we kind of differed on what we thought. 'Cause
He was skeptical.
I was
I
a little
loved
bit
it.
like, I
Oh,
wasn't
yeah,
skeptical, but I was
right.
like, I don't know necessarily if that was like the perfect signing. Like
Yeah.
I was kind of, I don't know. I was skeptical a little bit.
What about
But he
you?
loved
What
it.
about you, Zach?
For me,
He
I
loved
was
it.
like, you know, he's been in the Prem. He has that experience with Chelsea, and he
Yeah.
played well for them. Just people only remember the
The misses.
horrid misses
Yeah,
because they were bad misses.
They were terrible
And
misses,
his
man.
first
They
game
were.
against Man United, he had a pretty bad miss.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, oh, it's just going to be a lot of
Back
this.
in it again,
But
yeah,
genuine,
yeah.
I mean, with Son out, he's been a dynamic player on the
Bigger
wing, and
replacement,
they've put him
yeah.
on the wing. They're not
Yeah.
playing him through the center.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
I think when Son comes back,
It'll be interesting.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
there's so many things you could do with him.
I just like when they first signed him, I was like, well, they have. I feel like they had a striking force that was formidable.
Right.
Like they had guys. They had
Yeah.
Richie who was in form,
Yeah.
and it was just like, where's he gonna fit in? You know, how often is he
Exactly.
gonna play? Like, what's he
Yeah.
gonna do to the other players? But hey,
Hey,
I'm happy about
nowadays,
it.
mate,
I'm
you-
happy
you
about
need
it.
a strong bench nowadays
You do,
in football.
100%,
You need a
100%.
first team and a second team, mate. Like look
Yeah.
at Man City's. Their bench players can start for any team in the Premier
Yeah.
League as well. So
like when you have Brandon Johnson coming off the
Exactly,
bench,
mate.
scoring goals.
There
Yeah,
you go.
Brendan Johnson, that dude starting to heat
player.
up at the right time,
Quality
young,
player.
I like him a lot.
energetic.
I like Johnson a lot.
I like
Yeah.
him as well. I like him.
But the
He's a
big
good
game in the Premier League at the top is Liverpool and Arsenal. I am torn. I hope this game ends 0-0. If there is a team to win, I guess I got to root
Liverpool.
for Liverpool.
Is
Yeah.
it at the Anfield or Emirates?
I think it's at Anfield.
Is it
question.
Anfield?
Could be wrong.
For Anfield, I'm going for Liverpool, mate. I'm going for Liverpool. Arsenal never beat Liverpool at Anfield.
It'll be tough. I mean,
Eight
when they
goals.
played they played 1-1 in their last
season,
game,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. I think last season they drew 2-2 at Anfield.
No, I think it's at the Emirates.
Oh, is it the Emirates?
Because I think
Oh.
the first game they played was at Anfield. Because I remember Arsenal wore those ugly yellow uniforms.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Oh,
Ugly
yes,
uniforms.
Yes, I
Yeah.
remember. Yeah.
It's
I
at
remember.
yeah, it's
at
Arsenal's the
Emirates,
home
it's at
team.
Emirates, yeah.
Okay. So
Those uniforms are so gross.
they are. I'm going for an Arsenal win then, honestly. For that game, I'm going for an
Oh
Arsenal
man,
win.
I
At
cannot see
home,
them win. I cannot see
Well-
them beat the top team in the league. I don't want it, man. You
Even as a
cannot.
home team, I mean, I know your
Cannot
Tottenham
do
ways
it.
may be coming in there and influencing your
Just a
decision
little bit,
there,
just a little
but,
bit, maybe.
You know, I think Arsenal could do it, man. I
Yeah.
think they could do it. I think they got a good team at home against Liverpool.
I agree.
Big game. They've got everything on their side to win it.
They had that stretch in December where they looked flaky. They were dropping points left and right. They've won their last 2,
Yeah,
but Liverpool have been doing it all season.
they have.
They do have Europa League coming up, but they're gonna want to. I mean, no Salah. That's gonna be part of it. I think. Darwin Núñez over under. How many times do you think he'll hit the post in this game?
5 times. 5 times.
Five
man.
times.
I'm going 5
Dude,
times.
if he hits the post 3 times, he's out.
That's
Get him
what
off
I
the
mean,
pitch,
yeah.
man. Get him off the
He's, man,
pitch. If he
I
hits the
wanted to
post
talk
3
about.
times-
Game against Chelsea, right?
what was
He
his
hit the
name?
bar like 4 times in that game against
Oh
Chelsea.
my god! I keep seeing like just clips of him hitting the post, and I'm like, how many are there? How many times can he do
How many
it?
posts are there for you
Yeah,
to
exactly,
go with?
right?
You know
How
what
many
I
times
mean,
can he keep
mate?
doing the same thing?
Connor
It's crazy.
Bradley. I want to talk about Connor Bradley a little bit because this guy. I mean, Liverpool are known to have one of the best youth academies, and not just in their country, but in all of Europe.
Unfortunately.
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 But yeah, this guy. I don't even know how old he is.
18, I think.
18, teenager.
Years old, yeah.
It starts for Liverpool against Chelsea,
Yeah.
one of their biggest rivals.
Yeah.
2 assists and a goal, and then gets subbed off in the 70th minute. Like,
Wow.
yeah, he put in quite a performance. It was like a 9.5 on
Honestly,
SofaScore.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
Wow.
Chelsea, what's going on,
It's a
mate?
game changer.
Chelsea.
Wow.
Chelsea are in the mud.
Can we speak about Chelsea just in that game in particular? How just dejected and how empty they look. Like, mate,
They
this
look lost.
They look no different than they did under Graham Potter. And who else was their manager after Graham Potter when he left? Frank Lampard was there, wasn't
Frank
he?
Lampard.
Yes.
They look no different.
I mean, we were on Teed Up with Matty G last
Yeah,
week, and
yeah.
he was saying that the only bright spot on this team is Cole Palmer.
Yeah.
Cole Palmer is, and then obviously we were talking about the midfield duo of Enzo and Caicedo. He was saying that Poach is just not using them correctly. And
I mean, how would you use him though? Would you have
yeah,
Enzo
what
as
would you
more
do?
of the attacking midfield and Caicedo sitting behind him, or would you have them kind of play, in parallels, or would you have?
I think he was saying that the double pivot isn't working.
Yeah.
Because Enzo isn't really a defensive mid. He's more of like a creative number. He's like a number 8, kind of does a little bit of both. But I think
Moses is more the defensive side.
he can sit back in between the two center backs.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they got to do. But I don't even know where you go from here. If you're Chelsea, don't spend any more money though.
Come on, that's exactly what they're gonna do though.
Make your team,
what they're
make
gonna
the
do.
players you have right now work. I mean, do something. Bloody hell.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
It's not looking good for them, man.
Yeah. Well, it's tight at the top. I mean, Tottenham and Villa
Yeah.
tied on points and goal differential
Okay.
for 4th and 5th place. Only 3 points behind City and Arsenal, but City have a game in hand. So it's gonna be tight. I mean, obviously, for level competition's sake of keeping the title race as compact and involving it, then we want Arsenal to win or a draw.
A draw would be nice.
A draw, I think, would do just about as much as an Arsenal win would do, because it keeps Arsenal
At base.
I mean, honestly, as long as neither team wins like 4 or 5-0, which won't happen. That's just not.
Yeah.
That just doesn't happen in these type of games. I'll be okay with the result.
Unless you're Man United, mate. We get beat 7-0 away to Anfield.
Yeah.
We can't win it. We can't win away from home against a big team.
Yeah.
We can't do that. So, yeah.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
Very
isn't it?
interesting, yeah.
Beat 7-0 at home. I mean, away. Bloody hell.
Other big matchups this week outside of the Premier League, we got the Madrid Derby.
Always fun.
Always a
Real
Always
Madrid,
fun.
and then they've just played.
Always
They've
a
played
great-
twice already, 3
Yeah,
times this season
yeah.
already, because they played in the Supercopa and then the Copa del Rey. I forgot who beat who and which. I think
I'm pretty sure Real Madrid won.
in the Copa del Rey.
Yeah.
And then Atletico beat them in the second.
Atletico beat them in the Copa del Rey.
Copa del Rey, yep.
And that was a crazy game. That was that game with Griezmann scored a
Fantastic
world-class
game.
goal.
What a game that was, mate. Honestly,
Yeah.
What a game that was.
But we were talking about how in La Liga, Real Madrid have only allowed 12 goals.
Something like that, yeah.
Ancelotti, I'm telling you, that man there, because Real Madrid have dealt with Alaba ACL, Militao ACL. That's 2 of their starting centre backs, by the
Courtois.
way. Courtois done. Listen, that man Ancelotti's a prophet. Okay.
Prophet.
Carlo Ancelotti is a prophet when it comes to coaching football.
14 goals.
Yeah, 14 goals allowed.
goals in 22 games.
Ridiculous. Honestly,
That is
ridiculous.
crazy.
And then Rudiger
That's
just
coaching.
got hurt too. Rudiger got
Did
hurt
he?
in their last game yesterday, 2 days ago, whenever they played.
Wow.
So that's another center back down.
Well, there you go, mate.
Now they just have Nacho Fernandez.
I guess so.
Holding it
And then
down.
they got
Holding down the
Ferland
fort.
Mendy
Holding
as
down the
well,
fort.
Ferland Mendy still there, I think.
They're gonna have to put
Yeah.
Valverde at center back, and he would fully accept that. He'd be like, "Yeah, that's a challenge."
Anyway, mate. I feel like brother, goalkeeper, if he would, he play there.
Yeah,
too.
no, that guy can play anywhere.
Yeah.
He's one of my favorite players on that team. I mean, him and Bellingham together, that's like the
It's
best.
a super midfield, man.
That's a
Not to
super
mention
midfield.
him playing center
Jude
back.
Bellingham,
And then you can flip flop Modric or Tony Cruz
Yeah.
with him,
Yeah.
like
Come
the
on,
the
man.
experience with the youth.
Come on, man.
They're dangerous.
How much better can you get?
They
Those-
have to be-
those guys in the midfield.
I don't think any better.
Like, how-
They have to be the
Insane.
Premier
Champions
League.
League winners.
Champions League favorites.
Oh, for sure, mate. It's Real Madrid, mate. They always win the Champions League whenever they get a chance to.
100%.
But yeah,
Yeah,
shout out to
that's true.
Girona for keeping up with them, and they're going to become the biggest Atletico fans this weekend.
I bet they are,
Because I
mate.
think 3 points for Atletico helps Girona out a lot, because they
Oh,
can
yeah.
win their game in hand and go a point ahead of Real Madrid. But
Okay, they got a game in hand against Real Madrid, don't they?
well, no, they're tied. I'm saying
Okay.
if Girona win their next game and
Yeah.
Real Madrid lose,
Yeah.
That's right.
Girona are in
Flips,
first.
yeah. It flips,
What a
yeah.
story! I think it's time we talk about Girona.
I think it's time to.
Yeah.
I think it's time
I
to.
agree.
We've been talking about
I
it like
agree.
the last month. That like we keep giving them like sprinkles of credit.
Yeah.
It's time for the
No,
whole cake.
They deserve all the
Yeah.
credit. They deserve
Nah,
all
you gotta
the
give them
credit.
praise now. They've been
One
doing
loss.
it. One loss.
One loss on the season
That is crazy.
in 22 games.
And it was a 3-0 loss to Real Madrid.
Exactly.
Real Madrid.
Lose.
Wow.
That's a loss that you can have.
Yeah.
I guess so. Yeah.
100%. I just like, how do you prepare for that? How do you like expect that to happen? You just don't. You just don't
You
know
mate.
that's
I mean,
gonna
Leicester
happen.
City, right? Leicester City happened.
Yeah.
You don't expect that to happen. It just happens, mate. It happens out of nowhere. You know what I mean? It's just quite odd because I'll tell you what, when Leicester won the league, right, every top team in England was having a down year. Chelsea was having a down year. Arsenal, Tottenham, everyone was having a terrible year.
Yeah.
Then Leicester kind of came up there. Whereas here, Mate, Madrid
They're
are
keeping
pretty
up.
Good. Atletico, are but Girona, they're there, mate. Like,
Yeah.
You know, they've been in Barcelona this season and they've been in Atletico this season.
I was gonna say.
Domestically speaking,
No, that's a good
like,
point. That
You know?
they're not just. It's not just other teams underperforming. It's
They
like
are.
they're playing up to the top
Exactly.
dogs in
I'm
La
looking at
Liga.
the fixtures right now too, and they're winning
Yeah.
handily. Like
That's
they're
the
winning
thing, mate.
3-0, 4-2,
That's the scary
5-2,
part, isn't
like
it? Yeah.
4-2 against Barcelona too. Like
Even with Leverkusen too.
They have
yeah,
the-
exactly.
They have the
It
most
ain't
goals
like-
in the league.
exactly.
50,
It's not
52
like-
goals.
Bundesliga got weaker. No, Leverkusen, they just got a lot better.
They just got
as a team,
stronger. Yeah.
You know, and they're playing up to the competition, mate. So, shout out Girona. Honestly, I hope they do it for the the romantic part of me about football. You know, I
Yeah.
love these stories. So yeah,
100%.
hopefully they do it
I agree.
and actually win the league because Barca and Madrid winning it every bloody season, mate. Is, what? It's
Time for some new
it's like
guys, man.
clockwork, you know,
yeah,
at
yeah,
that
yeah.
point. It's
yeah.
like,
Michel.
Madrid and Barcelona. So
Michel is their coach.
Michel.
Michel, never heard of him.
Michel, I'm supporting you, mate. I'm your number one fan right here. Let's go. Vamos, Girona.
Vamos Girona. Yeah, they are slowly turning into one of my favorite teams across Europe.
I think everyone's favorite team, mate. Honestly,
Honestly.
at this point. They
It's
might be
exciting.
number
You
one.
mentioned they went into Camp Nou, beat Barcelona 4-2.
Yeah.
They played that crazy 4-3 game against Atletico Madrid.
Yeah.
That was at home, but still, what an atmosphere to pull away a crazy win like that.
Absolutely, mate.
Yeah, I mean, regardless if they win the league or not, they're going to be playing Champions League football next
Oh,
season.
Absolutely, yeah,
100%.
Do you think it's going to be a case of Newcastle this year where they had a great season last year, get to Champions League, and then just fall apart? Do you think they can continue to play at a high level next season in Champions League?
I just think the ways that they've won, like the convincing games that they play. I don't know if Newcastle was doing that last year. Like, were they? Like they weren't winning
were-
5-2 against Liverpool or
They were
Arsenal.
there
You know?
because Liverpool had a down year.
Yeah.
That's why they were there.
Mhm.
Liverpool had a really bad year that year, and Newcastle just came up and took that last fourth spot.
Exactly.
So for Girona to honestly, I feel like I'm gonna have to go with Desi. No, I think Girona will stay there.
Yeah.
I think they will stay there next season too
I
because
feel
they're a
like-
better team.
Yeah, because a lot of their guys too, like they're gonna stay. They're not gonna.
Exactly.
They're not gonna leave.
And to my previous point too, Newcastle just went up there because Liverpool won there.
Exactly.
You know, whereas Girona,
Exactly.
they're there because they're there, mate. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, 100%.
Because they're actually a good football team.
Yeah.
Whereas
Yeah.
they ain't leaning on another team that gets crapping themselves on the.
You think they're gonna pull Newcastle, Zach?
No, I mean, it was just something to consider.
Yeah,
I mean,
I agree. I
And
agree.
especially because, they haven't been at this high of a level. But,
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
just keep riding just stick to your identity. And I think they're starting to figure that out and
going well for
establishing themselves as one of the teams to watch in Spain.
España.
España. But-
100%.
Yeah. Who's their
agree.
rival? Like, who's their biggest rival?
I have no idea.
Like, who's their Barcelona? Who's the Barcelona to their Real Madrid?
Probably.
Yeah, that's
I
it.
mean, I don't know the cross-town rivalry
That's
type
what I mean,
deal.
what's the
Yeah.
cross
But-
ties?
We'll have to get into that.
Yeah,
We'll
we'll do some research on
We'll
that.
research during the break, but before we get to that break, there's some other matchups. Juve versus Inter Milan.
Nice. Good matchup
Juve
there.
putting together a nice season
Yep.
in Serie A, but Inter, they're just always tough. Whether
It's gonna be
Conte's
a
coaching
great-
them or not, they're going to be
It's
tough.
going to be a great game. Wow.
I wonder who's home. I forgot.
That's
think-
a
I
great
think
game. The old
they're
lady
in-
against the
The old
Yeah.
lady.
Internazionale, you know what I mean? Whatever.
I think they're in Milan. I'm pretty sure.
Well, they're playing on Sunday. Yeah, it's in Milan. You're right.
Yeah.
Stadio Giuseppe Meazza.
Between Inter Milan and AC Milan. So apparently AC Milan, right, only would pick Italian
Yeah.
players.
Mhm.
Whereas Inter Milan said, you know what, F that. We're getting everyone across the entire planet.
They're like, let's go to
Wow.
Brazil.
Exactly.
Let's sign this guy named Ronaldo.
And
Oh my
Kaká
God.
was AC Milan, not Inter Milan.
Yeah. Well, they
true.
followed their footsteps. They were like, well, these guys are reaching out.
Exactly.
And then,
exactly.
I'm blanking
Adriano,
on
that's what I'm
someone.
thinking about. That's what
Adriano.
I'm thinking about, yeah.
Oh,
What
Pez
a-
cheat code. What was that?
Oh.
Pez 06 or 04?
Pez.
Was it 04 or 06?
Pez cheat code.
06. He was a cheat code
He
back
was,
funny.
then.
mate.
That's funny.
99,000 shot power, mate. You know
Oh,
what I mean?
God.
I'm looking at the matchup between Juve and Inter, like the suspended players and injuries. For Inter, the only player that's injured is Juan Cuadrado
Okay.
with an Achilles injury.
Quadrado's at Inter Milan now.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But for
Wait, he
Juve, yeah.
Wow, he was just.
He was
I
like
think he was just
Juve,
at
wasn't
Juventus.
he?
Yeah.
The old lady, man, not too
That's
long
crazy.
ago.
Wow.
Free transfer as of July 2023.
Look
Wow,
at
it's just
that.
recently.
He hasn't scored a goal. He's played 9 games, hasn't scored a goal for them. But he's
Yeah,
also
I feel
been
like-
injured.
I was gonna say, I feel like his position always he was a right wing at the start of his career, then he was a right back, he's a right mid.
Over at
Like,
Chelsea,
he
right?
just
He's
plays
right
all
wing.
along that
Yep,
side,
yep,
you know.
yep.
That's
But yeah,
crazy.
for Juventus, they've got De Sciglio, Paul Pogba suspended, Milik, Fagioli, and Moise Kean all out.
Moise Kean, who
Well, he
actually
just went to Atletico Madrid, yeah.
Atletico Madrid.
Yeah?
on
He just
loan.
transferred.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Breaking
loan,
news.
loan.
Breaking
Breaking
news.
news, yeah.
I didn't even know this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Moise Kean is on loan to Atletico Madrid.
But yeah, two top teams in Serie A. Inter have a 1-point lead on Juventus, but they also have a game in hand. So this is a big game for Juve.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Who do you like in that one? I'm gonna go with Juventus.
I
really
was gonna
think.
say I like Juventus too.
I think they've been playing
I'm
well.
going Inter Milan on that one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Inter Milan. I'm going Inter Milan.
We'll see. We'll have to come
Wow.
back.
We'll have
next
to
week.
come back and
Uh,
see, man. I
We'll
was
find out.
Next week, and then there's also Lyon and Marseille. Not too much to talk about in that one. I just thought it was interesting that
They were in
Lyon's
trouble, though, right? They were in trouble this season.
Lyon's still in a relegation battle. They're in 16th place right now.
Bloody hell.
But only two
Wow.
teams get relegated in.
The Ligue 1?
Or no, it's three.
Oh,
but
it's three, yeah.
the 16th team
Play a
plays a playoff game against.
Wow.
The team lower than them. Right?
Yeah,
To
I
keep
think
their
something
squad.
like that.
Playoff for relegation.
Interesting.
That's
That's pretty dope, honestly.
I was gonna
Why
say,
is
that's
that? Why
interesting
is there concepts
concept.
around? Yeah, that's actually
Yeah.
wow. I like that. That's pretty
Yeah,
cool, honestly.
I mean, play head to head to see who goes down.
Exactly, yeah,
Like,
I like that.
that's
honestly.
that's cool. That's cool.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Premier League, wake up.
Wake
You know
up.
what I mean? France
on,
is doing
man.
it right, mate.
Come on.
Yeah, I do like that idea actually.
Yeah.
Farmers League might be doing something right.
Honestly, man, those Frenchies out there doing it right.
But
They know how to do it, man.
before we get into the break, I think we should talk about Al Nassr versus Inter Miami. That 6-0 slaughtering.
Oh my goodness.
Neither of the stars
No
played
play.
though.
Messi came in after them down 6-0, which made no sense.
We were talking about it off camera. Like, I don't understand.
Yeah.
I thought that the whole reason for that game was like
To sell tickets.
to sell
It was
tickets
to
for
show
those
some
guys who were
tickets,
gonna play,
yeah,
but
yeah. But Ronaldo got injured, you know what I mean, in
Oh,
preparation to
God,
the game.
that's true. I
Yeah,
forgot
he
about
didn't
that.
make that. Messi played like the last 5 minutes of the game after the game was over, pretty much.
Did you see that goal that
Yeah.
Laporte scored?
It was
From
Yeah.
past the halfway line.
That was in like the 12th minute. They were up 3-0 in the
What
12th
do you
minute.
as MLS, I guess, MLS
What is-
viewers? No,
what is
not
that
really.
even?
You guys watch MLS, you too?
He's more the MLS guy.
Yeah, I like some
Okay,
MLS.
so tell me then, from your perspective as MLS fan watching that game, how do you feel? I mean,
I don't even
the
know.
level
Like,
of quality was kind of staggering, wasn't it? You know what I mean?
Definitely.
see when you see them go head to head like that,
Yeah.
because like I mean,
It's
the only-
overseas.
yeah, I was
it's
gonna
a-
say,
it's
yeah.
a friendly game, you know.
but the only time you ever see that happen is like when the MLS All Stars play Arsenal
Yeah.
or they play a team in the Premier
Europe,
League or something like
yeah.
that,
Yeah.
and like you see the quality of the MLS players, and you're like, man, like is this really how bad? Like really, is this really how not bad? Is this really how like
The
different
gap,
it is
right,
in
the
that
gap,
league?
yeah, the gap
Exactly,
of
yeah.
quality, yeah.
Is this
For
really how
me,
big the gap is?
I think a lot of it has to, and this is sad to say because I think money has corrupted our beautiful game.
Oh, it has.
But
Absolutely.
I think money has everything to
Man
do with
City,
it.
Man City.
We'll get into that. We'll get into that later. But no, I truly think that the amount of money to invest in the Saudi Arabian League
Yeah.
and going out and poaching all these star European players, MLS doesn't have the luxury of
They
that
don't, yeah.
unless you're backed by David Beckham.
yeah,
Honestly,
you know?
true. Create a
That's your,
super
that's
team.
your, that's your thing, your
Yeah.
thing right there.
So-
your bargaining chip. Hey,
Yeah.
I'm Beckham. Come play for me. You know what I mean?
Speaking of Beckham, because you've seen the documentary,
I
right?
have, yeah.
So everyone's talking about, that World Cup, he got sent off in the final, blah, blah, blah. And
Yeah.
everyone's saying that's the low point of his career. I was watching a replay of the penalty shootout in the 2005 Champions League final
Right.
between AC Milan and Liverpool.
Yeah.
He took the last kick in that game, and it was saved by Dudek.
No
That kick
way.
save. Yeah, he took the
Wow.
last penalty kick,
I don't remember
and
that.
he was the one that was – and then you could see him – he goes right down the middle, but Dudek goes right, saves it with his feet.
Yeah.
Final save of the game, Liverpool win the Champions League. And then the way that Beckham just runs up and boots the ball in the back of the net in frustration, I think people forgot about that moment. I mean,
I did, yeah.
yeah.
I
I
definitely
mean,
did.
I think people don't realize that, like,
That could have been the most frustrating moment.
yeah. I mean, obviously a World Cup is a World Cup. You're
Yeah.
representing a country, but
But you're losing the Champions League
right
to AC
there, it
Milan,
was
yeah.
literally at his feet.
Yeah.
And he was
Yeah.
and I saw that the other day, and I was like, wow, that was both of the lowest points of his career.
That
Yeah.
nice
Still a
mistake,
legend,
mate, yeah.
but
I love him. Beckham for me, mate, is one of my, he's the reason why I love number 7.
Facts.
me too. I met him.
Thanks.
I met him at Wild Rivers.
You met my
Wow.
idol Beckham.
Yes.
Oh,
I sh- he was
there with his-
What?
yeah.
No
Facts.
way.
He was
Wow.
there with.
Let's go to break.
That's
Yeah,
crazy,
dude.
dude.
He was in
That is
line. I
wild.
can't think of the name of the ride, but because
Yeah.
Wild Rivers is still there. But the
Okay.
Patriot.
Patriot.
It was you get in a little inner tube thingy that
Yeah.
can fit 4 people, and you
Yeah.
just go down like a little roller coaster track.
Was that like his
And you were in the tube with him?
Not with him. No,
Oh,
no,
man.
no,
Can
no,
you
no.
imagine? Can you imagine?
No, it was just him and
Oh no, like, hey, David.
Oh.
David sign this.
You know what I mean? How was I in the dressing room? You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, still a goat, but
Yeah,
it's unfortunately the
absolutely.
Premier. I mean the MLS. I keep saying Premier League. The MLS has kind of turned into a league where if you're going to compete with Saudi Arabia, which has kind of become a
need
rivalry
investment,
in
yeah.
terms of which the better league, there needs to be more investment.
You need more investment for sure.
I agree, yeah. But
That's what it's looking
Yeah,
like.
you can see
man.
their schedule right now. Inter Miami on the screen. But I'm pretty sure they start 21st of February is their first game.
They gotta play. Oh, they play Vissel Kobe. Is Iniesta
Wow.
is Iniesta still at Kobe?
Oh,
I
that's a
think
good
he
question.
is.
That's a good question.
He's like 50 something years old, but he's still playing.
the Chinese league.
Sensei yesterday.
Wow,
Yeah.
dude.
No, he's
Wow.
not 50 yet. He's like He's like 45.
No, he's
though.
getting up there.
He's old.
Dude. He's up
definitely
there.
old there,
He
man.
still wants that paycheck.
Playing pro football.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah. I'm sure they're playing him well. in
Next
Japan,
Barcelona
man.
manager.
Yeah, I truly think that Messi is just happy.
don't know
Next
about that.
Barcelona manager could be Iniesta. Honestly.
Not a
Go
bad
from
shout.
Xavi to
Bad
Iniesta.
shout.
Not a bad shout. And then if that doesn't work, they can go to
Back to Pep Guardiola,
Sergio
honestly.
Busquets.
back to Pep, yeah, or Busquets. Yeah, that's a,
Just
that's
the
a
whole
good
midfield
idea.
of Barcelona.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
That'd be funny.
Or Iker Casillas. Why not? Just get all the former players in there.
Wait, 'cause
He
he's Real
was a-
Madrid.
he's a
isn't
Real
he? He's Real
Madrid.
Madrid, mate.
Is he?
Casillas,
Victor
yeah.
Valdez
Oh,
is
you're
Real
right.
Madrid,
He was
Valdez.
Victor
You're
Valdez
You're
is
right.
Real
You're right.
Madrid.
Victor Valdez.
Yeah,
I'm thinking of that Spain national team.
Yeah. That team
Um,
was stacked, mate. That
so
World Cup
stacked.
team,
Won the
mate.
World Cup
stacked.
2010.
Boy.
2010, right?
But yeah, that'll
Yeah, 'cause
we'll take a
Netherlands.
quick break because we want to get into some segments after. But
Yep.
always good to talk some
Special
Premier League.
Footy, mate.
Special starting 11 this week too. Just a heads up. There's
What's
a
special about it? Oh,
What's that?
oh,
He
it is
forgot. He
special.
forgot, man.
It is special.
It is
forgot.
so
You
special.
listeners will be quite excited. But
Exactly.
yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the remainder of Footy Fridays.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't lead trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't have do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves, not running my...
All right, welcome back to Footy Fridays, brought to you by 22 West Radio. Go download. I can't talk. Go download our app. Yeah, always tune in.
Always.
Sports Block every Friday from 12 to 4. But yeah, let's finish up this episode of Footy Fridays. During the break, our producer Jerry showed me something kind of interesting, and a headline that I saw, and I kind of just glanced over it. But basically, long story short, after the Ivory Coast eliminated the trophy winners of the last tournament, Senegal, there was a naked journalist in the media room. Wow. And
AFCON, the gift that keeps on giving. I swear
so
to
true.
God, you know what I mean?
We literally talked about it on Teed Up last week. There's just always something happening.
There's always something going
in
on
this
there,
tournament.
There really is.
There was someone
crazy,
dancing in the
man.
media
What-
tribune while explaining the new guy. We cannot have that.
Rude journalists, apparently. You know.
Yeah.
Wow.
We can't have that, guys. Come on, let's be professional here, guys. Come on.
Wow.
Come on.
That is strange, man.
New journalist, man, in the press box. Imagine that.
He's making a statement, man.
What
he's making a-
statement that is. you know
Yeah,
what
it's
I
a
mean?
statement for sure.
Speaking of AFCON, DR Congo are beating Guinea right now, 2-1 in the 80th
Okay.
minute. That's kind of an upset.
That is an
Congo.
upset, that is an upset. That is an
But
upset
yeah, I
for
think this
sure.
tournament has been pretty exciting to keep up with.
It has been some quality goals in the tournament too, man.
Mhm.
100%.
You know?
100%.
We have
Really
one
quality goals.
one semifinalist set between South Korea and Jordan. Jordan, kind of a sleeper team that
The
just
Asian
found
Cup,
them
yeah.
found themselves in the
Honestly, in the semifinals.
in the semifinals. But that Korea game, Arsenal, Australia were up 1-0, and then it took a penalty to tie it, and then a Heung-min Son winner in extra time, and that was like their fourth extra time goal in this tournament. Like South Korea have been leaving it late.
Again, celebration, isn't it? Like, what is there you go.
Who's it?
That's
Oh,
it.
yeah.
it's
The
a
sun?
little celebration.
Yeah, man.
Kodak moment.
Take that, Mobile. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Take that moment. Exactly.
God, it's
But yeah, we still got Japan and Iran. That'll be a good game because
That'll be
Iran
good,
are a
yeah.
sleeper team.
They are.
They played pretty well
the World Cup.
in that World Cup in the group with England, USA,
Wales.
and Wales.
Wales, yeah.
Yeah.
They did
What
actually,
group
yeah.
that was, mate. World War Three, honestly.
Whoa.
That group was World War Three in there, mate.
That was a crazy group. That was a crazy
Yeah,
group.
could have been the group of death. But that's bold.
That's funny.
But
The group of death.
wow.
The group of death. Wow.
But yeah,
Literally.
then you got
Moving
Qatar.
on.
Then you got Qatar and Uzbekistan too. No, I don't think anybody
They're
thought
the host
Uzbekistan.
nation, right? They're the host nation of the
Qatar
tournament.
is hosting. Yeah.
They're
Qatar,
hosting the AFCON too?
Yeah,
No, this is
sorry,
for the Asian Cup.
Asian Cup. Sorry, not AFCON.
Yeah,
I don't know
the
what.
Asian Cup, yeah.
Yeah,
Asian Cup.
It's so confusing because they're both going on at the same time.
Yeah.
It feels
Yeah.
like some of those Middle Eastern
Should be like
countries can
yeah.
kind of play for either one.
They
Yeah.
could have, yeah.
Like
yeah.
you totally would have thought Jordan would be playing, and well, it's not Africa though.
No, it's not. It's in
Not.
Asia, isn't it? Yeah,
It's just so
exactly.
weird.
Hey, listen, mate. Geography, beautiful thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
Once you-
borders,
once
borders,
you learn
man.
about it, mate, it's a
Yeah.
beautiful thing.
Indeed.
But yeah, I say we save up or down for next week.
You want to do that?
Yeah, we'll save it for
All right.
next week. There will be some more headlines in it next week, I think, as the season approaches
Yeah,
an end.
yeah.
But let's get into starting 11.
Ooh, interesting.
Before we put up, yeah, I guess you can put it up. But let's talk about last week's performance because we finally did it, guys.
We
We finally did it.
They finally did it.
did it, man.
It took
It took so long. You're gonna say it took so long.
You got there at
12
the end.
weeks,
12 weeks, man.
3 months.
We made it though.
We made it, but we only beat it by half a
I was
point.
gonna say all thanks to one. All thanks to all the players,
They
but
always still
one
counts,
guy
mate,
we needed.
Yeah,
One guy we needed.
yeah. yeah.
Juan Brunetta.
Juan Brunetta.
We've talked about him a lot on this show.
Recently transferred.
Yeah, he was at Lyon.
Recently transferred. Yeah, he was at Santos. Laguna.
Santos.
Okay.
Yeah, at the beginning of our show, he was at Santos, and then during the transfer window for the Mexican League, he went to Tigres,
Yeah.
and he's been same Juan Brunetta. You know,
Okay.
Killed it.
Killed it. He absolutely killed it. Even Gazaniga, we were talking about Girona and the season they're having. He put together the best goalkeeping performance for them
I
all
was gonna say,
season.
an 8.5 from a goalkeeper.
Spurs.
is
He was a Spurs
insane.
player, wasn't he,
He was a
Gazaniga?
Spurs keeper.
I've heard that name somewhere.
He was
before.
Hugo's backup,
Yeah,
for a
that
few
makes
years.
So much sense.
and he had some like really good games
he
for
had
us.
some good games for you, like under Marino, right? Gazaniga, wasn't
Mhm.
he? Yeah. I remember.
Couple of cup moments.
I remember Gazaniga. Yeah.
What a
Vicario,
guy,
though,
man.
is actually-
8.5 from a goalkeeper.
Yeah,
It's
he was our highest
crazy.
scorer.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
He
Highest
was
score
our
of the
highest
week.
scorer. Everyone else just did right around 7.
Solid.
I mean, our lowest scorer was a 6.9. We had 3 of them.
Yeah.
But other than that, a couple of 7.7s, an 8 from Ben Yedder, who scored a goal.
Finally, man.
It finally
The
happened.
one
So,
week
yeah.
where we don't have anybody like 5.0, 4.5,
No red cards.
red cards, man.
There you go.
Finally, man, we did it.
Let's go.
So
man.
our new
Success.
record. Can you scroll down on that, Carlos, to the bottom?
It's like we beat it by like a point 0.5 or something
Go all,
like
no,
that.
go all the way to the
Try
blue.
London.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Target
yeah,
score.
mate.
So yeah, our new target score went up by half a point.
We did it though. Hey,
Oh, I
that's
forgot to update last
compliment.
week's score.
You went it, bro. You did it, mate.
Last week's score should say 82.6
Right.
and then 7.51. We broke the record, so
Yeah.
that needs to be updated. But yeah, we're going for an 82.6. I think we can shoot for an 83, 84 now.
Yeah.
Just need our
Um,
guys, man. Good
yeah.
lineup this week. I like it. There's a lot of
It's a great
Diversity.
Yeah, it's a good, especially the couple of games as well.
You can scroll back
Got
up. Go back
Saka in
to
there,
Martinez.
got
Yeah.
Çalhanoğlu in there for the Inter Milan Juventus game.
You want to start it off, Zach?
Yeah, we'll talk about. We'll just start from the top. Emi Martinez,
Hey.
one of the most consistent Premier League goalies. Big game against Man United. Or no, I guess that one's against Sheffield.
Sheffield,
That
yeah.
one's against Sheffield. That's right.
The different United.
The other United.
It would be pretty unfortunate if he lets a goal in from them.
It'll be
Yeah.
tragic.
Do you think they
Honestly,
take a lot
for
of
you
shots though? Like
They'll put shots on the
double
goal.
shots on the net.
I
Yeah.
hope-
Ollie McBurney.
I
That's
don't
the
know.
only guy I know on that
You
Sheffield.
know what? I would say yes and no. It depends, honestly. You know what I mean? But
Yeah,
we'll see.
I
But
agree.
Emi Martinez is a solid goalkeeper.
Oh, yeah.
He should be.
100%.
He should do well for you lot this week. Let's hope, right?
Should put up some points, man.
Fingers
Should put up
crossed.
some points.
Their
man,
leading
against
goal
Sheffield.
scorer is McBurney. He has 4 goals. That's their
Ollie
lead.
McBurney.
Yeah.
Get out, Ollie, man.
No, I think it's a good. It's so hard finding a good goalie.
It
Like,
is. Yeah, it is.
especially you can pick anyone in Europe. You got to find one person that's like not only matchup based. It's got to be like they're also.
A good
A solid goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
gonna
But
say.
he's a World Cup winner.
He is.
So
He is.
Last week was-
I figured if we're gonna try to get an 8.5 back-to-back weeks,
He's the guy.
Martinez is one of the
He's
top
the
guys
guy.
to pick.
Sure,
Just consistent.
absolutely.
He's consistent,
goalkeeper.
100%.
There you go.
Yeah, the defense looks solid too. Di Lorenzo from Napoli against, I think that's
Hellas
Hellas
Verona.
Verona.
Yeah.
That's right, Hellas Verona.
Yep.
Jean-Claire Todibo, potential Spurs candidate who obviously didn't transfer.
Potential
Two
Man United candidate
Spurs.
too.
Yeah,
Potential
Man
Man
United,
United
I'm
candidate.
on them too.
Fairly
It's
Man
going to be a
United.
bidding war in the summer, I
It
think.
is.
But
It
honestly,
is.
I can see him going to Man United because if you're him, you're looking at the 3 center backs at Spurs right now,
Yeah.
and Romero,
It's
Van de
not-
Ven, and
it's not-
It's
Dragusin.
not going to happen.
Dragusin, I think he should start tomorrow against Everton. I forgot to mention that earlier. I think he
Wow.
might get the start.
Over
Over
Ben Davies? No. How could you?
Davies.
Over Ben Davies,
Oh,
Mr. Tottenham?
man. Hey, man, I don't want to hear
Mr.
no
Mr.
Ben Davies
Tottenham.
slander on
Man.
Footy Fridays,
The
man.
goat. The goat.
Big Ange has revived his career.
Mr. Tottenham, mate. That's what he is.
But speaking of Mr. Tottenham, Toby Alderweireld.
Oh!
This
He's in the
guy-
lineup. He's in the
That
lineup.
was-
He's been
yeah.
killing it for Antwerp. He's been there
Yes.
for two or 3 seasons now, right?
Yeah.
But one of the more consistent players in the Belgian league this year. They're playing Club Brugge, so that's a top
top team in
opponent.
Belgium.
like a top matchup in that league.
100%.
Is
this
that a
weekend.
derby or am I speaking out of
I might be. It
No,
might
I
be.
think-
I think.
It's not a derby.
Is it not?
Antwerp
Is it not?
and Anderlecht.
Oh,
those
right.
are the two
Okay.
rivals. But yeah, I like those 3 defenders. Just 3 bosses at the back line.
100%.
Um,
I'm a fan of Alderweireld, man. I was hoping we'd sign him from Tottenham during
Yeah.
the times that he was there because I thought he was a quality centre back, honestly.
Him and Vertonghen back there,
Oh,
man.
mate.
That back line.
That back line. Your Tottenham squad, we had this off camera.
Yeah.
Your Tottenham team during those years, mate, was the best Tottenham team I've seen in a long time.
Prime Tottenham.
this year might keep up with them. though.
I was gonna
It
say
might-
it
it
might.
could be,
It might,
but
man.
They just got to stay healthy.
Yeah, there you go. Big
That was,
Angelo.
that
Just
was
do
one
it,
of my last
mate.
questions. Yeah, 100%.
Just do it, mate.
Yeah.
In the
Big
midfield,
Ange.
I really like Jorge Rodriguez from Monterrey.
Yep.
We got to
Kinda
start. I
like-
think every week we got to keep a Mexican player in,
Right.
just because there's so many hidden gems in that league, like Juan Bruneta,
Yeah.
like
Keep things
well,
fresh.
Fidalgo didn't really do much last week for us, but yeah, he's playing, and that's a big matchup too. So they play Monterrey's playing America,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
top 2 teams in Mexico,
Take
going
'em
at
down.
it.
Take them down.
Okay.
Take them
okay.
down.
Take them down.
We want to see America
Oh,
drop.
They
some
drew.
points.
They
I'm
drew
missing
last
out.
week. They drew last week. That's
Oh yeah.
Wait, they
America
played?
did. Yeah, they played.
Oh, I thought you were saying they, as in
Oh
Monterrey.
no, yeah,
and-
America.
So America tied.
They
I've
tied
gotta
last
get
week.
into
So
Liga MX, man. That's what I'm missing out
it's
on.
fun, man.
Yeah.
That's what
It's
I'm
fun.
missing out on, honestly.
It's hard to watch the games because I don't have ESPN
Yeah,
Deportes
yeah,
or
yeah.
Univision, but
So you got illegally stream.
yeah, quite literally.
yeah, yeah. Anyway,
What's that? No. I pay subscriptions. Yes, ESPN.
Kalinoglu, I think we've had him
Oh,
on
good
before.
pick.
Yeah.
That's the game against Juventus
That's
too.
the game
It's a
against
good.
Juventus,
It's
my
a good
good pick
pick.
as
I
well.
switched
Really
my
good pick.
pick. I said Juventus earlier, but now I forgot.
Now he wants Kalinoglu.
I kind of forgot we had him in the
Wow.
lineup, so
I
I'm
mean,
gonna-
might as well,
Change
man.
that
You might as well. Yeah.
You gotta change as well, Desi.
I'm a Inter
There you
Milan
go,
guy
Inter
now.
Milan, man.
No,
Almost said
he's
Inter Miami.
he's been.
Inter Miami.
It's weird because he's like an attacking
Close
midfielder,
enough.
but he's been turned into like a box-to-box guy,
No, he's yeah.
where
He's
his
been around for a
defending
while.
is
I'm a fan.
his
I'm a
defending
fan.
has improved immensely.
100%.
His free kicks, man, are out of this world.
Yeah.
dude.
His free kick technique is completely out of this world. Bro, ridiculous.
He's been around for a long time too,
He
man.
really has been around for a long
Yeah.
time.
You
That's
know
a
who
really
else
good
has been
pick.
around for a long time?
The next guy on this list,
Oh, yes,
Isco.
yes.
Isco. I like that
Another-
pick too.
Another legend.
For
Yeah, people
Betis,
forgot
for
he's still
Betis.
playing, and he's playing at a high level
He
in La
is,
Liga.
Yeah, he is, mate. He is.
They're
Shout out
playing Getafe.
Yep, playing Getafe.
Shout out Isco.
Shout out
man.
Isco, yeah.
Getafe, wow.
That'll be a good game. Betis. Big
I
showing
think-
from Isco,
No
man.
situation over the weekend, Getafe.
I think that we'll get. We might. I don't want to get into that quite
Let's not get
yet.
into that, yeah. Moving on.
But yeah, for Batiste, they're in like 6th or 7th, so they're
Yeah.
hanging in there with the top dogs.
Yeah.
Golovin's been in our lineup before.
Solid.
I remember
Solid.
Golovin. He was that when Russia had that crazy World Cup run. He was one of their
Yeah,
best
2018.
players, wasn't he? Yeah, I remember that.
Talking
guy.
about free kicks, that guy's got a nice set
He
piece
does, he
ability
does.
too.
Nice boot.
Yeah, he
They're
does.
playing the Havre. I don't think they'll put up much of a fight against Monaco.
I don't think so.
That would be a shocker.
That would
to
be a
me
shocker.
if
That would be a
they got
shock,
some
yeah.
points out of that.
If Monaco ended up losing that one for sure.
And then last minute change, we had
Game
Madison
of the
in there.
weekend. Game of the weekend.
Game of the
boys. Tottenham
weekend.
and Everton.
Yes,
Come on.
sir. Game of the
Yeah.
weekend.
I think Brendan Johnson's playing. He's the most informed he has been
Yeah.
for Tottenham,
Yeah.
and he's finally converting chances. I mean, he did in his last game.
Yeah.
I think he keeps it hot because he only played the second half, and he was one of our most consistent players
Yeah. Yeah.
in that second half.
Yeah.
I think if he played all 90 minutes, he might have gotten 2 goals or a goal and assist.
For sure.
So expect him.
Big 22.
Big
Brendan
22.
Johnson.
Brendan Johnson, mate, for sure.
And then your guy.
Yeah,
Bukayo.
there was an open slot on starting 11 this week. I saw, so I threw in.
Saka.
Unfortunately, I threw in an Arsenal boy.
Yeah.
I was kind of like I was
It's
a
alright,
little
Saka,
sad
mate.
about it, but
He's a good player.
He's a
You
good
know,
player.
He's
I-
bound to
I
bounce
like him.
back.
I
and
like him.
I think in such a big game, I think the stars are going to
They
shine
need
for
him.
both teams,
They
and
need
he's
him.
their star.
100%.
Yeah, they need him.
Other than Odegaard, obviously.
Yeah, I think
Um,
Saka's primed for.
That's
a good
crazy.
showing there.
Odegaard. Could've
And
been at
then-
Madrid.
Yeah, and then Dovbyk, one of the sleeper.
Girona.
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 Another Girona player. So
Yeah,
last
that
week we had a
was-
Girona keeper. Now we've got a Girona striker. But
Yeah.
yeah, he's been killing it this season.
What's his stats looking like this season in La Liga?
Well, he had a hat trick against somebody,
He's
and it
top-
was like
yeah.
a really
Is he top scorer in the league? right
Sevilla.
now?
He had a hat trick against Sevilla 2 weeks ago. But this season, he's got 14. He started 17 games, 14 goals, 5 assists.
He's tied with Jude Bellingham
Bloody
for
hell.
most goals in the league.
Jude
14.
Bellingham is up the top there too.
Jude Bellingham's 14 goals.
Yeah,
That is ridiculous.
yeah,
Yeah.
and he's a midfielder.
He's
Yeah.
got to get Ballon d'Or if they win Champions League, man. I'm sorry.
Tell-
If they win the Champions League this season and they win La Liga,
He's a Ballon
I'm
d'Or.
pushing that agenda. Jude Bellingham Ballon d'Or. It has to happen.
I agree.
Not Lionel Messi, man. What do you mean? What are you talking about, man? He 100% deserves that award.
Oh, I felt so
Controversy.
bad for him, mate. Honestly, I felt so bad for him, mate.
I mean, come on.
Because it was clear as day his Ballon
Yeah,
d'Or to
100%,
win, man. You know,
100%.
it was just ridiculous.
The treble winner.
Thing is, I get why they gave it to Messi. Romantic purposes, Messi, the goat to many people in the World Cup with with
I
his
know.
country finally.
I
Having
know.
a pretty decent year with PSG as well. But Haaland should have won the Ballon d'Or.
Yeah, 100%.
59 goals, winning the treble. What more can you do?
If you don't win the Ballon d'Or
Do you
like
know what I
that,
mean?
it's
There's nothing more
something's
you can
wrong.
do with that, man,
Yeah.
honestly. Crazy.
No, give me another hat trick from Dovbyk.
Yeah.
They're playing. Who do they play? Sociedad. That's a pretty decent game at the top of La Liga.
For sure. David
100%.
Silva's so Sociedad, right? If I'm not mistaken.
David
He?
Silva.
David Silva. He retired now.
I forgot about that name. That's a
Remember
good.
David-
That's a good name to name drop right
You
there.
remember David Silva?
I
man?
do.
From
Yeah.
Man City days, man. Terrorized the hell out of me as a main.
Yeah. Oh my God. What a guy that guy is. man.
What a player
Yeah.
David Silva was.
100%.
Honestly.
Actually,
But
I want
think-
to know
I
if he's still
believe
there.
so.
No, I don't
David-
think he is.
he's not
No?
there
No, I think he's
Sociedad?
retired. He's retired.
Wow. I think so, yeah. I think he tore his ACL in preseason, right? And then didn't go through like the whole rehab process. So, you know what? I'm just hang it
Yeah.
up.
They've got some guys though. I mean, they've got Kubo, who's playing for Japan in the Asian Cup right now. Sadiq,
Yeah.
Oh,
backup striker,
Yeah.
and then Marino, one of my favorite players on that team. Every time I play with Sociedad in FIFA,
That's
He's
who you
a-
pick.
he's a
they're
guy.
a fun
He's
team.
a
If
guy.
I'm gonna pick a Spanish team that's like not Real Madrid or Barcelona or Atletico, it's either Girona or Real Sociedad. So it's interesting that they're playing each other this week. Maybe whoever wins this one will be permanently
You'll
my,
be
my,
your
my
team.
La
Yeah.
Liga FIFA team.
Exactly, yeah.
But yeah, I think this week we can get to 84. Why not?
Oh yeah. 100%.
Maybe from now on we just got to beat it by half a point.
There you go. That's a challenge, right? That's a set point.
Yeah.
Beat it by half a point.
Well, our average
You
is
know what I mean?
7.5. That's the thing. If our players can average
Like an 8.
7.5 to 8,
Yeah.
Man, if they average an 8,
That's it, it's
that's a
over.
good
Yeah.
week,
Close
man.
to
That's a
that.
really good week.
Close the curtains, it's
Yeah.
over. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
no more segment. That's
No
like
more
No more
segment.
segment. That's it. Yeah.
Close the curtains, mate.
Well, we said we were going to get to 100 at the beginning of the season, and
Yeah.
It's
I think we were
possible.
shooting for the stars a little bit.
No, I
We
mean,
might
it's
have
possible. You're closer.
that-
You're
that-
86 right now.
That's a
86,
perfect week,
87.
though. That's
You
a
got to get
perfect
like
week.
A
you
10
got
out
to
of 10
get
everywhere,
the
pretty much.
you got to get like multiple 10s, 9 to
Yeah.
10s.
That's like hat tricks across the board, assists across the board,
Man City are
defensive
playing us in 2 weeks'
masterclass.
time, so put the entire Man City team against Manchester United. I'm telling you, this,
Yeah.
you guys are-
And I think what we should do going forward too is we should tally how many goals our team scored, how many assists.
Yeah.
That'd
Yeah.
be interesting.
How many
as well.
saves from goalkeepers
Yeah.
too?
I think just goals and assists are really the big thing.
Yeah.
And then maybe just like an extra stat. I don't know, tackles.
Tackles,
Tackles,
I don't know.
goalie saves, or like you
Yeah.
know, how many times
possession.
Brendan Johnson missed another chance.
Oh, you mean Timo?
Hopefully 0, man.
Or
Hopefully
Timo
0.
Werner, honestly, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
can't wait till that clip happens. Timo Werner threw on goal in his lovely Tottenham kit. It is roofs it all the way to Jupiter.
And
Never
You know what I
again.
mean?
Never
That
again,
was
man.
Never again.
Never
And
again.
then I just roof it all the way up to back to Leipzig, right? That's where you came from.
Leipzig, yeah.
Leipzig. Not Leverkusen, Leipzig.
No, I really like this team. I think our defenders are going to do well. I think our forwards will do well, and I think if 3 of our 5 midfielders do well,
I was gonna say I think your midfield is pretty strong.
we're gonna. I think this is my favorite line. The 3-5-2 is good because the
Yeah.
midfielders are always putting up like 7 to 8.
I like it.
Exactly.
You just got to hit it with your strikers
You need
or your
to.
forwards. Your
You need
forwards
to.
need to come through.
They gotta come through for
So yeah, but that's our starting 11 for week 14. It's already 14 weeks.
Wow,
It's crazy.
flying by, man.
But
Flying
yeah,
by.
anyways, we got to get out of here. Thank you guys for tuning in to Footy Fridays. Maher, thanks for
Thanks,
crashing.
sure.
Always
Boys,
welcome.
yes,
Always welcome to
boys.
crash.
Yes, sir.
But tune into Dunk Discussions coming up next with Elle and Dan the Man McMahon. But from Zach and Desi and Maher, thank you for tuning in to Footy Fridays on the 22 West Radio Sports Block. We'll see you next week, guys.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPS's. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. Hundred only, you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPS's. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. Hundred only, you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going on.
Yeah, welcome to Dunk Discussions. Danny McMahon here with Elmira Darmanian, Kevin Fernandez, got producer Matt.
Talk to me.
All right, we will. Yeah, it's been a busy week in the NBA this week. We have a few headlines to kick it off. First off, how y'all doing today?
We're
Doing
good.
great.
Yeah?
We are. I am. I
I'm
think.
good,
I don't know.
man.
I'm all right. I
I'm
mean,
very exhausted
Celtics
because
lost.
The school started. I'm not used to it.
Been whooping
Yeah.
my
Like I
behind,
have
bro.
every day I have to be awake by like 5 in the morning.
It was weird. It was like a soft opening for the semester.
Soft. That
Like,
was really rough.
Well,
I
like-
was at 9 p.m. in my bed. Strike's over. I have an 8 a.m. class next day.
Oh, yeah.
That's not very soft.
Yeah, I did not face that. Most of my teachers
NBA.
just like stuck with canceling the classes for the whole first week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Good for
That was
you.
nice.
Yeah.
That was nice.
For me,
That's
not.
not for you.
Yeah, because
Not
they
for me.
didn't even open up anything on Canvas until
Oh,
after the strike was over. So it was kind of just like
chill.
back.
we're just we're just gonna stay for
Good for
next
you.
Monday.
That's good for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Not everyone wants that.
I feel proud of myself. Yeah, I guess I picked the right classes. I didn't even use the rate your professor either.
Does
Kinda just-
eyeballing?
Huh?
Does eyeballing know it? I like this class.
Yeah. Literary journalism. I was like, I gotta take that. Although it's not exactly what I expected so far,
This
but it'll
thing
be a
punched me
mouthful.
right in the gut too because like I was in my bed and the next day was my birthday and I was so excited to not have classes on my birthday for the first time in a million years, and I did end up having classes on my birthday. I literally just went to one class though, but because I was like, I'm not. If I don't have the email that I have to show up, I'm not going.
Hey, weekends are the right days to celebrate your birthday anyway.
That's facts.
Yeah.
Talk about it.
Whatever, guys. What
You
are the
could say-
topics? for
your
today?
birthday turned into a birthday week.
It's a birthday month. Was.
Was.
Okay,
yeah.
So.
It was. All right, well, let's get to some headlines here. So, first off, Clippers top the power rankings. I was skeptical about the James Harden trade, but just to back up my smack talk I was giving on James Harden, I did say that if he became a pass-first guy like he was in Philadelphia before it went off the rails, it would work out with the Clippers. He's done that. It's worked tremendously.
Yeah.
Got a couple All-Stars. OKC loses to the Pistons. Why did they lose?
Yeah, in my personal opinion, I think the reason why they lost, they have Chat on the team, right?
Yeah.
And he's not the main reason why. I just think that, you know how rookies usually hit, like, when they're traveling on the road? Obviously, I think they have, like a barrier stopping them from scoring or stopping them from performing as much as they are, like, to their full capacity. So I think he is one of the reasons why. Like, and then closing lineups, I think their lineup has some holes in it that they're not as obvious right now because we're in the regular games in the regular season. But the second playoffs will hit, the pace of that game will be completely different, and their holes in their lineups will be more and more obvious. Like, I think, who did I write? Oh, Wiggins and Kenrich, they performed really good, but.
Which are peripheral guys, they're
Yeah,
not the
those
stars.
two, they were pretty good, but I think they could have performed better. That's my two kind of points.
No, I mean
And
that's
then
kind.
the playoffs reason is like the main one, I think, because I think they're not going to be able to keep up with the playoffs kind of pace.
Yeah, well, and that's actually a good point because Shea Gilgeous-Alexander gets a lot of layups at the rack,
Yeah.
gets the and ones, which those are not the lane's going to be a little more crowded come playoff time.
No, I agree. I mean, the pace always slows down around playoff time, like you would say. And also, they're a young team. You know, they're the youngest team in the NBA. Them and the Timberwolves. It's going to be interesting to see come playoff time how those teams, they're 1 and 2 in the standings. See when
Yeah.
it comes playoff time and they're able to, buckle down when it gets tough in the crunch time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that I do have confidence in this squad. They are super duper young,
yeah.
but at the same time, they're naive enough to take it deep in the playoffs. But back to Chet, as far as his playoff talk goes, he might need to put on a couple pounds to be able to play those playoff
Bro,
basketball games
Every
where
single
it's just
rookie
going to
needs
be.
to do that
Yeah,
because
Wemby doesn't think so.
no, he needs to.
Yeah, he
That's
needs
not even
to.
a question.
Wemby
In my
said
opinion,
coming
I
into
don't
the
know.
season that I think that everyone else needs to lose weight. I don't need to gain it.
I mean, have you seen his routines,
Huh?
his stretching routines and all that?
Yeah, that's
yeah.
cool. That's super cool. But
He's a
I mean,
beast.
everyone is stretching.
He rolled an ankle and he got up like nothing.
Stretch more than
That
gain
was-
more
Yeah,
muscle.
you saw
That was
right?
crazy.
Yeah.
But he also, games later, he got taken out
That's true.
for that ankle injury. Yeah, so.
I don't know.
One thing I
Um,
don't get. Oh, my bad.
yeah, go ahead.
No, I said one thing with these rookies is like with Victor, load management. Like, have you seen that? He's been resting games, like Pop taking him out back to backs. That's a rookie.
Pop has
He
always
on-
been.
He only
like
plays
that,
about
though.
20 minutes a game.
But he's a rookie though. That's the
Right.
thing. That's what I'm
Right.
trying to say. You know?
But also, like a topic we're going to touch on later, as far as the minimum games go and the players sitting out big games, rookies are immune to it.
Mhm.
Yeah, you can ease rookies into the league. And I think that's a part of guys starting out at a younger age in the NBA and they're not fully ready to play
Yeah.
NBA basketball. But I mean, European League basketball is so physical and it's just a different game.
1,000.
Yep.
Come on,
Yeah.
don't even get me started. That's where my basketball started, not the NBA. NBA is like the kindergarten of basketball. low-key.
Yeah. Better athletes in the NBA, more physical play in Europe.
Yeah.
Gnarlier fans, I feel like, too. gnarlier fans. Like we talked last week about Luka being mad at the guy for telling him to hit the treadmill. And it was just surprising coming from an Eastern European player that did play pros at a young age, where he's probably heard way worse stuff in an arena than what he did that day.
Yeah, but still, like, Jokic, right? Am I saying the last name right?
It's Jokic.
We people say the Joker.
Yeah, for a while we thought it was Jokic, but then we
No,
realized it
it's
was Jokic, but we already nicknamed him Joker, so that's his name.
I recently saw this play. It was like YouTube Shorts again, Shorts. So it was, I don't remember which player. Like this player, his last name starts with a G. Green.
Green? Jalen Green?
Yeah, no.
Oh,
no. Or G.
Jamichael Green?
He has like a twin. I don't know, in the league or no, it's or not a twin, a brother or someone. You know
Thompson?
who I'm talking about? No.
Bogdanovich?
God, I can't remember. But I saw a play where like, I need to find it, guys. I need to shut up. Hold on. I'm gonna
Look
find
it up,
You guys
producer
go ahead.
Matt. See what you got.
No. You guys go ahead with what you were talking about, and then I'll find this play with.
Well, let's move on to the next topic, which is Celtics get smoked by the Lakers.
Period.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's golf clap. No, I mean it's okay. Celtics get smoked to the Lakers. They've been looking terrible after they lost the first game at
LeBron
home.
was on the bench.
LeBron and AD were both on the bench.
Yep.
Which, by the way, a headline, not a headline. LeBron does not want to be traded.
No,
Apparently,
he's not.
somebody in KTLA was just making up rumors.
I mean,
Or look, LeBron is that calculated to where he might have leaked information to this poor reporter that now sounds like a liar, just to light a fire under the butts of front management.
I mean, you saw his comments the other day against the loss against the Hawks. You know, he was about to get into it. Some reporter cut him off. He tweets later that night. He puts an emoji, time emoji. Everyone's questioning what it means. I mean, and then you see that report after by KTLA. I don't know, just a lot of weird things going on.
LeBron is very
team.
strategic. With
Oh yeah, everything's strategic with that guy.
None of this is a coincidence. No, not at all.
This Laker team's confusing.
But anyway, Celtics
no.
looking past their opponent. Austin Reeves went off a week after I said they should trade him to make the playoffs.
He said nope.
I also don't think that Austin Reeves is going to have another he's not gonna have a run like this because AD and LeBron are gonna take the ball away from him.
Morris.
Oh, Marcus
Morris.
Morris and
God.
Markieff
Why did I
Morris, the
say
Morris
G?
brothers.
The
Yeah.
Morris-
Okay, what about him?
Yeah, I saw a foul like on Jokic.
Oh yes.
Remember
yes,
that in the
yes,
middle
yes,
of the
yes,
court?
yeah,
That was
yeah.
like, come on now. You
I know what you're
had
talking
to
about. Hold on.
fully body that man to even move him a little, and then he literally took the whole he took you out with one shoulder.
Oh, he basically gave him whiplash on that too.
Yeah, he was out
He
for
was
weeks.
out for
this,
a
if anyone
while.
asks me what's my favorite foul, that.
Yeah. No.
Because this is the European basketball. I think it looks more like European basketball
Pull
than like
up
NBA.
some pictures of the Jokic brothers because this is hilarious. Because his brother came to his defense. I believe Markieff Morris's brother Marcus came to his defense via Twitter because that's what you do now. And then the Jokic brothers were like, he was like, "Yeah, we're gonna fight," or "I got your back," something like that, right? And then the Jokic brothers were like, "Let's do this." And one of Jokic's brothers looks like a bad guy from a John Wick film.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I've
Like,
seen that. Yeah. He's in the finals.
super-
Everybody's showing him in the finals.
Yeah, he's huge. He's all tatted up too. It's like I don't want to mess with that guy.
It's just, yeah. I don't know why and how it works, but I think Eastern European, or not East, he is Eastern European, right?
Yeah, Jokic is
It is.
Serbian.
Serbian.
He's
We're,
Serbian, yeah.
We are way bigger than, for some reason, other people. I don't know how to explain it. The first time I came here ever, I was like, why is everyone so small? I literally was walking around and I'm like, I feel so huge because for me, like, I'm a regular height for a girl in Russia. I was not the tallest, but I was not the shortest either. I don't even remember who's like, I just feel like we're bigger for some reason. I don't know why.
No, it makes sense.
So for Jokic to take him out with the whole, like with one shoulder, reasonable.
Yeah. It's funny because people say we're usually fatter, but I know what you're
I'm
saying.
talking
like bigger.
muscle height.
Yeah.
It's kind of
Slash.
funny how those
Yeah.
players nowadays are kind of like the Lukas and the Jokic's. They're kind of dominating the whole NBA. Even like those type of player types, you know, like
That's
kind
what I'm
of
Yeah.
on your
saying.
point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Giannis,
then-
man, you
Yeah.
know, like, yeah. They all play, yeah, I mean, even when we're talking about LaMelo Ball, who's from
Yeah.
Southern California, he played pro ball, I believe, in Lithuania.
I remember
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
And he's just this
Lithuania.
young guy, and he came into the league ready to play.
Yeah.
He's like a street baller. He could be on and one, no problem.
he does get
Yeah.
injured a lot though.
He does get injured a
get
lot.
injured
That
a
is a problem. He has weak
Mhm.
ankles.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with
Ankles.
Steph, but Steph turned that around. He hasn't really had a
That's true.
rolled over ankle in a while.
Big baller brand.
Big
Knock
baller
on
brand.
wood. Knock on wood. Don't.
All right, well, Celtics, they need to clean up their act at home. We're going to move on. The Knicks won 9 straight games, and the Garden gives
Yeah.
Brunson to cry. Beautiful moment for basketball for Jalen Brunson, a moment of accomplishment. Full All-Star lineups are set.
Yeah.
Also, Steven
Any-
Adams.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Any confusion about All-Star lineups, or we're good?
Um,
Because like Western Conference, I can say them. I have all.
Yeah, go for it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, good.
Western Conference starters are LeBron, Jokic, Durant, Doncic, and Shai. I don't know.
Shai.
how-
Shea.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Shai?
it's spelled
That's
Shy,
solid.
but you pronounce it Shea.
Yeah. Then reserves, Curry is a reserve.
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards, Davis, Leonard Booker, Paul George, Carl Anthony Towns. Honestly, I think right here, I recently saw like a video again between Booker and Doncic.
Oh yeah.
Going
the
like
feud.
the
yeah.
Luka. This one sets it all. Like the debate between these two, who's better, set. Because who is in the reserves and who is playing.
Yeah, no,
So,
Luka's a dominant force. I think
1,000%.
for me, a snub that I would say is Sabonis.
Mm.
DeMontis Sabonis should be. I had him as, when we did this a month ago, I had him as a starter for the West.
Mhm.
So he's been putting up big numbers, but I guess his team isn't good enough. I don't know.
Then
I mean,
is
Sacramento
there-
always gets, they're a small market team. I mean, one problem I had with the starters was in the East, Damian Lillard got the nod over Jalen Brunson.
Oh yeah, do you have the
Yeah.
East list?
Bro,
Al?
that's a
Hmm?
problem.
Do you have the East?
bro.
Yeah.
All right, let's hear the East.
Giannis, Tatum, Embiid, Halliburton, Lillard
Right. Yeah.
is there, and then reserves are Jalen Brunson, Donovan Mitchell, Tyrese Maxey,
Maxey, yeah, you got it.
yeah, and then Jalen Brown, Paolo Banchero, Bam Adebayo, and Julius Randle.
No Derek White.
Yes. So I think Trae Young has had a great year. He's
Really?
on a bad team.
Mhm.
He's averaging like 27 and 11.
Yeah.
You know, that's those are all-star numbers. Brunson could definitely be a starter over who are the two guards?
Lillard.
Lillard. I think he could
Yeah,
definitely.
over
Lillard.
Lillard, he should
Yeah.
be.
Not mad about Lillard, but Brunson has he's had an epic year for him. But at the same time, he's happy enough just to make the All-Star team. You know, a lot of people had question marks about that signing, whether or not he'd be the guy.
I mean, just to carry on with the Knicks, I mean, I think the Knicks, if it ain't the Celtics coming out the East, or I think that's the biggest challenge to the Celtics could be the Knicks. I mean, 1-5, they got solid players all around ever since the OG trade. They're 14-2. We saw a team yesterday without Randall, without Grimes, without OG. He didn't play yesterday. Be a nice Indiana team. I know Hallie's coming off some minutes restriction. I know Siakam been there, but this Knicks team right now, they're balling.
Yeah,
And
Halliburton with only about 15, I think.
yeah, but I think this Knicks team, they could possibly take this Eastern Conference Finals. I think so.
Yeah, they got a good team, man, and they're playing a different style offense than the
Yeah.
normal Tibbs team would play. They're spreading it out a lot more, trying to play to the strengths, basically playing a lot of one-on-one. But
I'm pretty
Which is a
satisfied
Tibbs
with
thing.
these.
It is.
I don't have anything to say about them. I think they're very much reasonable, and I don't think I would replace anyone out of there. Makes sense. Like, to me, it's just
I like
not
Ant-Man.
perfect,
I
but-
wish Ant-Man would be a starter. He's one of my favorites. Plays good defense, but obviously we're not going to be watching much of that in the All-Star game.
Okay, for the topics today, we have how do we feel about the NBA fining players for talking about poor refereeing?
Mm-hmm.
That was
Yes.
Daniel's idea to talk about
This
this.
this
Do you wanna-
was my idea, and
Do you
I
want to start off with that?
I will. Okay, so notable fines. Okay, in recent memory. So we have Darko Rajakovic fined $25K for his epic rant post game in defense of his Raptors
That
team.
was iconic, though. Like, you can't-
Yeah, in LA, which obviously the refs are just trying to follow the NBA script.
That was
Anthony,
oh no, go ahead.
go
Oh,
ahead.
yeah, I was gonna say that's for the free throw disparity, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, worst since we've seen since the Sacramento Lakers game. Huh.
Yeah.
It looks like there's a reoccurring character in this. Anthony Edwards gets fined the most by a player, $40,000 for public criticism. He said that the refs were ass, I believe, or something like
Yeah.
that.
I think he said something about Shea, like it's hard to guard when like Shea's getting all the calls.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then he goes in post game and lays down the business. Paul George, $35K, public criticism of officiating. Dylan the Villain, $35K for public criticism of officiating and inappropriate language towards an official. I believe that was the LeBron incident.
Yeah.
And then we have Trae Young, $25K for inappropriate language to an official. I don't know exactly what these guys are saying. I do know that if the critique gets personal, that's when you get teed up and fined. Like if you say that was a terrible call and you lace out with expletives, that's fine. But if you say you're a garbage referee, that's when you're going to get teed up.
I should have been fined and kicked out.
Yeah.
Me, personally, because I yell so much during the games. Like, I never yell. Well, I don't remember myself yelling at players, but if the referee is doing a bad job,
yeah,
I'm going to tell you you're doing a bad job. And you might not hear me because, you're old and your hearing's ass, but...
Okay, so let's imagine a world where the NBA does not fine people for talking to referees.
Yeah.
Do you think that refereeing will be better? Do you think that we would never hear the end of it as far as players critiquing referees, or do you think that they would stop critiquing referees more? What do you think? Because they already hound them already quite a bit.
I mean, I don't think you're going to hear anything. I mean, it's been going on for forever, these refs and players going at each other. I think with the refs, you got NBA players nowadays, like let's say, for example, Jason Tatum. Do a simple, have you seen him done a simple clap and then a ref tees him up? Yeah. Or hanging on the rim, or
or when you dunk on somebody, you show energy.
You show energy. You can't,
and then they tee him up.
You can't show any taunt. You can't you can't flex on someone.
Your teammate,
yeah,
teed up, smiling at on the bench, teed up.
Or you see the new rule where you can't step on the floor. A guy puts barely a toe on the line, a technical right there.
Oh, for like 6 players on the court.
Yeah.
Oh,
or just like you're just watching.
Or like you're on the bench and like you find a way on your court because like you're celebrating or something.
Yeah, and back to that Pacers-Knicks game, Tyrese Halliburton dunks on Dante DiVincenzo, the big ragu, and he gets in his face, flexes on him. DiVincenzo pushes him. DiVincenzo gets the tee, so it's like not really balanced. Yeah, let him play a little bit. You know what I mean? We're trying to watch. It's entertainment in the end.
For me, if the athletes are not going to get fined anymore for their opinion on the referees, it's going to be, I think, like 2 takeaways. The first one is going to be like players are going to blame all the mistakes that they've made during the game on the refs. Like, you know what I mean? Oh, the ref, like, everyone was against us in this, like, you know what I mean?
Right.
But those are, like, not strong-minded players where they're not mature and intelligent enough to, like, say, yes, I've made a mistake and we're going to work on that. We always have games in the future. We are going to fix it. We're going to become better. They're just going to blame the refs and etc. But one thing that confuses me really, they do need to get their frustration out because the refs sometimes, like, come on now. Like, you look at the calls and you're, like, as confused as the player is. And you are confused sitting and watching a game. But if the player on the court at the moment filled up with anger is confused.
Right, and
that's crazy.
Right, and to note on that, it's like there's the final 2-minute report that the NBA comes out with. And if they say the ref was wrong and the player said the ref was wrong in a post-game press conference, the player gets fined?
Yeah. It's like, with that Jaylen Brown situation. Remember when he got hit in the head?
Yes.
In Indiana?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's just...
Did he get fined for that?
I'm not sure if he got fined for that. But, even if he didn't get fined, just the relationship with the refs and the players right now is in a bad spot that the league needs to take a look at for sure.
Yeah, and I think that the style of play in the NBA today is so drawing foul-driven that they kind of don't have any choice but to address the referees because that's such a big part of the game now.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Right?
And the league is soft. The referees are getting soft.
Yeah, people going for a call. You got Austin Reeves last year getting a superstar whistle. You know what I mean? Like,
bro, that hate, bro. Hate for real.
Yeah, but like people like Shea and B, like that's why they call them foul hunters. Just reaching for a foul.
Right. Yeah. Totally. And they did say that they were gonna call flopping this year, which I think I've only seen one call so far this year, and it definitely the flop that they called was egregious, right? And they did cut that out of the game pretty much immediately this season. But the offensive players drawing the fouls, getting to the line so often, I think that's a part of the problem. Where we have a guy like Luka who puts up 73 points in a game, yada, 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 but he still just plays against the referees, and it gets exhausting for a fan to watch. After every single time he gets to the bucket, he turns and puts his hands up to the refs and says something.
Yeah.
Right? And it's not just Luka. Jason Tatum's had a
Jason
problem
Tatum,
with it
yeah.
too. But he's gotten a lot better because Mazzulla's tried to fix that problem. He hasn't fixed the 3-point problem and the post-up problem for
Oh,
the
no.
Celtics,
But
which they're
doesn't
completely
every single
not
time
doing.
when he goes up and makes a point, he hears the whistle?
Yeah, he
on the
gets
ref?
superstar calls, so you expect it to happen every single time somebody makes a
Like,
little
that's
bit of
just
contact with
speaking.
you.
Like, there was no reason for a call most of the times when he makes a point. I've never seen, like, okay, I've seen, obviously, when there's a foul, there's a foul. You can't do anything about that. Like, but sometimes the nitpicking, and it's just like, I don't like the refs. at
Yeah,
all.
when the funniest technical foul I've seen in recent memory is Joel Embiid giving the WWE suck it sign.
Yeah.
And he, after he got teed up for that and fined, he did a mini one the next game. I just can't help myself. That was pretty.
Yeah, that was.
Who
funny.
was that, Matt? You're a wrestling guy. What wrestler did that?
It was a D-Generation X.
D-Generation
Triple
X.
H and Shawn Michaels. Yeah.
Which clearly Embiid has he ever done WWE?
Nah,
Oh,
nah,
dude,
nah.
he's gotta make-
he hasn't been a part of y'all.
Yeah, once his career's
Shaq
over, I'm
has.
sure he's gonna make an appearance.
The second question that we had for the topic was: is scoring too easy in the NBA?
It's scoring too
Since
easy
we're
in the
talking
NBA.
about the league anyway.
So we're almost at the half hour marker. Do you want
Yeah.
to take a break and pick this up after?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, you want to do that?
That's cool.
Okay, so Dunk Discussions will be back in 4 minutes.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing.
All right, welcome back to Dunk Discussions, guys. And the last question that I've asked, we have Daniel, Kevin, L, and Matthew here
Yellow.
behind the scenes. The last question that we asked was, do we think, oh God, I lost it. Oh, is scoring too easy and in the NBA? So Daniel was the one to create the question once again, but what made you think that?
Well, the past couple weeks, we've seen an explosion of individual points scored. Luka followed up his 73-point game with a 45-point game. Embiid scored 70.
God bless
Devin
Luka.
Booker scored 68. Karl Anthony Towns scored 62. There's just been a lot of people putting up a lot of points. Of course, Reeves puts up 35 last night against the Celtics. 32 or 35?
32.
32 points against the Celtics last night. I just think that, and this is something that I've harped on for a long time, just how easy it is to get separation in the NBA today, as far as there's been rule changes, no hand checking. You also have to go vertical to try to block shots. Not a lot of, if you have minimal body contact, they're going to call a foul on the defender, right? All the rules are going against the defender.
I don't like the minimal
this way.
body contact.
Me either.
It's a physical sport. It's a sport where 10 people are on the same court, and the space is limited.
Right.
How would you expect to not have physical contact at all?
Right. No, and
Who writes these rules?
They've tried to pull back on a lot of it. Kevin Durant would do the rip through in this sense, and he would get a shooting foul. That's now a side out foul.
Yeah.
And James Harden had this incredible year, whatever way you want to look at it, but a lot of it was him based on drawing fouls. He's a great shooter, but he would get this crazy separation from guys. First off, they're letting him take a third step on his step back. So there's a lot of things, the gather step offensively too. I saw, I think it was Miles Turner get a ball, didn't take one step. Didn't take one dribble and took 4 steps and dunked it in, and it was on the highlight reel. So there's a lot of things that happen in the NBA that allow offensive players to do almost whatever they want. Defensive players can't. There's no lockdown. You can't play defense. There's no lockdown defender really in the NBA like there was. Drew Holiday. Drew Holiday is a great defender. There's a handful of them. Marcus Smart won a Defensive Player of the Year. A lot of that was predicated on flopping, which they're taking out of the league now. But yeah, I just think that when we look at a game like Kobe's 81, the type of congestion that he was taking shots from is incomparable to what these guys were taking as far as Luka goes. Luka, nothing to take away from him. He had he's a powerful guy. If somebody even hits him across the arms like that, he can still get that shot up and put the ball in. Not saying these guys aren't good. They're not talented and stuff. When Jordan averaged 36 a game, these guys are only scoring 85 points a game. The game was much more physical. It was more difficult to put points up back in the day, if you will, right? And there's been eras outside of this one. The 70s, teams are putting up 140 points. They're scoring tons and tons and tons of points, right? But what's the storyline behind Larry Bird and Magic Johnson? They saved the NBA. The NBA was a struggling league before they showed up, and that was coming off of those 1970s games where defense wasn't a thing, right? And then you enter the 80s where it's super physical. These guys are really working to get those shots up. Actual battles happening on the court. That's entertainment. I'm not saying I don't want to see these guys score. It's very impressive.
See the fights and the scoring at the same time.
Yeah.
I want the perfect balance of it to
Right. So as far as the historical context goes, when these guys are putting up 70 with seemingly no problem, it to me it's like I was bringing up earlier today about when we look back 20 years from now, and people are going to be like, "You guys really compared LeBron and MJ?" Because LeBron's all-time numbers are going to be way better than whatever Jordan did. Same thing with these guys, but it's just comparing eras is very difficult.
It's not. I don't think it's really. It depends on what kind of factors you're comparing players, like specifically LeBron. It's the same way people are like the golden trio. Who's better, Kobe, LeBron, or Michael? Michael Jordan.
MJ.
Yeah, MJ. Would like to me, it's not reasonable at all. What I wanted to say about scoring, I don't think you can take away like all the work that Luka and other players they have done to. Oh my goodness.
To put
I
those
feel like
numbers
you're
up.
putting a-
What?
Yeah, I got it. I'm just saying, the numbers that they put up comes with hard work and dedication, which other players maybe. You know how I think one thing that plays an important role is the fact that sometimes when people get to the point where they've always wanted to be, like imagine dreaming about playing in the NBA. You get to the NBA, but no one really knows. Like you don't have a specific like respect and position like secured.
Right.
So you get comfortable. You just go to practice, do your thing, and play maybe get a play time, but then you sit on the bench and do nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you already got what you wanted.
Yep.
Not everyone goes to be like, oh, I want to play. I want to be the greatest player of all time. That mentality. Right. So.
Yeah, a guy like that back in the day for the Lakers, Andrew Bynum.
Yeah.
Andrew Bynum could have been just a dominant force year in, year out, but he just didn't have that dog in him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know what I've realized recently? LeBron was drafted in 2003.
Yeah.
And Wemby was born in 2004.
Oh, yeah.
Can you imagine that? And we're in 2024.
And LeBron's still going.
Yeah.
That's crazy. that is crazy
You know?
to think about.
I
LeBron's
was just
career is
sitting
older
down.
than Wemby.
I was just sitting down and I'm like, because Wemby is also younger than I am.
Yeah. And look at him. He's
I
huge.
feel so old.
Yeah, but just to add on your point on the scoring, I think also it comes down to, I mean, look at Steph Curry and the three-point evolution. I think players nowadays, they're just too offensively skilled, you know? I think a lot of players, you look at the Tatums of the world, the Bookers, they're just offense is beating better defense, you know what I mean? And I think with Steph Curry and the three-point shot has revolutionized the game where everyone is just shooting threes and you're seeing these higher scoring margins. That's why you got Luka scoring 73 points and all that stuff. So that's what I think. I think players nowadays, they're just more skilled than ever, and we're just seeing the evolution of the game happen right in front of our eyes. And I think, to my opinion, my favorite era of basketball was growing up mid-2000s, early 2010s. And so Steph Curry came with the three-point ball and all that. But yeah, I think it comes down to like the three-point game and just the evolution of players.
I agree with you. The 2000s are the best ones because even though I was not alive at that point, so I can't. But the thing is that always calms me down about stuff like that. Like, oh, I wish I've witnessed this season, or I wish I witnessed that.
Right.
The history always repeats itself.
Mm-hmm.
So at one point of time, maybe I'll be like 60. I don't know if I'll be alive by then, but
You'll make it.
hopefully. If I'm like 60 and the NBA season that will look like we're back to 2000, like quality-wise, I'm saying. I'm not talking like players-wise, maybe, I don't know.
Just the product, the
just
NBA
the product
product.
itself.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Right. The game was more balanced back then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what kind of my point. Like, it's become imbalanced, and I agree. These guys are. I agree. These guys are incredibly skilled,
Mm-hmm.
but to get to your spot on the court, your spot is a lot easier than it was back in Kobe's era, back in Jordan's era, back in Magic and Bird's era, and the Pistons, the Isaiah Thomas's
Boy
Pistons.
Pistons,
Like, it's so much easier for you to just navigate the court as a player now. And of course spacing has a lot to do with that because they are such good shooters, but also you have that separation to make those shots.
Yeah.
Right. So it's to be able to hand check somebody as a defender, you're able to guide that offensive player where you want them to go. You also can't put your forearm in
College
somebody's back
basketball.
on a post up, which is basically your only hope as a defender.
Yeah.
So the rules are allowing these guys to take clear shots to the basket, right? So I'm not saying they're not skilled, but I do agree.
College
no, I
basketball
do-
has more physicality than the NBA.
College basketball has way more physicality, and there's much more of a flow to it.
Yep.
Where we're waiting for a foul to happen in the NBA.
There are more
the
plays
refs
than
aren't.
commercial breaks.
No, 100%. Like,
Yeah.
you got replay reviews taking like, what,
30 minutes?
Yeah, 5-10
Oh my God,
minutes
yesterday,
of time.
Bakersfield, Long Beach, they lost.
No, I think Long Beach they lost.
Oh, yeah, in overtime.
83-72.
Oh my
Imagine they
God.
were doing like they were going like so close like for 2 minutes. It was 70-70 and then they went to overtime and then the overtime came home after the game and I decided to look at the stats or whatever. I opened it and I'm like, 10-point difference now? Okay, I guess.
That's tough.
Shows
yeah, I
the
guess
stamina for real.
they
'cause
just
I think
fell apart.
maybe, I don't know.
I mean, that's
Anyways,
well, back to the Long Beach team. We don't space out that much. We
Oh,
don't
yeah.
space out
We
that
don't.
well because we don't have the shooters to do
Yeah.
it. Yeah, because that's a part of it. You need the shooters to be able to space out the court.
I mean, you're
And Cal State Long Beach, they don't. I mean, Jadon, Messiah Thompson, those are like our knockdown shooters. AJ George had a big game. I didn't really see where he was taking his
he's been
shots
playing
from.
good.
He's been playing really well lately, but yeah, you do need those shooters to be able to space out the court. But at the same time, I feel like they need to rein back some of the defensive presence in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
I do think it's getting a little too easy.
Now that we have 19 minutes left,
19
do we want to talk about math problems?
Set the scene for us, El.
about math.
Do we
Yes,
wanna
Set
talk
the
about
scene,
math
El.
do it.
problems?
Set the scene, El.
You know, there's Okay. You guys know we've talked about Josh Giddey. What a character.
Yep.
Josh Giddey. Now imagine that, but reversed. And add a little more years to that. Yeah? By reversed, I mean the female is older and the guy's younger.
What's the age gap, Bell?
I can't do this.
Talk to me.
Jalen Green, everyone. Welcome to the studio. Because, okay, I don't know if it's supposedly true because there was something that hold on 1 second.
People are making
Jalen
videos
Green
today.
is allegedly expecting a child with a 39-year-old model, Drea Michelle, whose son is the same age as Jalen Green.
First off, she doesn't look a day over 30.
I thought she
So.
does not.
Yeah, unless he's checking IDs, I don't know how you could tell.
I don't think he does. I don't think he knows what an ID is.
NBA players.
Wait, how old is he?
21. My age. 21. Do you want me to talk about something, or why is the camera on me?
Well, I'm like, no, that's the
Okay, got
left
it.
side.
The thing is,
You can get a solo. You should get a solo. Give her solo. Give her solo
No,
shot.
no, 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 no. If you guys warm
What?
it up, and then I'll say something. Because I don't like. The thing is, we've already talked about this before. What is going on there? Okay, we've already talked about this before, and what is your opinion on the age gap? Well, dating wise. I can.
What do I don't care. I mean, it's good for
As
him.
long
I
as
don't
it's
Mind
legal?
it. Yeah.
as long as it's legal.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
as long as it's legal. I am
Get
not
that
con-
straight.
I don't care.
Yes, absolutely,
As long as it's legal.
absolutely.
Because
Yeah.
we are not. Someone.
'Cause I'll
Stats-
tell you this.
Stats 100. Josh Giddey. The
I'll
first-
tell you this. What Jalen Green is doing, or in the situation that he's in, he's living
His life.
majority of
Living
the
life.
fantasy.
It ain't as bad as like impregnating a porn star or something like that, like a Zion Williamson.
Right, like
situation.
Zion and Mariah Mills is much more embarrassing. How old is Mariah Mills, by the way?
Okay.
You even have the PJ Washington.
You know
See,
what-
but
what
in this situation, my bad.
Yeah,
I'm
go
sorry.
32.
So she's 30.
he's making millions of dollars, and in her situation, she's latching on to him, and it looks like, from the outside perspective, that she might be gold digging.
Oh, I don't know. She's a
No,
model.
I'm not saying sitting and she's
Yeah.
saying she's broke or nothing. Woo woo. But I'm just saying this by experience. When you talk about Zion, and you see Mariah Mills.
Oh, we're
and
talking
how
about
she-
Mariah Mills and Zion.
No. I'm talking about this, but I'm like trying to compare.
Just trying to
Okay, yeah,
connect
yeah,
the point.
And you see what Mariah Mills did to Zion, and how she tried to take his money, or you see how Brittany Renner and PJ Washington. She literally had a kid with PJ Washington.
Mhm.
He played for the Charlotte Hornets, and they had a baby, and they were married at the time. As soon as she had that baby, she secretly had a divorce, and she took the baby away from him and kept him from the child for a while.
Yep.
And also, he's paying child support
Yep.
now. She trapped him,
Yep.
and she admitted this.
Yeah, yeah,
she
In
did.
interviews,
And
she
she still
admitted
does
that
this
she
to this
trapped
day.
him.
Yeah, she still does this to this
What
day.
I like
So,
about all
from
of
outside perspective, it looks like a trap.
Hey, Crossing Sports, the Ian Gary of the UFC is dating an older woman too that wrote a book on how to do this.
Wow. Like how to
to start
trap these
dating
people?
someone
To
younger.
to date a younger celebrity and not necessarily take their money,
mean,
but take advantage of the
the thing
situation.
is, for
And
me,
Sean Strickland let him know about
yeah,
it.
in
Very
these
funny.
I love
situations,
Sean
you guys instantly started blaming her, because obviously it looks like he is an advantage here, right? But another thing to not even
Look at
blame her, but I'm just saying, do you notice how every single time there's an age gap relationship that is out in the media, everyone instantly starts blaming the person who is older, because
Yeah.
they're supposed to be more mature and they're supposed to have more the head on their shoulders and realize what they're doing. But also, like,
And
being older is not a guarantee of being mature.
Right.
Being older is not a guarantee of having more brain cells and et cetera, et cetera. Because I've talked to some people, not in a relationship-wise, I've talked to men, not a relationship-wise thing, but pause. But I'm sitting in front of a person who's like 30 years older than I am, and he's visibly lacking brain cells. Like, there's no other way to explain. I did not even have a conversation. I was just like, okay, you're right, yeah. World War II happened yesterday, for sure. Like, that's like, you know what I mean? Like, some people just lack common sense. I would not blame anyone. I mean, it's a little questionable to me because, like, if you date someone this much older or younger than you are, for a younger guy, it's probably a flex, which is like
No,
not a
it
flex
is.
for real.
No, he's
Definitely.
flexing.
How?
there,
I
without
don't
a doubt.
understand.
No, it's
Without
it's
a-
not
well,
just
like,
a flex.
Not
it's like
not
I said,
anything
it's a-
against her. It's not like he's flexing and she gets less flex. It's like, dude, I mean, look at her.
No,
Who-
she's
I mean,
very
she's
pretty.
gorgeous. She's gorgeous.
right.
You know, I mean,
So is he.
he's got money. She's
Yeah.
got money. I don't think it's like somebody taking advantage of another person. They might just like each other.
Yeah, that's maybe.
You know,
But
he
I
might
would
just
never-
But
like
it,
older
in
women.
a situation from our perspective, from the outside looking in, it's hard to believe that these guys like each other, and it's not one person using the other person to get advantage. Like,
Speaking on that, Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union, 10 years apart. Jay-Z and
No, no.
Beyonce, 12 years apart.
How much are
Power
they apart?
couples.
39.
They're
hold on,
18
hold
years
on, hold on.
apart.
People don't talk about
39.
Eric Spoelstra, his wife.
18
They
years
divorced.
apart?
She was 18. He was 36 at that time.
You see, that's
For
bad.
real?
See,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
horrible.
See,
because-
when it's a dude that's much is
That's-
that much older than
No.
it's
but
like,
but in that
uh,
situation,
yeah,
but
yeah,
in
yeah.
that
He was grooming her
situation,
almost.
a lot of people
Hear me out.
weren't,
18?
or
Hear
a
me
lot
out.
of people weren't like tripping about
Hear
that.
me
It
out.
was like 90s, 80s.
One
Yeah.
example for me about the age gap and stuff. Oh my. One example for me about the age gap is people here, the second they hear a 5-year age gap, it's, oh my goodness, everyone starts shaking. For in Europe, a 5-year age gap is normal.
I got
My
one.
parents have an 8-year age gap.
No, that's fine.
Same,
Yeah.
my
Pretty.
parents,
They,
yeah.
my mom was 18 when they already started dating, so it was like
Same.
everything's fine. But 18-year age gap, 20-year age,
Yeah,
that's
I
scary.
had a
With
teacher
with
And when a
Spoelstra,
girl-
with Spoelstra, he was
Yeah.
twice her age, and
Yeah.
she was basically a high school senior.
Yeah,
Come
on the
on,
dance team. Yeah. yeah.
Like,
What-
I find it hard to be attracted to my peers. You're saying you fell in love with a 40-year-old?
Okay, you want to hear
Come on
another
now.
one that's crazier?
Yeah.
Sylvester Stallone and Jennifer Flavin. She was 19 when she started dating 42-year-old Sylvester
daughter- I
Stallone.
think
That's
his daughter
23
is
years old.
older.
23 age gap.
You got Leonardo DiCaprio doesn't date anyone over 25.
Yeah, shout out.
Right, he's-
Shout
But
out
he,
to the
he's not
OG.
keeping it serious.
yeah.
though. Yeah.
He doesn't know.
I don't know. That's just so questionable. I mean, I honestly, by looking at them, I hope they're both healthy, happy, stable, and they both have money. God bless this couple. I hope they will have the most beautiful kids ever. if this ever works out.
I look forward to it. Hey, what did Joe Budden say? What did Joe Budden say on
There's
that?
a lot of things.
He said,
Oh my god,
um,
yeah,
did say
he was
so.
like going off. Like I literally
He
saw
did go off. He
I
did go
saw
off.
I did not see
me
this. I did
in
not see
him
So
when
hang
he
on,
was
I
shaking and
think I
taking
could
his
play it on my
headset
phone.
off.
By the way, this is Instagram, YouTube.
Shout
This
out.
is Instagram. Okay, don't get me in trouble here. Social media website. Okay, hang on.
No, but for real though, I don't understand how that.
There's a lot of women in their 40s. I can't believe that you won't speak to this. She don't think it's predatory. No, she's pandering because she don't want to alienate herself from a woman audience the same way that there's too many horror stories of athletes losing everything that they ever had because they're not insulated.
Okay, so first out, Joe Budden was roasted by Eminem on 2 albums ago. So forget that guy.
The thing is with
we don't
me,
need to listen to that whole quote.
What did he say again?
He said that basically she's being predatory.
In that situation, if it was a man dating a
Younger woman.
Younger woman.
Yeah,
younger
no,
woman,
that would
he
be
will
our-
be looked at
Predatory.
as a predator,
Mhm.
right?
For sure, that
Didn't
would be our
you-
knee-jerk
Weren't you the
reaction.
first one to say that
Absolutely.
it's like a young boy's fantasy?
It is.
So,
But I'm
the
just
same way-
saying in
every-
context of the video.
Yeah.
It's not every young boy's fantasy to date somebody
Yeah, that's
18
No,
years
no.
older
weird.
than
Like,
them, but
go
like she
fix a
is
relationship with
she's
your
a
mom if
beautiful
that's your
woman,
fantasy.
and he's a young man. You know, they might not end up together. It could be totally fine just to have a kid with a woman that's older than you, and then you raise the kids, and it's
Yeah,
all good.
all I was
That's
trying to say-
2024 for you.
All
you know what
I
mean?
was
It's
trying
not-
to
it's
say
not that
in
big of a deal if
context
they're
of
just
the
happy.
Joe Budden video, if the roles
were
were
reversed.
switched,
And
the public would look at it as that man is being a predator.
that's his
I
point.
think
That is his point.
If
Yeah.
yours and your partner's age gap is bigger than 10 years apart,
There's a
go
problem.
talk to your mom or your dad, whatever gender you're attracted to, and fix those childhood traumas. Because there's no way you do not have issues.
Oh my God, I have a huge one right here. This is, by the way, these are all from womenshealthmagazine.com that I'm pulling these from.
Women, so what is... Okay.
Well, it's a list of 70
Okay,
age
what
big.
is there?
This is the biggest one. All right, you guys ready for this?
Yeah.
Mick Jagger is older than his girlfriend or partner, Melanie Hamrick, by this guess. Just you're looking at it.
30.
Guess. 30,
Is it more?
25.
43 years.
Sheesh.
Oh
On
my
that note,
God.
guys-
She's a professional ballerina. Yeah.
No, those
in
people do have issues, I'm telling you right
2016
now.
they had a son together, which
They
is
had a
incredible.
son.
Kid's name was
Huh?
Basil. No,
42?
Devereaux
Wait.
Octavian Basil Jagger. Jagger.
How old is the guy? How old was the guy when they started dating?
Oh, he's like 80.
How old is she?
They started dating in 2014, and he's probably like 80 now or something like that. I don't know.
70.
Yeah.
70-year-old with a 30-year-old.
How are they?
70-year-old, 30-year-old.
That's
Damn, dude.
insane.
Crazy. I mean, hey, if you see him on stage, he's still flying around.
That's crazy. That's insane.
Yeah.
Age
but
gaps, relationships
so
are my
so
Roman
you're
Empire.
saying 5 years is kind of the cut, but 8 no
10.
8 10
Not
10
5.
years is yeah. I thought
No,
you said
not for
5
me
years.
though. Me, I don't
What?
know.
I think
I would not date. I don't know.
I mean Jay-Z and Beyonce 12 years apart. It's a beautiful couple.
Mm-hmm.
How many times he cheated on her? Though?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I don't know.
Well-
I don't know.
I don't want to be.
They
People in
might
that
just be back
situation-
together for
in that
financial
situation,
reasons.
people saw that as a power move because those two were the hottest artists in the game,
Mm-hmm.
and those two getting together.
It's like what
Yeah,
Jay-Z
but
said. What's
also,
better than
but
one
like-
billionaire too?
Who is
Yeah,
older? He
yeah,
or
that's
she?
true.
Jay-Z's
Jay-Z's older
yeah.
there. Yeah, Jay-Z's older.
Yeah. Where would you cut the line? How
well,
young?
I don't necessarily think that there should be a line. It's just a matter of how they vibe with each other. But I do think that, yeah, probably like just I didn't know Jay-Z and Beyonce were 12 years apart, which I think that works. Obviously,
not
there's
know
been
either.
some infidelities that have gone on in that relationship. I say 5 is probably a good gap. My parents are 3 years apart. You know, I had a dude I went to school with growing up. Their parents were 10 years apart. You know, it's like, yeah, the mom
My
was older than
parents-
the dad in that situation.
Are like 8 years apart. They've been together for 23 years or something. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I
And
mean,
my dad knew my mom since she was 16.
it's
Same.
it's all
Same, yeah.
situational. You know what I mean? Like
I wish.
you have toxic relationships with young people, you know, and you have great relationships with people that have a big age gap. It's just
Yeah.
all situation dependent, really.
Maybe you're the issue. Like, you know what I mean? Sometimes, like.
Yeah.
Well,
thought she
I-
was waiting here for a minute. I was like, what?
She did look at me like. Yeah. But it all, but like,
I was holding a conversation with you saying maybe if you question stuff like that, because I personally think sometimes I am the issue, because there's no way you don't get along with your peers that much. There's no way you can stand like older people. Don't know how.
yeah. But me personally, like, if I'm not looking to date somebody 15 years older than me or something
Yeah.
like that.
Me neither.
I couldn't imagine it happening.
Anyways,
you know,
guys,
like-
just date whoever you love and be happy. Thank
Real-
you for. Yeah.
oh
go
yeah,
ahead.
real quick.
Kevin's got a
Oh no,
touch.
I just want to say real quick. NBA trade deadline's February 8th. You guys think anyone gets traded?
Oh well.
No, me personally, no.
No.
Well, so like if the Lakers were to make a move, it should. I think it should be like DeJounte Murray's too big of a swing. I think it should be one of the Bogdanoviches or Malcolm Brogdon.
Brogdon? Yeah, we talked about that.
Malcolm,
last
yeah,
week.
exactly. I think Malcolm Brogdon
Matthew?
would be a good pickup for any contender, really.
I think the Lakers don't make a trade.
Really?
I know they're
Austin
looking, but
Reeves
I don't think
gets
they-
traded. I'm gonna stand
a trade.
outside the stadium and be so mad.
You have a sign?
Keep the guy there. Okay.
Shoot,
Anyway.
I need
Kobe's
Reeves.
tattoo
February.
is gonna be revealed this week.
February.
Oh
upcoming
yeah,
week.
another headline for the next
Which
show.
speaking
we'll
of
talk about it.
speaking of Kobe, Jason Tatum said that Kobe needed power for those championships. He's gonna need Porzingis for these ones. Let's go.
Let's
I don't-
go, man.
Let's
Banner 18
go.
on the way. Banner 18
Anyways,
on the
guys,
way.
if you want to hear all the topics for next week, just tune in at Friday at 2 p.m. next week for dunk discussions on YouTube, our apps at the App Store, 22 West Media app, 22 West website, and JJKZ, whatever that is. I don't know.
KKJZ.
KKJZ. What was it?
Long
Los
Beach,
Angeles.
Los Angeles.
Long Beach,
88.1 HD channel
88.1. That was, I forgot the numbers. But everyone stay happy, stay blessed, stay hydrated, love people who are probably closer to your age. Thank you.
Live, laugh, love, baby.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us.
Welcome in for Around the Bases. I'm Bruce Kuntz here with Garrett Novak, Kaylee Gallagher producing. Thank you so much for joining us today. We are live on 22 West Radio, HD Channel 3, 22westmedia.com, the 22 West YouTube channel, and the 22 West Radio app. Once again, thank you so much for being here. We've got a lot to discuss today, a lot of big things happening in the baseball world over these last few days. Garrett, how are you doing today?
Doing pretty well, Bruce. It's just, wow, a big week for baseball.
Yeah.
The hot stove turned up at the end of January and going into February here.
Thankfully, we've got a lot to talk about today. Plenty of big moves have been happening after a fairly dry offseason up to this point. We're getting close, under a week until pitchers and catchers start reporting to spring training, and we're ready to go now with some big moves. We'll get right into it now. The Baltimore Orioles with an absolutely massive week on all fronts. First of all, it started with a $1.7 billion purchase of the franchise by a new ownership group, hopefully a group that will be willing to spend. And right away, that group steps in as the new owners, and the Orioles make one of the biggest trades of the entire offseason, acquiring Corbin Burnes, the Milwaukee Brewers' ace, in exchange for prospects DL Hall, Joey Ortiz, and the 34th pick in next year's draft. Massive move that went down yesterday, Garrett.
This is a great move for the Orioles. Now, I want to look at the Brewers first. People are kind of questioning this. They say they didn't get a good haul back, pardon my pun, of DL Hall going back in this deal. It's an interesting one for sure. A point that was brought up to me is both these prospects, I believe, are 25.
Yeah.
So they're definitely on the older side. They got to be going into the majors this year for the Brewers. I do think these two guys do fit with their timeline. A lot of their guys like Churio and Garrett Mitchell, all these guys are like first year MLB players, second year MLB players. It all fits in the same kind of echelon. So I do like that in the sense for them, and I don't think Burnes was fitting as well with what they were trying to build. And they did get the 34th pick. That could be nice. That could turn into something very valuable for sure.
Yeah, I think when I look at it, it's a lesser return than I expected, especially for the way that this trade kind of came out of nowhere. I would have thought that meant that a team really blew the Brewers away and gave them an offer they couldn't refuse. This one I look at, and I think that they could have refused it. I understand Milwaukee's perspective of Corbin Burnes has one more year until free agency. They weren't really looking to extend him or pay him past once he hits free agency. So in order to get a nice return back, and this certainly is a nice return, DL Hall, I'm assuming the Brewers will give him a chance to try and start in the major leagues. He pitched out of the bullpen for Baltimore last year. He's got big command issues if he can locate the fastball. The stuff is really, really good, so the Brewers will take a gamble on him and hope that he can find the strike zone a little more often. Joey Ortiz, like you mentioned, another older prospect. He played in AAA last year for the Orioles. Quality shortstop. He can play the position well, won't have to move off of it. I think the question mark with Ortiz is whether he can start to have a little bit more power, show through into the games, hits too many ground balls. So that's an adjustment that he'll have to make. And then also you mentioned, Garrett, that 34th overall pick. That was a little surprising to me just because the Orioles have such a great farm system and so many prospects to trade away. I was a little surprised to see the Brewers target a draft pick when they could have just tried to get another one of the Orioles' great prospects. But either way, if they take advantage of that pick, it's definitely high enough where you could get a really quality prospect in that 34th overall selection.
Yeah, most definitely. And going back to DL Hall, I mean, this guy had a little bit of success last year, 18 games, 19 innings, had a 3.72, not too shabby. Has a pretty good track record in the minors. As you're talking about with the command issues, this guy has an 80 grade fastball, according to like Prospect Digest or whoever's making these rankings. He's got top of the line stuff coming out of that arm, so he's definitely going to get a big opportunity here in a rotation that needs a lot of help, especially with Woodruff now gone, Burnes now gone. Now we turn around to the Orioles. They've got a lot of really quality arms in this rotation now. You've got Burnes and Bradish slotting in at the top. I'm personally a big Tyler Wells guy. I think he's somewhere in that 3-4 range. You've got Grayson Rodriguez, who you're really high on. And you have Dean Creamer and John Means. John Means 2-3 years ago had some really good stuff. Still some hope there. He can really be a nice player. And Dean Creamer coming off a couple of really good seasons as well. it's a bit of a stacked house over there in the rotation in Baltimore.
Yeah, and that's been a thing that I think that has been the biggest question mark for this Orioles team, not only last year and as they were trying to become competitive again, but even looking into the future, it didn't seem like they had the same arms and young pitching talent as they did on the hitting side. Now all of a sudden it seems like it's flipped. Kyle Bradish had a great year last year. Now they go get Corbin Burns, and all of a sudden the top of this rotation is looking like one of the best in all of baseball. They've already got all the bats that they showed last year. Gunnar Henderson winning Rookie of the Year. Jackson Holliday, the top prospect in baseball by most accounts, will likely debut in the 2024 season if he's not already on the opening day roster. So, yeah, I'm going to be really excited to watch this Orioles team next year. I think Corbin Burns was a need and a superstar that they were really a great arm away from really solidifying themselves as one of the premier teams in all of baseball. They already won 100 games last year, and now I think that they're in the driver's seat for that American League East, especially after this trade, most definitely, in my opinion.
Yeah, a fun stat I saw is combining Bradish and Burns' numbers from last year. If they were a duo in the same rotation, they would have had the lowest ERA in the entire league among all duos at a 3.13. So they've got a gnarly 1-2 punch up there with a lot of quality guys backing them up. It's a bit of a crazy statement. I made this statement to my friends like 4 days ago before the Burns trade went down. I think the Orioles are going to win the World Series. Like, that's my pick. I'm calling it now.
It's not even close to out of the equation. And the Orioles have a great future now that they have new ownership at the top, new ace in Corbin Burns. You mentioned that number with the 3.13 combined ERA if you put Bradish and Corbin Burns numbers together. And you have to keep in mind there, too, Corbin Burns was not Corbin Burns for a lot of last year. He struggled at times and didn't look quite like his Cy Young self. If the Orioles can get him back to that 2021 kind of form when he was as good as any other pitcher in baseball, then this team looks really, really, really dangerous on the pitching side. And I already talked about how great their bats are as well. So, yeah, this team looks really, really good. Their future as bright as any organization in baseball. And everybody in Baltimore has got to be feeling pretty good to be an Orioles fan right now.
Most definitely. My only concern with that team is that back end of the bullpen without Bautista no longer being there. Hope that Kimbrel just has a crazy year, I guess, and Cano keeps doing what he's doing. My last point on this trade is I think a guy who's going to be an odd man out here. I'm looking at Willy Adames as the shortstop. Now that Ortiz is coming over, he's definitely going to get a really solid look over there at shortstop. What's next for Willy Adames?
Yeah, I was just going to mention the same thing before we moved off the topic. That acquisition of Joey Ortiz for sure signals to me that the Brewers are going to be looking to move on from Adames, whether it's right now or at the trade deadline. I think that this signals that Adames is not their long-term shortstop in the Brewers' eyes. And I would expect that they'll be getting calls from teams that want a shortstop starting today, with teams trying to pry away Willy Adames. I don't know if it'll happen now or if they'll wait until the trade deadline, depending on whether they're competitive or not. But Joey Ortiz is a long-term shortstop in the major leagues. He might not have a massive ceiling, probably won't be as good as Willy Adames, but he's at least very solid, and that's what this acquisition signals to me. The Dodgers are a team that I wouldn't be surprised if they at least kick the tires on Willy Adames. I don't know if that'll happen, but it seems like a logical match. So he's definitely a player to watch. Devin Williams also I would keep an eye on here. It seems like the Brewers are signaling that this is a new era of baseball in Milwaukee. They already non-tendered Brandon Woodruff, who has the shoulder injury. Now they trade away Corbin Burns. That team is going to look a lot different now, and they might decide to just go all in, embrace retooling of sorts if they don't want to call it a rebuild, and trade away Woodruff or trade away Williams as well. That'll be worth keeping an eye on for sure. But with that biggest topic out of the way, that Corbin Burns trade, very exciting move in baseball, and now we'll move on to some more of the moves that have happened here in this last week, and we'll start with Justin Turner, the longtime veteran infielder DH, leader of locker rooms, signing with the Toronto Blue Jays on a 1-year, $13 million contract. Really nice payday for Justin Turner, really nice acquisition for a Blue Jays team that's been fairly dormant this offseason, and I like this acquisition all around, I think.
I think it's a really, really solid pickup for the Blue Jays. They've got a really solid team all the way around at every single level of the team. I felt like they really didn't have any true leadership to me, like just that veteran guy you need that can carry him through. They had Brandon Belt, but I don't really see that as that type of guy. I think Justin Turner comes in, he gives a little more of an identity to this team, and is really going to help these young stars come together and hopefully try and get the Blue Jays over the hump.
Yeah, in an offseason I already mentioned where the Blue Jays, they've been connected to Ohtani, they've been connected to other names, haven't done a lot so far. I think this is a nice acquisition for them to maybe say, all right, we've accepted the fact that we're not going to go get one of the real superstars left on the market or anybody that had been on the market to start the year. But Justin Turner's the kind of guy that makes everybody around him better, and they can hope that bringing him into this lineup, not only for his own production on the field, but also in the locker room to make everybody else better, and hope that the Blue Jays can stay competitive and get back to the playoffs again, where it might be pretty difficult. I think it'll be a more difficult path for the Blue Jays this year than it was last year. The Yankees got a lot better getting Juan Soto. The Orioles, we just talked about, are looking excellent. Who knows what the Red Sox will do. The Rays are still in that division. That American League East, all 5 teams are going to be looking to compete, and I think it could go a number of ways, including the Blue Jays not making the playoffs or winding up winning the division. There's a lot of variance there in that AL East this year.
Yeah, I think depending on how hard those, I'd say the 4, I'm going to put the Red Sox aside for now. I don't think they're in the same tier as the other 4, but depending on how hard they beat up against each other and how many wins they can pry away from the Red Sox in that division, I realistically see it being another year where all 3 wild card slots go to the East. They've got 4 of the top 7, 8 teams in this American League for sure.
Definitely seems like a possibility. But yeah, Justin Turner to the Blue Jays. I'll always love JT for everything he did in LA. It's still tough for me to watch him play anywhere else. Always hoped that he would finish his career in Dodger Blue, but ultimately the Blue Jays seem like a nice spot for him. Gets $13 million plus bonuses, so I think it's a nice little match there. Now we'll move on to a nice relief pitcher acquisition for the San Diego Padres. Wendy Peralta, who spent the last few years in New York pitching really well out of the bullpen, winds up getting a 4-year deal from the Padres that includes 3 opt-outs. Really unique contract structure here, but he gets $16.5 million if all 4 years of the deal go through.
This is a deal you just don't see. For relievers, you see 3 years for like real top end. For the peak, like Hader, you get 4 years. Super, super rare. This time we got Peralta 4 years for $16 million. That's just like kind of unheard of.
Yeah.
For 4 years. I mean, especially that low of a dollar amount. It's just a super, super interesting contract. It's something we've never really seen before.
It's typical Padres activities, I would say. They've already handed out a couple different multi-year relief pitching contracts this offseason, a thing that most teams are not willing to do usually. But the Padres operate differently than everybody else in baseball. We heard last year they were talking about offering Aaron Judge like a 14-year contract or whatever. So they just do things a little differently down there in San Diego. This is another example of that. Peralta, though, really nice left-handed relief pitcher. If he works out with the Padres, then even if it's just a 1-year deal, they'd have to be really happy with it. It's just about talking about the risk that a 4-year deal comes with. Relief pitchers are always very volatile, depending on what you'll get from them. And if Peralta gets to San Diego and isn't quite the guy he's been in New York, they could be saddled with 4 years of a guy that they might not be wanting to pay that much money for. It's an interesting contract structure.
Yeah, I wish I could be in the room and understand how those contract negotiations broke down. For me, from the Padres' point of view, it feels like you're banking on this guy to be mid. Because if he's good and he goes out there and throws another 2.80 ERA, he's going to opt out and sign a more lucrative deal for $6, $7, $8, $9 million a year. But if he goes out there and throws a 3.9, well, cool, you have a guy you can trust every other day, not every day, and he's like fine as a 6th, 7th inning guy, and like it doesn't really help your roster that much. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me from that point of view.
It's definitely a player-friendly contract, I would say, the structure of it. Who knows if he could have gotten a little bit more in terms of pure dollar offers from anywhere else, but the 3 opt-outs, definitely, like you said, if Peralta is able to go out and be as good as he can possibly be, that gives him the freedom to opt out not only next year, but after the second and after the 3rd years of the deal as well. And worst case, if things aren't going well for Peralta, he can stay all the way through 4 years and get $16.5 million. So it's a nice player-friendly contract there for Peralta in San Diego. But the Padres do get better. Can't gloss over that. It's a nice pickup, and there were other teams in the mix as well for Wendy Peralta, but he winds up in San Diego.
Let's move on to this real fun trade.
Yeah, this one went down last week as well. Jorge Polanco getting traded to Seattle. The Mariners pick up the switch-hitting infielder. Going back to Minnesota is Justin Topa, Anthony DeSclafani, two right-handed pitchers, major leaguers, and then a couple of minor leaguers as well in top 100 prospect outfielder Gabriel Gonzalez and right-handed pitcher Darren Brown. $8 million in cash goes to Minnesota as well. This is an interesting deal that went down pretty out of the blue.
I saw something John Morosi said that the Mariners had to make this deal. I really don't see that. Polanco's a good player, but he's not a top second baseman. He's fine, but he's also got a lot of injury risk, and he also could just not have any of that power that sometimes he's real hit or miss about and barely give you a 700 OPS. It's a lot of different pieces, which all have varying levels of worth, but I feel like the Mariners didn't really get better per se with this deal. Maybe just marginally.
Yeah, I agree there. I don't think that it's the kind of pickup that we could look back on next offseason and say, oh, this was the difference for the Seattle team, anything like that. But if the Mariners felt like they wanted another bat, clearly they did with Polanco. He's a veteran too, hopefully bring in a little bit of leadership into that locker room. I do think they got better with this. Justin Topa going back to the Twins, I'll keep an eye on. I think he's a really nice bullpen addition in Minnesota. Gabriel Gonzalez as well in the outfield. Nice little prospect going to Minnesota. But, yeah, it's an interesting trade. DeSclafani just got traded to Seattle from the Giants earlier this offseason. Now he keeps on the move, headed to the Twins. But, yeah, interesting deal. The Mariners pick up Polanco, and that'll be interesting to see how that works out.
It is. I'm looking at a projected lineup here for next year, and obviously there's a lot of new faces. I think overall, the offseason as a whole, they did add a lot of potentially nice bats. I think that you're banking on a lot of rebound stuff. I like Mitch Garver. You hope he stays healthy. He can really lock down that middle of the order. I like Luke Raley. He's pretty decent. We'll see how much you can get out of him. I love the Mitch Haniger pickup. I think I just hope he stays healthy because I think that guy can be a really, really solid bat. But they've got Polanco slotted in as the 3-hitter in this lineup. Oh, that just does not make me feel like you're going to win a lot of games.
No, I agree. That doesn't inspire very much confidence if he winds up batting third. And that could be born out of losing Eugenio Suarez, trying to pick up another infielder, veteran to step into that kind of void that was left in that lineup. But, yeah, I don't see Polanco as a 3-hitter. And I think the Mariners are still a little bit away from being able to compete with the Astros in that West. We already talked about how crowded the wild card race in the American League is going to be with how good that AL East is. And, yeah, it's hard to see right now with that projected lineup. Obviously, the big thing with the Mariners and what they're going to rely on to carry them is that pitching staff. That starting rotation is as good as anybody in baseball. But, yeah, that lineup leaves a little bit to be desired, I think.
Yeah, rotation, as you said, is just absolutely nasty. We'll see if they can put up enough runs to keep that pitching staff rolling.
That'll be the question. Another trade happening today, Ross Stripling getting dealt from San Francisco across the bay to Oakland. MLB veteran, originally debuted with the Dodgers. Then he went to Toronto, next headed to San Francisco, and now he is in Oakland A. Minor league outfielder Jonah Cox going back to the Giants.
So I'm sorry for laughing. It's just the Oakland A's, man. I just feel so bad. I just hope Zach Gelof goes out there and just has a crazy, crazy year, and he's like the all-star starting second baseman. That's like the only thing I have to say about this team. But we also have listed on here Alex Wood, Ross Stripling, both going to the A's. Basically just jumping over the bay, 2.5 miles across the bridge. Just hope they eat innings, eat as many innings as possible, so the team plays the sport. That's kind of all there is about the A's, just to walk into the ballpark and make sure you walk out of the ballpark and the game actually ended.
Yeah, I think the A's just looking for warm bodies that can step on the mound and fill innings, like you said. At least it's 2 established major leaguers for the A's. I would say that's more than I expected them to do this offseason, but I wouldn't say that trading young players like Jonah Cox really lines up with anything in terms of looking at the future for the A's. But, I mean, what future really is there? It's hard to really forecast anything for this
future
team.
doesn't start till they're in Vegas.
Yeah.
Till their feet are in the sand.
Yeah, I agree with you there. So, like you mentioned, we were going to talk about Alex Wood to the A's as well. I think we can group those two together. Ross Stripling, Alex Wood, couple of veteran starting pitchers heading over to the A's. and Alex Wood wound up getting $8.5 million, according to Melissa Locker.
It's a bit of a big payday for the A's.
Yeah, I thought the same. That's more than I expected them to be handing out this offseason.
I will say I hope that both these guys go out there and Wood throws up like a 3.3 ERA in 170 innings, and Stripling gives you like a 3.8 and 150. I think that'd be super duper fun if they were like a little mini 1-2 monster on the A's for that like 50-win team.
If either one of those two things happen, they will be pitching somewhere else by the
Absolutely.
trade deadline. That's the warning signs with a deal like this is potential trade deadline acquisition for somewhere else. But with that, we'll move on down the list here. Colt Keith, I really wanted to talk about. Guy who hasn't debuted yet in the major leagues, top prospect for the Detroit Tigers, and they signed him to a big extension, 6 years, $28.6 million guarantee for Colt Keith. And then additionally, there's club options on the contract for years 7, year 8, and year 9. Those club options are worth $10 million, $13 million, and $15 million. So, if everything works out for Colt Keith, this would be anywhere from $28.6 million guaranteed all the way up to in the $50 million range. So, really nice extension here for the Tigers. Lock down one of their young guys who should be on the opening day roster now. I'd like to see it.
So just the way the market's going, I think it's a great meta change in the industry, and I think it's just a great play for all these teams. You look around at the Braves, they locked up all these guys for super low dollar amounts relative to the production, and it's working out great. You look at the Mariners, where in case it didn't work out, they went 6 years, 24 for Evan White a couple of years ago. He didn't pan out, but they're on the books for like $4 million a year. So
Yeah.
so what? It's a perfect deal for the Tigers, and that young group is really starting to come together with Green and Torkelson starting to produce, and that pretty nice pitching staff at the top. So it could be fun. It could work out a Braves way. I hope it does for the Motor City Kitties.
Yeah, I really like this move. Colt Keith he's a bat. Like
Kaylee liked that. Kaylee liked that joke a lot.
Yeah, Kaylee's liking it. She's keeled over here. But Colt Keith, big power. I really think that his bat's going to translate right away to the major leagues for Detroit. And like you said, the good thing about this, locking him down for 6 years guaranteed, that's the same amount of time as he would have been under team control regardless before he hit free agency. And then you go to club options for the following 3 years. So worst case, if it doesn't work out, they're only on the books for 6 years, which is what it would have been anyway with rookie eligibility. Might be a little more money than it would have been if he doesn't work out, but that's a risk that they would be fully willing to take, because if it does work out and Colt Keith winds up being a perennial 30 home run guy or something like that, if he hits his 90th percentile outcome, then you've got him for 9 years and an additional 3 after the typical 6-year rookie eligibility. You extend him for those 3 club option years, and then you've got him until he's 30, 32, somewhere like that, before he even hits free agency. So it's a nice move for Colt Keith. Life-changing money regardless, no matter what happens from now. Colt Keith is set, and the Tigers lock down one of their guys that they're hoping to build around in these next few years.
Perfect deal for both sides.
Yep.
Everybody's happy. Just go out and play now.
I love these young extensions. We've already seen it with Jackson Churio earlier this offseason, now Colt Keith. It's nice to see young player and team work together like this. Everybody wins.
Absolutely.
Another free agent move, Hector Neris going to the Cubs. He had a really nice year out of the bullpen in Houston last year, gets $9 million and a club option for 2025 with Chicago. It's a nice little pickup for the Cubs.
Cubs are on the rise. They're my Diamondbacks for next year. Go Cubs.
Oh, man, that means we'll be hearing about the Cubs a lot if that's the
Justin Steele, Cy Young.
Hey, who knows? It's a nice little team over there in Chicago.
Cody B, please stay.
Yeah, that's the thing that we're watching now. Whether it's Bellinger, maybe they pick up Matt Chapman, something like that.
I'm not a Matt Chapman guy.
Hey, they could still get better.
It's true. It will make him better.
Still get better.
Great defender. I don't like his bat though.
Yeah, you're not alone there. You're not alone. Another signing, Shintaro Fujinami this morning, heading to the Mets. He started his big league career last year with the A's. The A's tried to run him as a starting pitcher. It did not go well. ERA north of 7. He wound up getting dealt to Baltimore mid-season, where they deployed him and his 100-mile-an-hour fastball out of the bullpen. Things went a little better, still not great, so he wound up getting cut loose by Baltimore at the end of the year. 1 year, $3.35 million for Fujinami to head to the Mets now and try and get his big league career on track.
All he's got to do is just throw it in the zone half the time.
Yeah.
That's really all he's got to do. He's got plus stuff all the way around. It plays everywhere. It can get guys out. As long as he throws it in the zone, it's going to be great.
This is a prime candidate for me. Fujinami is a guy that you can look in the past and see results that are just terrifying, and in the old era of baseball, teams would have gone nowhere near it. But now this is a guy that you could see going from a 6-ish ERA last year to flip the script, and 1 year later he could be an all-star closing games for the Mets. He has the stuff for it, and I think he's a guy that's just one tweak, little adjustment away where he could be a really dominant reliever. So it's a nice little flyer for the Mets. Worst case, 1 year, cheap deal, and they can just cut him loose if they have to. No real risk here.
Yeah, tracks with the whole Mets offseason. I'm almost now in the camp where I hope every single one of these 1 year deals like Severino and all those other guys that they signed all hit and they all play super well and they end up being like a super good team for like 1 year. It's like a 2021 Giants fluke season. I think that'd be super, super fun.
It would be funny to see that happen with the Mets, mostly focused on 2025 and beyond, if all of a sudden it just jump starts. When last year they thought their window was opening, it all goes terribly, and then they come back in 2024 and wind up being good when they don't expect to. That would be pretty interesting to see if that happens. But we'll shift gears now to a couple of Angels moves. Aaron Hicks signing in Anaheim. I'll just throw the floor to you, Gary.
I love it. No, I mean, we almost have like a bit of a crowded outfield, so I don't totally get it. I don't see him like making that opening day roster, and I don't know why we'd have him on that opening day roster. We have Moniak, we have Trout, we have Ward, and we have Adele. Well, plus an open DH spot. I don't know if you really want to throw a fifth guy in that mix. I guess it makes sense. I do like how he played at the end once he got to Baltimore. He was super, super clutch for them. Locked down that 5 spot in the order and just day in, day out, just was getting the job done for them, and got at the end of the summer got really, really hot and was helping that team make a nice little push. So I like the player. For the Angels, it doesn't make perfect sense for me, but it also doesn't not make sense. So we'll see how he's deployed. I hope he doesn't take at bats away from Moniak or Adele. I want to see those guys continue to play. So we'll see how it shakes out once we get to opening day.
Yeah, I saw after he was signed, he said to somebody, I wish I remembered who he said it to in a press conference or something or other, but that he's expecting to be getting everyday at-bats next year for the Angels, whether it's DH, outfield, anything like that. So like you mentioned, Joe Adele is the guy that I look at as the collateral damage here with the signing of Aaron Hicks to Anaheim. I don't know what Joe Adele's future is going to be, let alone in Anaheim. He just seems like he's been the prototypical 4A guy, former top prospect, and he just has not, for a single time, been able to figure out what he's doing in the major leagues. But he's gone back down to Salt Lake over and over and over and just mashed in the PCL. And I think the question has been and will continue to be, is he ever going to be able to figure out how to do that in the major leagues? I don't know. It seems like that the Angels might be ready to turn the page a little bit. The clock is ticking for sure on whether he can make it work or if he's going to have to try it somewhere else.
Yeah, this year is definitely it for Joe Adele. Honestly, from now until the trade deadline is it for Joe Adele. I think last year was technically it until he had that oblique injury and it kind of killed his whole season. And just where we've now shaken out where he actually has an opportunity to get at bats at the DH spot and in the fourth outfielder role. He will be getting those looks. This is it for Joe Adele. Personally, okay, he's not going to become a star or anything. I don't think that's going to happen. But I think he can go out there, bat 245, give you a lot of pop, a 750-ish OPS. I think he can be a quality MLB player with mid defense. I don't think he's going to be a complete scrub. I'm excited. I hope he does even better than that. I really hope Joe Adele succeeds this year.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are rooting for him. It's been tough to watch how much he's struggled after being one of the top prospects in all of baseball when he first came up in that 2020 range. Hasn't gone great since then, but it would be great to see him turn it around for sure. We'll see what his opportunities look like now that Aaron Hicks is with the Angels now. Another Angels move, they flipped Trey Cabbage, who had been DFA'd earlier in the week, to the Astros.
Yeah, there's not too much to say. Like he's a 4A guy for sure. Joe Adele still has a little bit more potential left in there. You're going to try and squeeze out. Cabbage is a 4A guy. I mean, he absolutely mashed in the PCL, came up to the majors. I think he had a 56% strikeout rate. He showed some pop for sure, but I don't think it's going to play at the major league level. If the Astros somehow randomly turn into the next Jordan Alvarez, props to them. I'm not going to be upset about it. I don't think it was going to happen in Anaheim. That's the way she blows.
Yeah, a lot of whiff in Cabbage's profile. We'll see what the Astros do with it. At least worth keeping an eye on. Right before we send this to break, we've got a couple other Major League signings to just mention real quick. Not a lot to say about either, but Adam Ottavino heading back to the Mets on a 1-year deal, and Adam Frazier, the veteran infielder, second baseman, heading to Kansas City. Another little veteran pickup for the Royals. Who knows what that team is going to do this year, but they've made a lot of them. And with that, we're going to send this to break. Make sure to stick with us. Once we come back, we're going to go over Garrett and I's top 10 lists for first baseman and second baseman in the major leagues heading into the 2024 season. Stick with us. This is Around the Bases.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPS's. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't have, do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPS's. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warning about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. 100 only, you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly.
Welcome back into the second half of Around the Bases. I'm Bruce Kuntz here with Garrett Novak, Kaylee Gallagher on the production duties. We're going to get right back into the show. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to start. Garrett and I each named our top 10 first basemen in baseball. In the middle, we have the MLB list as well that we can compare both of ours to. Garrett, you and I very much agree on this first baseman list. Not a lot of differences.
Aside from our swap at 7-8, I'm just gonna say that we are 1 through 8. We're in pretty much full agreement there. We also both, I believe, had Casas on our list as well.
Yep.
And the only difference was really that 10 spot or the 9 for you. Sorry, I can't. I'm tough to see. Yeah, 10 spot for both of us.
What we have Pete Alonso and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. flipped. I've got Alonso at 7. You've got Vladdy at 7, and then we have each of those guys flipped. I've got Vinny Pasquantino, the Pasquatch, at number 10. You've got Josh Naylor in there at that number 10 spot. I debated heavily about having Naylor there over Pasquantino, and I think Naylor is probably my number 11. So we very, very much in agreement on this list. I think that it's nice to see after we had some big differences in our lists last week. MLB's list, however, not too much like ours. There's a lot more differences, so I think right now is a great time for the two of us to unite and talk about why we are in disagreement with MLB Network's list.
Yeah, let's look at Goldschmidt at 4. First
Yeah.
of all, I think it's just a smidge high. I think, you look at MLB's list as a whole, they're definitely taking the career body of work for sure for a lot of these players and making a lot of distinctions. We'll talk about Brandon Belt at 8. That's blasphemous. That's crazy. We'll talk about him in a little bit. Yeah, Goldschmidt a little high. They've got Diaz a tick below. They like Alonso at 6 as well. A little bit of difference there. Personally, I'm a little low on Alonso.
Yeah.
I think he just hits bombs, and that's kind of it. I like the batting averages and everything, of course. I'd like it to be higher than 225 or whatever it was last season. Stuff like that.
That's fair. You're definitely right about the way that MLB looks at the career body of work pretty heavily. We saw the same thing last week with how high they had JT Realmuto ranked on their catcher list. Now they've got Goldschmidt at number 4. I don't see putting Goldschmidt over Yandy Diaz right now in any way at all. Diaz was easily
He was otherworldly last year.
He was a top 3 first baseman last year, and the only reason that he's not in our top 3s right now is because Bryce Harper is going to be playing the position the full season next year, so he takes that spot. But Yandy Diaz, I think, is easily the number 4 first baseman in baseball right now, and he just gets overlooked a lot. He just mashes, man, and he had a great year last year in Tampa Bay. He started the year absolutely on fire, like one of the best hitters in all of baseball. Cooled down a little bit as the season went on, but he didn't cool down to where he was like average or anything like that. He was still hitting the heck out of the ball, and I don't see taking him out of that top 4. Other things with MLB's list, like you mentioned, Pete Alonso, a little high. They have him 1 spot higher than I have him, 2 spots higher than you've got him at number 8. Alonso, everybody loves him for the bombs. Like you said, that's pretty much all that he does. I think MLB is banking a little bit on those home runs translating to as much production as possible. I think that's fair. He definitely has a track record, but the main thing to talk about, like you mentioned, Brandon Belt at number 8. It's banking on not a lot of regression for a guy that is, what is Belt, 36, 37?
Yeah, he's definitely getting up there in age. I mean, Brandon Belt at 8? How much first base is this guy even going to play this year?
That's my question. I think that he is more fit for a designated hitter list than he is for a first base one. He played more DH than he played first base in Toronto last year, and that's clearly not going to go the other direction the older that he gets. So I didn't really see that one. When I was just looking over stats to try and create my list, I thought about Brandon Belt, but as soon as I looked at where he played defensively and how barely any defensive innings that he played last year, took him out of consideration. I was surprised to see him on this MLB list, but yeah, I guess they're banking on, once again, a long career of production from Brandon Belt. It seems to be the way that MLB trends. The thing about MLB's list that I really wanted to talk about the most, Christian Walker at number 9, I think is grossly underrating the talents that Walker brings to the
Yeah, most
Diamondbacks
definitely.
team. He's been one of the best defenders at first base in the whole game for many years now, and his stick is legit, so I don't see putting him that low.
No, I completely agree as well. I think he's going to be even better than he was last year, and he completely anchors that Diamondbacks team, and he had a pretty solid postseason run as well. So I think he's got to be higher for sure. I was looking at a lot of the defensive metrics. He grades really, really well across the board, and he hits enough to be in that 5, 6, 7 range with all those other guys. I think you look at Brandon Belt. Biggest thing for me is, are the games going to be there? Only had 339 at bats last year. He did have an 860 OPS. It's pretty solid, but you look at how much he might actually play in the role he's going to be, and he's just not going to produce to the level that these other guys will. Maybe he has the same OPS as Christian Walker. Well, Walker easily is going to beat him with the glove. So I don't see how Brandon Belt can be above these guys. You look at Casas, which I'm glad all 3 of our lists were in agreement that this guy is a budding star, up and coming, and he's really going to start taking over this first base position and be climbing up these rankings. But I'd easily put Tristan Casas above Brandon Belt right now.
Yeah, me too. I don't see Belt above Walker or Casas. Not only even if you just look at last year, but especially looking at like into the future in 2024, you have to assume there's going to be regression present with Brandon Belt because that's just how things work. Whereas Walker and Casas, I think, are both moving the other direction. They're both getting better. Walker, I think, excellent player, excellent bat, like we mentioned, excellent glove. I wound up putting him at number 5. We both did, actually, as our top 6s were identical. But yeah, interesting list here from MLB. I think that with the Vladdy Jr. placement at number 7 as well, ahead of Walker, it seems like MLB kind of values not only the longevity, but also just the general fan vibe, where a lot of fans will look at guys like Goldschmidt, look at guys like Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and they'll say, oh, those are some of the best first basemen, some of the best superstars in the league. Not necessarily a deep dive into the numbers where you might be a little more skeptical.
Yeah, there's one player I want to highlight that did not make any of these 3 lists. It was in consideration, but I think his year offensively was a little too weak to put him here. I'm thinking about Nate Lau.
That's an interesting one, yeah. I think before last year, definitely would have been considered a top 10 first baseman for me, but the bat wasn't quite where we had gotten used to it being last year for him. I think that for me, he probably falls in the 13-14 range right now. But he's a guy that is definitely worth circling and coming back to even mid-season or next off-season, as he could rebound with in a big way and reestablish himself at the back end of this list. That wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, I mean, the average is nearly down to like 260 this year, when before he was consistently in the 300s. You know, when going into this list before I'd done my full body of research, I was like, oh, Nate Lau's definitely going to slot in there somewhere 7, 8, 9, 10. And the more I kept looking, the more I was like, oh, no, he's definitely 8. Oh, maybe he's 9. Oh, there's 3 other guys that I think I'd rather have above him. And I know he's just a great defender. Had kind of a mid-postseason as well, didn't perform super, super well. Unfortunate that he fell off, but he is definitely a contender to come back in this list and sneak back into that maybe 9 or 10 spot soon.
Bounce back candidate for sure in Nathaniel Lowe, the Texas Rangers World Series winning first baseman. He'll be worth keeping an eye on. As for our number 10 spots, I wound up putting Vinny Pasquantino there. I'm banking on a healthy rebound from that labrum tear that he suffered midway through last season. When he came up in 2022 and at the beginning of last year, I think this guy was one of the better first basemen in all of baseball. Absolute slugger and leading that Kansas City offense when it didn't have much going outside of him and Bobby Witt. I really think Pasquantino is a great player, and as soon as he's back healthy, I have faith that he'll be a really nice player. You put Josh Naylor at number 10. Like I said, had heavily considered putting Naylor at number 10 as well. It was a flip-flop for me between Pasquantino and Naylor. You end up giving Naylor the edge.
Yeah, Naylor just mashed last year. You just look at the numbers, like he just put up some otherworldly offensive stats and not even a full season body of work. And I was like, I feel like this guy is just going to be even better. I was looking at his defensive numbers, pretty decent as well. He's all right with the glove. It definitely doesn't hurt him. So I think he's definitely just going to keep climbing. That bat was just so, he slotted into that Guardians lineup so well that I believe he's considering at the 4 spot for most of it by the end of the year. So I think he's going to be really, really dangerous. I'm excited to see his season this year.
The one part at the top of this list that we wound up agreeing on, but I was interested to see what you did because I was right on the fence, wound up going with the way that I did. But I think Bryce Harper and Matt Olson is a tough comparison there, at least for me. I was going back and forth on which guy I thought deserved to be number 2, which one number 3. Matt Olson was excellent last year. I think Freddie Freeman is for sure the top first baseman. We both agreed on that. But Olson and Harper, Olson had a better year than Bryce Harper last year. Harper was coming off of the torn UCL and didn't have a full campaign. But I think both of us placed Harper, at least for me, it's more based on a projection of assuming Bryce Harper could be back to the MVP kind of Bryce Harper, which he started to look pretty similar to again in the back half of the year last year. Olsen, though, excellent. I would say that the top 3 and maybe even the top 4, if you include Yandy Diaz as well, is a upper echelon of this list that is there's a gap between number 4 and number 5. I would say that top 4 is some of the best bats in all of baseball.
I would agree on pretty much all those points. As long as Yandy Diaz close to replicates last season, there's for sure a divide between 4 and 5, absolutely. I think Freddie, just a hair above everyone else, for sure. You know, I liked your points on Bryce and Matt. I was flip-flopping a little bit for sure. The edge for me, I went with career body of work for Bryce. He's just done it longer. I think this guy's a stud. And the thing that officially put him over Olsen for me was feel. Like, it's Bryce's team in Philadelphia. It's not Matt Olson's team on the Braves. Bryce Harper is kind of like the identity of this Philadelphia squad for sure, and that gave me the edge for that. I think that's an intangible that you got to take into account.
Yeah, Bryce is not only the face of this Philadelphia team, but he's still one of the faces of baseball. And, I mean, he's Bryce Harper. So I was just talking about how MLB kind of seems to make their list based on fan feeling and everything, but I'm willing to do that for Bryce Harper. He's Bryce freaking Harper, as talented as anybody else in baseball. So I'm willing to bank on the numbers being back to his best next year.
Yeah,
so,
completely agree.
Yeah, interesting list here. We're in agreement on a lot of stuff. Now I think we can move on to the second baseman. Now we've got a little more divide between the two of us here. The same top 2 for the two of us. MLB wound up putting Altuve above Marcus Semien, which I don't agree with. But past that, Garrett, you and I had Betts, Semien, Altuve, same top 3. Number 4 is where the two of us have our first difference in our list. I've got Ketel Marte at number 4 and Ozzy Albies at number 5. You've got that flipped with Albies at number 4 and Ketel Marte at number 5.
The thing for me here when I was thinking about it is I've loved Ketel Marte ever since he was with the Mariners. But Albies last year, I got to say, I had him on my fantasy team, and there were points of the season where this guy just carried my squad offensively. You'd go 3 for 5, 2 bombs, 4 for 5, 2 doubles, triple. It just crazy offensive numbers at some points in the season. And I love Ozzy Albies. I think he's awesome.
He had an incredible year last year at the plate. The defense wasn't great, and so I think that's what dragged him to that number 5 spot for me. But I'm just pulling up his numbers right now because it doesn't do it justice to just say he was great. I mean, for a second baseman, put up an 849 OPS, 124 OPS plus, 33 homers. This guy's like 5'8", and he was just slugging last year. So I definitely think that that's close between those two guys. Albies did not get put on MLB's list, which I think was the number one thing when I looked at this MLB top 10 for second baseman
that's
jumped
crazy.
Off the page at me. Like, that doesn't make any sense at all. I think at the worst, he's a top 7 second baseman.
Yeah, with the bat alone, he's minimum top 8.
It's pretty asinine, I would say, to leave him
I would
outside of
agree.
the top 10. That's what I know when MLB put out their lists, everybody in the replies, it was just, where the heck is Ozzy Albies? So, yeah, I'm glad that we both agreed that he deserved to be on this list in the top 5 for both of us. Moving past that, we've got another flip on number 6 and number 7. I've got Ha-Seong Kim an edge ahead of Luis Ariz. You've got that flipped. I wound up giving Kim the edge because of the glove. Ariz, absolutely excellent at the plate last year. We've just talked a lot about him last week, actually, and how great he is with the bat. But Ha-Seong Kim, one of the better infield defenders in all of baseball, I gave him the edge because of that.
Yeah, looking back on our conversations we had last week, I felt like that was going to be where our difference was. I know you're less high on Arias not bouncing back, repeating what he did last year. I don't think he's going to repeat either, but I think he's going to be a little closer than maybe you might believe. So that had me edge him out just a little bit. And Ha-Seong Kim, though, he is really fun. I wish he had just a little bit stronger of a bat, but he's most definitely very clutch at sometimes. There were some lists that I was looking at. I saw him as high as 2.
Yeah.
Mookie Betts not a part of those lists, but I saw Ha-Seong Kim as high as 2 on some of those lists. People love the defensive versatility this guy brings.
Yeah, Kim can play all 3 infield positions, second base, shortstop, third base. Absolutely excellent. So that brings a lot of value there. And last year was his kind of coming out party with the bat. It wasn't like he was crazy or anything like that, but he's the kind of archetype where his glove is so good that if he can be a league average hitter, maybe slightly above average, then he's going to be an extremely valuable player. That's exactly what he was for that San Diego lineup last year, and he was one of the more important pieces on that team. Even though they struggled, didn't quite live up to expectations, Ha-Seong Kim was not the reason for that. And so I ended up giving him the edge, number 6. We move down our list now. Number 8, we've got a big departure. I've got Cincinnati Reds infielder Matt McLain. You've got Zach Geloff, the A's rookie from last year. Let's hear it a little bit about Zach Geloff.
So I could try and make the argument, well, I haven't seen enough out of Matt McLain. But then you can immediately say, well, you haven't seen enough out of Geloff either, obviously. That's not going to track. I just love Zach Geloff. He came onto that A's team, and he was being from the Bay Area, that was the only reason to turn on the TV by the end of the year was Zach Geloff. I think sky's the limit for this kid. I think the ceiling is higher. I think he's truly going to be in that 3, 4, 5 range by the end of the year, maybe even higher. I think number 1 is an achievable ranking for this guy, not maybe this year, but in his future. I just think sky's the limit. I think he's going to absolutely dominate, and once the A's get to Vegas, he will be the face of that franchise.
That's an aggressive prediction. I think Geloff definitely has an incredible ceiling to dream on, for sure. I agree with you there. I'm a little more concerned about some of the plate discipline metrics, the strikeout rate. That kind of turned me off a little bit to him, rather than him making my top 10. I considered it for sure. MLB wound up putting him at number 9. But Matt McLain doesn't have the ceiling that Geloff has, like you mentioned. I definitely agree with that. But McLain has the floor that I'm willing to bank on. At a position like second base, I think McLain will be an above-average defender, will be an above-average bat. And that's enough for me to say, all right, at a position like second base, any team will take that 100% of the time. McLain had a great rookie year last year, burst onto the scene and was excellent for sure in the infield for Cincinnati. I have faith he'll repeat that again next year and moving forward. And for me, it just boiled down to risk management. I don't think McLain has the risk that Geloff has, but it'll be interesting to look back at this in a year, maybe even 2 years, and just wonder, hey, did Geloff hit his ceiling? Because if he did, he's definitely ahead of McLain.
Mm-hmm.
But there's more risk there, so that is kind of what I was juggling when considering that number 8 spot. We both wound up with rookies, but different ones. Now we move down to number 9. I've got Gleyber Torres sneaking onto my list in the 9 spot. You didn't have Torres make your list, neither did MLB, and you wound up putting Andres Jimenez at number 9, who I put at 10. But I want to hear, what is it about Gleyber Torres that kept him off of your list?
I think, so looking at McLain and Torres, both were in heavy consideration, for sure. I think they're probably my 11-12 on both my lists. Going to Matt McLain, I think he's most certainly going to be on this top 10 by the next year. I think he's almost going to be like the next Ozzy Albies, as he's going to go. The Cincinnati Reds offense is going to move forward, and he's not going to be the number 1 guy. He's not going to be the 2, but he's going to be the 3 or the 4, just like Albies is on his own squad. And I think that team, sky's the limit for that Reds team. He's certainly going to shoot up the rankings with the rest of his infield team members around him on all those other lists. So I'm excited to see Matt McLain this year. It's going to be fun in Cincinnati, most definitely. Looking at Torres, he had that great year in 2019 where he had like 38 bombs, but those balls were juiced. Gleyber, I feel like Glaber's just been underwhelming for me his whole career. I feel like he was always supposed to be so much better than he actually is turning out to be. He did have a very serviceable season last year, and I think that's probably what he's going to live around for the rest of his career.
Yeah.
And I just don't know if that's good enough to make my top 10. And his defense is shaky. I think he's just perennially a top 12 guy. A really good year will put him top 10. But for me, last year wasn't enough to make the top 10. And if I look at Jimenez at 9, he couldn't not make this list just because he is the best defensive player at this position, I think. So that's one reason Torres didn't make mine.
Torres is interesting. I think he falls victim to the same thing that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. falls victim to sometimes of these guys are not only playing against the expectations of just being a big league regular, they're playing against the ceilings that they were projected to be. And it's tough when you have players that former top prospects, guys that were number one in all of baseball, and it seems like that kind of sticks with them. It stuck with Gleyber Torres. It stuck with Vladimir Guerrero Jr., where, these guys are 5 years into their major league careers now, and it's hard to turn the page from that prospect ranking and dream on what could have been. And so that definitely plays against them. I know you're not the only person that it's tough to not continue to think about that. For sure, I still do as well, just wondering whether he's the guy that he was projected to be. But ultimately, for me, it boiled down to the bat is good enough. He had an 800 OPS last year, 118 OPS plus, and the defense is a little shaky, like you mentioned. It always has been for him. But a bat that good, 118 OPS plus at second base, was enough to sneak onto my list. I don't know for sure that he'll be here next year. He'd have to repeat that season with the bat. But at least for now, I'm willing to put him in this back end of this list and just say that the bat was good enough to get him on alone. Like you mentioned, Andres Jimenez, I've got him at number 10. I think that he's got one of the better gloves in all of baseball. He is going to be a perennial Gold Glover, at least in contention for it at second base in the American League. Originally got sent to the Guardians in the Francisco Lindor deal, and that's worked out well for Cleveland. Jimenez is a great player, and I think for sure deserved to be on this top 10.
Yeah, didn't do so much with the bat last year. I think he'll bounce back and have a better season offensively. But as you said earlier about that first base list, as long as if you're such a good defender with the glove, as long as you're giving just a little bit offensively, like you'll take that 9 days out of 10 every single time. My last pick being Nico Horner. I've been following this kid since he was at Stanford. I love his game. I think he's the best blend of offense and defense. I think he brings both very well. He has pretty much everything but power in his game, but he can still pop a double in the gap when you need it, and he was just fun to watch on a fun Cubs team. I think he was an essential piece up the middle with Dansby Swanson. I think they made a really good duo up there, and it was just a fun team overall just to watch. Just go out there and look at a team that doesn't have a lot of pop in their lineup, but guys that just hit the ball to all fields. He was a key cog in that identity, and I love that identity. I picked up on it.
Yeah, Horner, I think, would be my number 11. I definitely considered finding a way to get him onto this list. I couldn't in the end. I flip-flopped a little bit at the very end between whether I'd put Horner or Jimenez in that number 10 spot, but both those guys are kind of cut from the same cloth of really, really great defenders at second base. Both have hit for contact fairly well before, but don't bring a lot of power to the table. Jimenez, I think, brings a little more power potential. Horner is a little better in the contact department, but both guys kind of similar player archetypes, and both guys that are very valuable at second base for any team, and they'll both be big parts of their squads moving forward. MLB also snuck Horner onto the number 10 spot on their list. One guy that made MLB's list but did not make either of ours, Edward Julian. Super great plate discipline, and he had a great rookie year in Minnesota last year. I think he's probably in the 12-13 range for me. Interesting player, and I'm going to be excited to watch him this year as well. But yeah, I think interesting lists here. Mookie Betts makes number 1 for both of us. I think that's the consensus. He's the best second baseman in baseball. There's no question about that now that he's in on the dirt, and it'll be interesting to see how that affects him being a primary second baseman now, all of a sudden, after so many years of Gold Glove defense in right field. We'll see what he does in the infield for the Dodgers. But with that, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for joining us. Make sure to follow our socials, 22 West LB and 22 West Sports LB on Instagram, 22 West LB on Twitter. Also, make sure to follow our brand new podcast socials, Around the Bases _ on Twitter and Around the Bases 22 on Instagram. Drop those pages a follow. We'll be posting clips and different information from our show. And with that, thank you so much for joining us. Bruce Kuntz, Garrett Novak, Kaylee Gallagher. We'll be back same time next week to talk more baseball. We're a week away from pitchers and catchers reporting. Let's get excited. Baseball season is almost here. Thanks for being here.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get